does. All right, I can finally keep on fucking streaming on YouTube. I think it works. I think it works. Yep, it worked. It worked. All right, what's going on, y'all? I'm doing better. I'm doing better. I still got a little congested voice, but this is the good sick voice. But I'm doing better. Doing much, much better. We're doing good. We're doing good. And we had a good rest. Okay, we had a few days off from the gym, unfortunately, because it's my birthday this weekend. So I was trying to go hard in the gym, but the sickness, just took away from that. But I'm doing much better, much better. Thank you guys for asking. Top of the morning, Paz. Top of the morning, Eric. Risky Business. What's going on? What's going on, Epic? What's going on, Penguin? Good morning, Miss L. How are you doing? What's going on, Showing Up? What's going on, Valiant? Top of the morning, top of the morning, everybody. I am feeling better. I'm just congested. I'm just congested. I don't feel like shit anymore, so I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you guys for asking. Thank you for your concerns. Thank you for your concerns. Thoughts on Lucid Scrim yesterday? I'm gonna actually talk about that. I watched it last night. I watched it a little bit last night, but I did not watch until the tail end of it. Um, but honestly, it's basically a I wouldn't say new and improved. Uh, paid. I guess they're just now like without the A, but it's kind of new and improved. I think that Sab adds a lot of firepower to that squad. I'm not gonna lie. I think that they'll probably have better team chemistry, but I think that it's just early like it's early days for Lucid's team. You know what I'm saying? It's just early, so you can't really like judge them too much. I know a lot of people will, but you can't judge them too much on that, considering that one team has been a team of three for a while, and one person does change a team massively. But Penguins team is completely new. I doubt that they have gone over anything. I think that they probably just went into that scrim blind and just wanted to see how they play with each other. And then before this weekend, that's when they're actually going to go through things like starting strats, talk about like the even teams like that, they might have different call outs. You know what I'm saying? Like they come from different areas or different places in the scene in different teams. So they're gonna have different call outs than especially for newer maps or like certain maps rather. So it's just gonna be an adjustment period. It's gonna be adjustment period and growing pains. Now it does make it interesting for this weekend, and then we also got to talk about LVT's announcement. There's a lot that's going on. A lot that's going on. So LVT's announcement. Thank you, Scout. Thank you. I'm much better. I'm much better. I had my tea. Had my tea. I'm not Mickey Mouse anymore. Okay, I'm not Mickey Mouse anymore. I'm good. I'm good now. I'm good now. I know a lot of people. You can make your jokey jokes and everything, all the jokey jokes. Now, um, here, this is what I'll tell you guys. Here, hold on. Um, fuck, it's not there, but I think LVT had their decision or their way of doing it already. Like when that happened, like the team change happened, they already had their decision on what they were gonna do. That makes sense. Like they already had the decision on they were gonna do a best of seven for ascending baseline and um Legion. So they already had that in mind, and I guess they went through with it. I think that they were debating changing it, but their set way, like already, like, what they already planned to do or what they already had in the rules or in their minds was having a best of seven and like a qualifier between the other two teams that got top six. I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't know if they said that in the tweet. I'm trying to pull it up right now, but we'll see. But there's going to be a lot of interesting Halo this weekend, especially since there's a lot of new teams, and I don't think that everybody that we're expecting to make it is going to make it. I think that it is dope that Ascending Baseline and Legion are kind of like they get expelled from that, or they don't have to go through that. It's just going to be a like a very very fucking important match, very very fucking important match. So I don't know when that's going to happen. We'll see if it happens Friday night or something like that, or Saturday or something like that. But I am excited to watch that. I will be on and watching that hopefully. What are the new teams? Lucid, Falcated, Penguin, Collect, and then that's the only new one that's happened recently after all the team changes. Outside of the Renegade team, I don't think there's anything else different than that. Those are just the two brand new ones. So the Renegade, Legend, Stellar, Bound team, that one's new as well. That was one of the best streams. Thank you, Scout. I'm glad you can get a laugh out of it. I'm glad you can get a laugh out of it. Yeah, Piggy Descendant Acid Sap. That is true. That is true. Good grief. I didn't mention that. I was talking about that earlier and I just completely forgot to mention it. Thank you for telling me. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. There's people that are dickheads in the community. They thought I was doing that on purpose. So why would I ever do that on purpose? Why would I? I don't play bits unless it's like the judge and shit like that. I don't do that. Like some people were just being assholes, especially in Shyways chat. Some people were just being dickheads. Some people were saying that I smoke cigs and dirty street weed. Like dirty street weed. I don't smoke no dirty street weed. What the fuck are you thinking? My voice just went out as the stream went on, and then if you've been in the stream since the beginning, then you'll know that it just happened throughout. You know what I'm saying? Why did my controller just turn on? The fuck? Oh, it's because it's unplugging. I'm just gonna unplug it for now. But people were just being dickheads, saying that I was doing it on purpose. I'm trying to entertain people that be in the chat. I'm like, bro, some niggas just be assholes, bro. Some niggas really just be assholes. Real life assholes. I don't even smoke no cigs. I don't smoke no bullshit either. I don't smoke no bullshit. I don't do that. I don't know how you could do that. I mean, it's just I gotta do my best for the community. I have a job in it, and you know, even though Reddit has been trying to like cancel me out, which I think is weird. I don't know why, but they don't even post anything that I say. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make my own Reddit account and just start posting my own streams on there, so people do give me some sort of credit for, you know, breaking the news, which I do appreciate. My sources, it's not just me. It's not just me. I will always give credit to my sources, because I could not do that without my sources and them confiding in me, and then obviously keeping them private. But that was like, you know, that's why you never know what to expect here. But some niggas just be dickheads. And thank you, Miss L. Thank you for the 150 stream streak, homegirl. And thank you, Good Grief, as well, for the 115 stream streak. Thank you guys both. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, very appreciate it, as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very appreciated. Welcome back to APG, Bill. Welcome back, welcome back. It's like Comp Halo, Reddit is the worst. I mean, some niggas just be weird. I mean, they just be hating on me. I don't know why. They just think that I'm a grifter and that I'm just doing things for money. But I feel like they're just broke and they don't have any sort of hustle in them or have any sort of ambition, because obviously people do things for money because that's how you pay your bills. And I have more bills than like most people. But I'm not trying to cash grab by trying to be a coach or anything like that. I just want to be a coach because I think that I have very good insight, and that I think I can provide that to any team that is, like, you know, on the cusp of greatness. I think I can aid in that, and that's just the truth. I mean, people forget who I am. They think I'm just a high idiot. I barely even smoke weed anymore. I don't do, like, I'm in the gym. I'm very disciplined. I show up every day. Niggas just be trying to make me out to be a terrible person, and I don't think that is who I am. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that is who I am. So now there's people in there that are just assholes, and you know, I was thinking about doing like a post-game show. Not even thinking, I will be doing that. It's like a post-game show, like sort of like the Flank, or not even sort of, but literally an exact carbon copy of the Flank. The only issue I think about is just the people that be hating on me in this chat. I don't know if that would go over well if I was to include Shaway, but I do think he is a necessary entity to have on that show, or necessary person, because of his insight. But some people just be assholes and they just be hating on me, so I don't know what I don't know how to go about that, but it'd be like that, you know what I'm saying? That's just the internet, and it's not like anything I haven't dealt with before. It's just something that you have to deal with when you're in this type of position. Canceling you for what reason? That's wild. I mean, there's been multiple cancel attempts on me, especially earlier this year. People have just lied on my name and tried to, like I said, make me out to be a criminal supporter, a PDF supporter, a hate raider. Say like Nated tried to say I tried to cancel me, say I don't need to work with HCS, and I don't know if it's because all the negative things surrounding my name at times, and that's why people want to keep their distance, because, you know, what other people say, which is sad, but it'd be like that, you know. So only thing I can do is just try to continue to be, you know, who I am, stay true to myself, and just keep on improving in my content, because I think I have had great content this year. You know, just speaking about myself, I think everything that is excuse me, everything that in this stream has been great, whether it's the Kason interview, the LG owner interview, like the tournament, the watch parties, everything. I think we've been doing a very good job this year. Very good job, and that is because of the help, or that's because of you guys. I could not do those things without y'all, and without y'all's support. So I know that There's a lot of hate out there, but I do understand that there is a massive amount of love that always overrides the hate, and I will never ignore that or never take that for granted. And thank you, Gators. Thank you. I'm doing much better. I'm doing much better. I'm just a little congested, but this is my cool sick voice. You know, I got a little bit more bass in my voice. You know what I'm saying? But I'm doing better. I'm doing much better. Hopefully my voice does not go out. It just goes out if I'm talking a lot, but I don't think that that's going to be the case. But I think I have improved tremendously. That's why I took a few days off from the gym. I took a day off from streaming, and I did have my tea. I did have my relaxation, so I'm doing better. Thank you, Slow Dive. Thank you very much. I am doing much better, much better. Or it wasn't a bit. It wasn't me trying to do that on purpose. I'll tell you that for sure. It was not me trying to do that on purpose, regardless of what people try to say. It's not. I would never want to do something like that on purpose. Why would I ever want to do a massive announcement, which is one of the biggest team announcements of the year, I think, if not the biggest? And I would never do that on purpose to to get an audience or anything like that. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, that was just something that unfortunately happened as the stream went on, because I was talking for so long. And even after the stream, you know, I told my parents, I was like, I can't talk too much, because the same voice came out to my parents and they were asking me how I was doing. I talked to baby mama, and she was asking how I was doing because that was my same voice, but she did say also that I sounded better throughout the day. So I'm doing much better, just a little bit congested. But I don't have any like sickness like that. I have like a little bit of a cough and sore throat, but I'm definitely improving. It's by tomorrow I should be 100%. And I have my haircut on Saturday morning. And also I want to talk to you guys about the REBS interview, because I will be, the thing is, on Saturday, I'm going to be going to the gym early. I'm trying to wake up at 5 a.m. My goal is to start waking up at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and going straight to the gym, then coming back and streaming, and that way I have more time to stream. And so I woke up at 6 today. I just did like my morning push-ups and a little bit of dips, and then I went and got my coffee. They know me at the Starbucks now. I walked in, they immediately started making my shit. Immediately started making it. So I thought that was pretty cool. I'm a regular now. I've never been a regular somewhere. But yeah, somebody said I smoke cigs in Shaway's chat, and I I didn't initiate the convo. It was obviously Shaway just watching my clip and discussing the team announcement, and then somebody said I smoke dirty street weed and cigs, and that's why my voice sounds like that, and that's why I'm like just insulting me because of my voice. And then I was like, well, why would they ever say that? I don't smoke no dirty weed. I smoke the best weed that you could possibly get. I don't smoke no bullshit, and I don't even really be smoking like that anymore. I really don't. I've been taking a break so I could start my high and healthy series, and that way I can, you know, have like a little bit tolerance reset. So I haven't really been smoking. My tolerance has been cut down tremendously. I don't think you can even see it in my face that I don't really be smoking. So I'm doing much better, but people just be haters. You know, there's obviously some like closeted racists in the community or just in the gaming community, and I think that's an undertone of what they're saying. If they say I'm smoking dirty street weed, I'm like, bro, we in 2026. Like, I don't be going and smoking brick weed. Like, I am not that type of person. If they know who I am, I'm very connected in the weed industry. If I want to get the best hash or to get the best weed, I can get it. And I do get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't smoke no bullshit, and you guys will see when I do start recording. But and what's going on, Gig? Top of the morning, homie. Top of the morning. What's the 824 Robert Pattinson movie prime? What's the name of the movie? On someone's Reddit account, you know, they're about to drop the worst take. I mean, the thing is, just Reddit has that's where the most conversation about Halo is. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Moist Nugget? Top of the morning, homie. I apologize. I didn't see that. I apologize. But it just be like that. It just be like that sometimes. But you know, I just have to continue doing what I'm doing, you know, because regardless of them hating on me, they still will listen to what I have to say. And I do think that I have an important role in this community, because I do have my sources. Blessed to have my sources. You know, like I said earlier, I can't do this without my sources. I will give them all the credit. You know, I'm just maybe 5% of just announcing it. They are the 95% of like giving me the information and allowing me to tell it to you guys and giving us something to talk about and a lot of topics to discuss. So the only thing that was a little bit disappointing is, you know, Crispy Corn Pops, I guess he doesn't want to, I don't know who he is in the chat. I have an idea, but not 100%, but he doesn't transfer my information anymore. So everybody that was posting, I know I appreciate, like, Good Grief. I saw Good Grief showing up. People that be in the stream, they do talk about how it was talked about in my chat, and I broke the news. Even Shaway did mention that I broke the news, and he reviewed my stream and what I had to say, which I really do appreciate. That means a lot to me. That means more than a lot of people know. Like a lot, because there's a lot of hate out there, and I appreciate the support and I appreciate the love, and it never goes unnoticed. Ever goes unnoticed. Don't understand the game, they get upset that their personal opinion isn't valued. There's some good takes on Reddit, there's some, but there's obviously like a bunch of bullshit. But that's just Reddit in general, not even just the Halo Reddit. That could be the COD Reddit, Halo Reddit. It's just on, like, that's the place to discuss the game, and that's the main place to discuss the game, whatever game it may be. So it'd be like that. But I just thought and good morning, Gig, as well. I don't know if I said good morning to you, homie, but that's just how it be. And what's your thoughts on Luce's team? Can they shake the competition? So how do I say your name? Zik? Can I call you Zik? I hope that's okay. And I will discuss that. Because I think that I'm gonna review the scrim. I'm gonna pull up Tommy's YouTube, because I was watching it on YouTube, and then we can watch some of the games, because I only saw the tail end. I saw the Pit game, and then the Live Fire King, and then also I believe the Origin Slayer. I just saw the last few. But we will discuss it. I'll probably review some games. We'll talk about my predictions for the weekend. And then I also want to give you guys an update on the REBS interview. He did contact me recently and let me know his time schedule, or what his schedule is, and trying to figure out a time frame. He's mainly available on the weekends in the morning. But, you know, Saturday is my birthday, so I'm going to get a haircut. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get my braids done, but I contacted my hairdresser, but I have to see if she's available. But I do have my haircut, so I'm at least going to be able to shave my beard, and then I'm going to go to the gym before then. So I have the gym at like 5 or 6 a.m. and then hold on, you guys are going crazy. Thank you so much, Complex. Thank you so much for the 3 months, and thank you, Woodreef, for the gifted to Zik. Thank you, Zico, is that right? Zico, I think. Thank you so much, Woodreef, for the gifted to Zico, and thank you so much, Complex, for the 3 months. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Much love, very appreciate it, as always. Thank you so much. Thank you. I can be a little bit more enthusiastic now today. Thank you guys so much. Thank you both. Thank you. Very appreciate it. Thank you. And buenos dias, JB. Buenos dias. Thank you so much. I am doing much better. I had a few days off from the gym, and I had a day off from streaming, and I think that did help me, not talking as much. But now I am back to yapping. And I'm doing better. I just and thank you, Timmy. Thank you. I'm doing much better. Much better. I have a little bit of congestion and a small cough, but by tomorrow I should be all good to go. I think I still have my cough drops, so I'll probably have some of those while I'm on stream, so I'll be okay. But I'm doing much better. Thank you all for the nice comments, and thank you for the good well wishes. Thank you so much. Just make sure, you guys got to make sure that I'm hydrating, okay? So use those channel points to make sure I'm hydrating, make sure I'm getting my liquids in, so I can, like, keep you on talking and not have a sore throat. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. Woodreef and Complex, Womplex. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Very appreciated. And that's just how it is, Valiant. That's how it is. It's not anything new or anything out of the ordinary. You know, people just, they have a weird connotation around my name, and they believe me to be somebody that I don't think that I am. And if you are in my stream or you conversate with me damn near every day when I'm live, I think I am one of the most consistent streamers. And that's not for me to boast myself up. It's just, obviously streaming is my livelihood, and I think that I show up a lot. And if you're in here, you know that is not the type of person I am. And I always invite anybody that sees any negative comments online to just come in the stream, have a conversation with me. And that's how Ghost became a regular in here, is he took the time out to hear me out, because he heard some disgusting things from Wee Man, and he took the time out to come hear me out and understood that that is not my character. Because I do not think that I am a terrible person. You know, I might not be everybody's cup of tea, but I do think that I still stand my ground. I think that I stand 10 toes on what I believe in, and I'm very outspoken about certain things, and I think that might rub people the wrong way. And, you know, at the end of the day, some people just don't like seeing a handsome, sexy black man be successful. And that's just how it be. And that's just the internet. You know what I'm saying? It's just unfortunate that the Halo community is very small right now, and, you know, there's not a lot of people. So it's just, you know, a lot of people might not be a fan of me. Some people might view weed as 1960s, or like, you can't smoke weed this day and age, or smoking dirty street weed when I literally go to the dispensary. That's why people just say weird things, and I would appreciate if Shyway ever saw things like that. I'm not sure if he does or not, but I just would appreciate if he saw things like that, that he would either just put an end to it, or just make sure that he just goes to just let those people know that that is not me. You know what I'm saying? I would appreciate that. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I would appreciate that, because there are some people in there that are just very rude. Even the person that spoiled the movie for me, Spider-Man, you know, Dav was talking about it, and I didn't appreciate that from Dav. Dav was saying that I shouldn't have taken it that serious and stuff like that. But if you come into the chat and spoil one of the most anticipated movies of the entire year, like, why would I not be upset about that? And I think that that still is, like, if you're gonna do it in my chat, go ahead and do it in all chats. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think that I'm the only person that deserves, or you guys also don't deserve to have that spoiled. And if you're going to do it in here, why not just keep that same energy elsewhere? You feel me? And thank you also, Slow Dive. I didn't say thank you for the 75 stream streak. I don't think I did. Thank you. Very appreciate it. I love the stream streaks. I remember I didn't even notice them at first, but those mean so much to me now, because it means you guys are recurring regulars. You guys are regulars in here. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. And I will watch that trailer also, Penguin. I'll watch that trailer. And thank you guys so much. Thank you. I hope I don't miss anything. I hope I don't miss, or I didn't miss anything in the chat. I just got a text with it's kind of intel. We'll see. We'll talk about it. And we'll see if I can talk to you guys about it. It's a small amount of intel. Small amount. What's going on, Dad? What's popping? Top of the morning, main. Top of the morning. And I said, okay, I got it. Zico, I got it properly. Hold on, I got another text. Okay, so it's interesting. We'll talk about it. Not like a team change or anything. It does have to do with teams, but we'll talk about it. But the top of the morning, Dav. What else I missed? Anything else? I hope Halo is at EWC in the future. EWC COD matches just started today. Yeah, I have been watching Valiant. There's going to be better matches today. I did see there's a few matches that happened yesterday. Basically, the early matches with the lower end teams playing the top teams. Maybe I'll pull that up when OpTic plays, and we'll see what we get into by that time. You know what I'm saying? But I did see a little bit of it, Timmy. I'm going to review some of it. I have it pulled up. I need to pull up Lucid's YouTube as well. Thank you for reminding me. Let me pull that up. There's Lucid stream. I gotta go to live. I got Lucid stream pulled up, and then there's a new REBS video, I believe. And Pabs did send me a link to more Halo layoffs. Unfortunately, actually no new REBS video just yet. I think he might have made one on Twitter, but we watched the most recent one. Let me pull up Pabs's message. Thank you again, Pabs. Thank you very much. I always appreciate the messages. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I don't know if I'll be able to coach. We'll see if I do get a coaching opportunity. I don't know if there's any teams that are going to be available. I did message Descendant. I haven't gotten a response about it. I think I got ignored. I don't know if he was in the scrim or whatnot, but I have not gotten a message back from him. I was trying to see if their team needed a coach, but sadly, I don't know if coaching will be in my future. We'll see. That I hate when people spoil movies. I mean, somebody did it in here, and they are a regular in here. You know, that's also something that's upsetting, is when people that have been in my stream, they should know who I am by this point, and then they just come in and ruin it just because it's on Twitter. And just because it's on your Twitter doesn't mean it's on everybody's Twitter, because your timeline is catered to you. But they felt the need to try and ruin my day, especially when I was saying I was going to see it for my birthday. They felt the need to try and ruin it for us, not just myself, and I thought that was pretty disrespectful and pretty inconsiderate. And I don't think that type of person deserves to be in any chat, you know, because if you want to ruin people's days, then I think that you deserve your day ruined too. You know, I'm a grown ass nigga, but I'm still petty nigga at the end of the day too. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Let me see what you said, Dab. And also, Valiant, what I was going to say, I was going to say Halo should be at EWC whenever the new game does come out. But we just don't know when the game is coming out just yet. But the new game should have Halo at EWC, or Halo should be at EWC. I think that there was some differences between Microsoft and the owners of EWC, or the tournament organizers of EWC, and that's the only reason why Halo is not there. And Halo is the only game that's not there. You know what I'm saying? Which is very sad. Dav, you said your thoughts on Sab replacing Yak. I tried to make that good since he was banned. I mean, Dav, you don't need to make him feel good. Why would you feel the need to try and make somebody feel good for ruining my day? That's ass backwards in my opinion. If somebody ruined your day or ruined something that you were going to do, or spoiled something that you were going to do, then you got to put yourself in that position and think about how you would feel. You know, I don't think you need to try and make somebody feel good when they don't deserve to be, like, don't deserve that. You know what I'm saying? If they are shitty, then you need to let them be shitty. And I don't think that I think that, or better yet, I think that we need to bring back shame in certain instances. I think that that type of shit is just disrespectful and it should be shamed. I mean, I was not going to ban him. That's somebody that's always in the chat, but if they go and out of their way to ruin my day, why would I not ban them? If I'm talking about wanting to see Spider-Man, like I said, one of the most anticipated movies of the year, and they go out of their way to ruin that, then I don't think that that is somebody that you need to try and be friends with, and I think that you need to let them be and have the day they deserve. But Dev, your thoughts on Sab replacing Yak? I think that that is actually a great move. Um, I think it's a great move, and I think that Sab also will add in a lot of firepower to that team. I think that they will be a new and improved team, and I think that's not just because of the gameplay, but because of the chemistry. I don't know Sab's relationship with those players, but I do think that Sab does fit into that team. I think him and Acid will, and along with the Senate, will bring a lot of firepower, and they will be able to compete with the top teams. But it's going to be a bloodbath this coming weekend, and I don't know if I think they will have a great chance of qualifying, and I think there's kind of like two teams at least that will be 100% qualifying. I think that the new bound team will be 100% qualifying, and I also think that, or basically the new SSG, and I also think that Lucid's team is a shoe-in for qualifying, even though they didn't have the best scrim yesterday. I still think that by Saturday they will have things figured out. They will talk about their micro goals, what they actually want to do on the map, because they do come from different teams and different play styles, so it will be a little bit of an adjustment period. But towards the end of the scrim, they did start to pick it up, and I think that's when they got more acclimated with each other. But it's just going to take time. It's going to take time. A lot of people are going to be judging them off their first scrim, but you know, there's a way to look at it is, you know, sometimes you do want to hit the ground running when you start off with a new team. But at the same time, you do have to give some teams some time. You know, if they're not doing their, like, if they're not playing up to their full potential in a couple weeks, then that's when people can start to doubt them a little bit and have question marks. But I don't think that after one scrim against a team that has been a team of three for a long time at this period, or at this point, I don't think you can judge them too much. It's just going. Lucid also just came back to Halo. Some of those players haven't scrimmed in a long minute, so I think that it's just going to be an adjustment period. But they should be able to figure things out by Saturday. But I did see, Timmy, I didn't see the early games. I didn't see the early games in the scrim. I just saw the last few, so I will be watching those. I will watch those. You left me on YouTube. So my bad, Dory. Let me go check. Let me go check, because I do got my YouTube on. I'm trying to start streaming on YouTube. The only thing is I got to figure out a way to have the chats combined. I just don't know how to do that, because obviously I look at my phone, but there's a way to pull it up on my like, actual screen when I'm looking at you guys on chat with OBS. But it's going to be a certain plugin or something that I have to use. What's going on, Spin? What's popping? I see you guys on YouTube. What's going on, Dory? You do need a post game. There's a post game for every sport. Why not? Go for it. Fuck the haters. They hate you because they ain't you. You have to be 10 times better, and even then, it's not enough to keep pushing. You are right, Dory. You are right. You are 100% right, and I appreciate that message. I really do appreciate that, and I will be doing a post game show. I will be doing that, and I will be like, I'm trying to be the host of it, just like the exact copy of Zuma in the flank. I will be doing that 100%. I just am thinking about the people. You know, I do want to include Shyway. I think he's a necessary person to have on there. It's not Shyway, it's just some people in his chat, so I don't know how that would go over, because some of the people in his chat just have a very bad perception of me, and I just don't know if that would be, I don't know if it would go over well. You know, say we do a shared chat or something like that. I don't know if people would just be hating on me the entire time and just be criticizing me. And, you know, it's something that I obviously can ignore, but you are correct. I just have to continue to be better. I have to continue to be better. And I think I bring a lot to the community, and not trying to boast myself up. I'm saying this very humbly, but I do think I have a lot to bring to the community and a lot to provide. And I think that I have done that in the past couple of years after switching to being a content creator. And I do have even more ideas that I want to do and more things that I want to accomplish and things that I want to do for the community. So I don't know if you guys saw my Discord, but I did have an idea to do an AM league. The only thing is figuring out the prize pool. I would need it to be crowdfunded, and then people can contribute if they want. But I would like to do an AM league, kind of in tandem with the Pro League, but just maybe on like Friday nights have like a few matches, or throughout the week at like during the evenings, because that's when most people would be like AM players would be working throughout the day and have to figure out a schedule. But I would like to do an AM league, and I could do that with the help of you guys, John, Alyssa, Mac, Leslie, everybody that could contribute and help me with the logistics and things like that. But I would like to do an AM league. I think that it would be kind of a branch of the BTH tryouts, and I think that's something that I'm really good at, and I think that's something that I need to lean into more. It's just about the prize pool, because it's going to take a decent prize pool for people to want to be interested. But I think for the people that don't qualify for the Pro League and the AM players, since this is going to be the last open tournament of the year opposed to the 4v4 that's going to be prior to Halo Fest, that's like another thing that hasn't been transferred to Reddit, but there is going to be a 4v4, an open 4v4 prior to Halo Fest, similar to the, I think, Complexity pre-Worlds tournaments. And I think it's going to be very similar, and so that will be an open tournament similar to the or same prize pool, or around the same prize pool as the Phase 2v2. That's something to be on the lookout for, and I think also if I ran an AM league, that would also lead into that tournament as well. What's going on, Ant? I am doing much better, homie. I'm doing much better, just a little bit congested and a small cough, but I'm doing much better. You haven't seen it yet? Well, Complex, I'm not going to spoil it for you. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I promise. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. That's the last thing I want to do, is spoil a movie for y'all. Last thing. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, MVP Mac. Very appreciated. Thank you. Very appreciated. And good morning, Mac, as well. Good morning. AM League would be sick. I would love to do that. It would just be it would have to be a certain prize pool, I think, to get people interested. But even if it's not a certain prize pool, I think people would still have something to play for, and they would be they would enjoy it. So I would like to do that. Retrizi mentioned that he wanted to put up some bread for an AM tournament, and so I would rather do a league and then spread that money out throughout like a couple weeks or a few weeks, like maybe a month time period, have like maybe 5 or so days, and then throughout the month, like maybe on Fridays, and then or maybe a couple days throughout the week. I just gotta think about it, because it's still in like the production phase right now, or development phase. So I gotta think about how I'd want to do it, and that's something I will try and figure out throughout this week and whatnot, just on my own time. But I would love to do that. It's just about the prize pool. It's just about the prize pool and making sure that people would want it to be or it would be enticing enough for people to want to play. What happened to Trippy and Snakebite? Neither competing? No, they're still on the team. It's the same team, Max. It's going to be Trippy, Snakebite, Precision Tolic. That is still a team. What did you say? Should Lucid pick up Eco? So that's also an interesting question. Let me see what you guys said. Too, because I think that Good Grief, he said something about that. Let me see. He said good. There was a poll in chat last night that Lucid should pick up Eco and form the roster you initially suggested. So basically, the roster, not including Falcated, because I think that the roster that I thought they should do did not have Falcated on it, and I didn't include him or Suppressed because they were already technically on Doomsday, but obviously things have changed. But I think that Eco was playing phenomenal last weekend. I think he has been playing like just great, and I think that he does deserve a spot. A lot of people they undermine him or underestimate him because he is an older player, and they think that you have to be flashy because that is what, like, that's what gives you the limelight, you know what I'm saying? But people have to realize that Eco is a necessary component to a championship roster, and he does bring a lot to the table, and I think that he does deserve a lot of credit. And I think that people they got to stop thinking just because you're older and you're not doing all the the just crazy shit that you can't provide to a team or you can't contribute to a team, because Eco is still Eco, and I think that he deserves a roster, especially a top roster. And it's just sad that he's unfortunately kind of left out of these teams because they have other options or other ways they want to go. But I do think that Eco is necessary, and the only thing about that team is, maybe Eco and Stellar, or not Eco and Stellar, but Eco and Lucid might butt heads, but they might be thinking that because they weren't successful before that this team wouldn't be successful. And I think that maybe down the line that they make they make a change and they want to bring him on if they don't see any success. But I think that Eco still deserves a team. I just don't know who he would be able to team with right now. Now they get along. What's going on, John? Thank you. I'm doing better. I'm doing better. I'm doing much better. I apologize. I just have to. I have to show up for the community. That's there's no PTO as a content creator. But I am doing much better. Just a little bit of congestion. That's all. Just a little bit. He said it's competition for amps to get better. Price pool shouldn't have to be anything insane. Well, I think it has to be at least around 10K because it would have to be a final like thing. Like there would have to be a finals, and then that would have to be the highest prize pool of the entire thing, and then there also would have to be a like prizes per match. So maybe like 400 per match to the winner. So that would have to be $100 a piece or $50 a piece or something like that. But it would have to be something to make people want to play. But it would have to be like at nighttime or during the week at nighttime or at the end of the week, maybe before the Pro League. Or I think Pro League is on Sundays. I got to check. I think Pro League is on Sundays. I got to double check the dates and line them up. Excuse me. But I think that if say I do it on Friday or Saturday and then Pro League is on Sunday, I think that would be great. But that is something that I really, really would like to do. Really would like to do. Someone said that. Wait, what? Someone said what, Pab? Someone said what? Also, we can't judge by that scrim because this team was not on the level. Was not the level. What do you mean, Adapt? They weren't the level. What do you mean they weren't the level? He said the team looked better than with Yax, IMO, almost with Slayer. They did look very good, at least from what I saw. I have to look at the data. I have it pulled up. I have everything pulled up because I'm gonna probably go back and watch a little bit of it. But I did not see the early matches of the scrim. I did not see the early matches. I just saw the last few games. I saw the last few. I did see your DM, Dav, and I really do appreciate that. I really do. That is very kind, and I appreciate you reaching out. But I don't know if I'll be getting a coaching opportunity. I don't know if that is going to be in my future, maybe for the new Halo, but I would like to. But I don't know if that's going to be a possibility. Like I said, I think that there's a lot of other great coaches that have a resume under their belt, and I can't have a resume unless I get a starting point. But I have a little bit of a resume. BTH, I've coached some other teams and whatnot, and I think that I could contribute a lot. But it's just I think people are very comfortable with the other people that they have worked with in the previous seasons or in previous tournaments, and there just might not be a spot for me, which I understand. You know what I'm saying? I understand, and it's not like I don't think I can contribute. It's just there might not be a spot open. But I think that if you want me to keep it real, Thug Nasty did jump the gun to go to Doomsday and left them, and they just picked him. They're probably going to pick him back up. But it wasn't as if, like, when Thug Nasty left, it wasn't as if he wouldn't be able to coach their team initially, because they were still a team of 3, and they were definitely going to get a 4th eventually, because they're regarded as a top 4 team. So they just probably went back with Thug Nasty, and then probably are just very comfortable with him and don't want to make any changes and just want to stick to what they're very familiar with. And what's going on? Ghost, top of the morning, main, top of the morning, top of the morning. I hope so. Till then, be on Halo Infinite. Really hope there's an announcement soon. You mean hold on. Why did I just get a text from Plato's Closet? I gotta fucking call them because they think they have my items or some shit like that. I don't know what that shit is about. I don't know what that shit's about. So I gotta call Plato's. They think they have my items. I don't know what that is about because I don't got nothing sent, nothing at their place at all. So I'm sorry. That kind of got me distracted. What's going on, Sinzal? What's popping? You saying Sundays for the Pro League? I think it is Sundays. I think it's going to be just multiple matches on Sundays. I just got to make sure I got to double check, but I do think that is true. I do definitely think that is true. I don't like Boston Richie. No Boston Richie and her. Who is Big P? Big P is Piggy. Spencer. That's who Big P is. What's going on, Ryan? I am better. I'm doing much better. Thank you, Tech Father. I'm doing much better. I'm doing much better. Just a little bit of congestion. Much better. Then what's going on, Verb? He said Lucy got walked through last night. Con, he's not the bar they need to call Eco. You can't say that, Verb. It's just a new team. It's a new team, and you gotta. If you want me to be honest with you, if you have the mindset of thinking that they need to be beating a team that's been together for a while now, at least a team of 3 that's been together for a while now, without them even going over anything or having any sort of conversation, then you're just jumping the gun as well. You're jumping the gun. Shut up, Zemo. Shut up. Top of the morning as well, Zemo. They chose that dude Hoaxer over you. That's not a bad option, Dav. There's nothing wrong with them picking up Hoaxer. And I think that wherever Penguin goes, then Hoax goes because they're very familiar with each other. They've had success, and I don't think that's anything wrong. Hoax is a world-renowned coach. He's had a lot of success, and he is a great coach. I've had Hoax behind me many times, and I think that there's no issue with him or them picking him up. I did want to coach the previous team, which was Lucid, Bound, Renegade, Collect. I did want to coach that team, but I don't know who the coach of the new Bound team is. I don't know if they're going to try and get Lunchbox back or what their plans are. But I would have liked to get an opportunity because I would have liked to be able to showcase, that I'm not just a content creator. I still have a great Halo mind. I'm still myself. A lot of people do just underestimate me. Not saying the players or anything like that, but I think that the community does underestimate me a lot just because I smoke weed. I think that they try to criminalize me for that, and they think that I'm not able to perform, even though I've been smoking weed my entire career. I've just been more open about it because it's been legalized, or it was legalized in Texas. Not anymore. But I think that people think that just because I smoke that I am a degenerate, and I don't think that that is the mindset that we need to have in 2026. If it's not your forte, then it's just not for you. But other people might drink. They drink soda. I don't like. I'm a very healthy individual. I'm in the gym every day. You guys have seen my transformation. I don't be on no bullshit. I'm very disciplined, and I think that any player or teams that have played with me, they know who I am, and they know that I am not that type of person. They know that I still show up every day. I have a great work ethic, in my opinion, and I don't bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in the position to compete, then that is when I take things the most serious. I don't ever bullshit around that. I don't ever not show up for practice. I don't ever do anything that is a negative when it comes to being a teammate. I think that even if you talk to anybody that's been my teammate, they would definitely tell you the same. And I feel very confident in that. Very confident. What's going on? Ice was popping, homie. What's going on? Apex was popping. Top of the morning, everybody. What does the mend mean? What does that mean, Versetti? You're on the mend. What does that mean? What does that mean? Those kids speak a different language? Who are you talking about? Let me see what Dav said. I feel like people would want to play regardless. I mean, it still would have to be a good prize pool, Leslie. If it's a league, it does have to be a good prize pool. People won't want to play it or take off work or stay up late for work or after work or anything like that if it's not enticing enough. And I'm not talking about just like lower end AM teams. I'm talking about the top AM teams, like say Legion doesn't make it or anybody like that, then it has to still be enticing, and it has to be enticing enough for people to want to watch too. It can't be anything super small. It can't be like that. It can't be like a $2,000 prize pool. That would just not make any sense because it has to also have money per matches. So it has to be a decent prize pool for everybody. I stopped posting on Reddit after the mods deleted my deal. Why did they delete your thread, good grief? What happened there? Why did they delete your thread? What happened? What else I missed? I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. I'm scrolling up. Said, I wonder why COD players are not using team skins anymore. The default skins are not nice looking. It might just be their accounts, Valiant. It might be the accounts that they're playing on if you're talking about EWC. But they do use the skins. They were using the skins at World Champs, not Worlds. They call it Champs in COD. But they were using the skins there. But it's just probably they don't have the skins accessed on their accounts at the EWC tournament. That's what I'm thinking of. But I did see some issues, like some people talking about some issues that they were having on or at EWC. Just they were playing on the same PC, or they were streaming from OBS on the same PCs that they were competing with, which I thought was weird. What's going on, Joey? What's popping? What's going on, PJ? Top of the morning, main. Top of the morning. Snake in the house. Snake in the house, Dab. Snake in the house. Top of the morning, PJ. Top of the morning. So are you gonna coach the other God Squad? I doubt it. Which team are you talking about? Apex. I'm assuming you're talking about the Bound, Renegade, Legend, Stellar team. I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't talked to them, and I would think that they probably have an option in their minds. But hopefully, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I would love to. I would love to coach. I think that I would be a great coach because I have had some great coaches behind me, and I know what it takes to be a great coach and be that type of leader or that type of person that needs to get the team on the right page. It's just about me getting that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? It has to be that opportunity. Partner up with the Clutch Academy. I mean, that's if Clutch Academy wants to contribute to the prize pool. But if it was for me to do it, I wouldn't necessarily be partnering with anybody, because it would be like if they want to contribute to the prize pool, then they would obviously get a shout out and whatnot. But I don't know if I would need like a partner in that, because I would have a lot of people in here that would help me with the intangibles, and it would not. I don't think that I would need them. That's not me trying to say that disrespectfully, but I feel like if they want to contribute to the prize pool, that would be great. But that's the main thing. If they want to do that, then that would be sort of like a partnership. But I would like to try and do that for you guys, the community, and try to do that as like a way to show the community that I'm not who they think I am, and also I want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be great content. It would have an ROI. You know, people think that I would just be doing it for money, but it would obviously be a good ROI. It's a good content piece, and whenever somebody's trying to make content, they're obviously thinking about the ROI and what it can give back to you, because especially in this time period of Halo, you know, there's not a lot of things going on outside of the Pro League. Now we do have a lot of things going on, but it just wouldn't be like, you know what I'm saying? It would have to work for all parties essentially, because it's still a business move at the end of the day. It does have to work for all parties. And thank you, Versetti. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you, John, for explaining it. I did not know what it meant. I didn't know if it was like a slight insult or something like that. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much, Versetti. Thank you very much. I'm doing much better, much better. And I think I said thank you, Ice. I think I said thank you as well. So I think Eco would be a great coach for the SSG team. I don't think Eco wouldn't want to be a coach, especially with how he's been playing recently. I don't think that Eco. I highly doubt that Eco would ever want to be a coach. I think that would be like the last thing that he would want to do. Knowing Kevin, I think he would definitely want to play, because he's still a competitor at the end of the day. So I don't think that it would be. I don't think that's what he would want to do personally. I don't think so. What's going on, Mail Man? Top of the morning, man. Top of the morning. Happy Thursday to you all. Happy Thursday. Birthday Saturday. But like I said, if Clutch Academy wants to contribute, or anybody wants to contribute, then I'm obviously open. It's just like a rough draft thought at the moment. I just thought about it yesterday, because Treasy mentioned a few weeks ago that he wanted to do a AM tournament, but I would like to do something like a league and have that run in tandem with the Pro League. So if the Pro League's on Sundays, then we could do that on Saturdays and have matches on Saturdays. That way we can have a full weekend of Halo for the next few months, or next couple months. I think that would be great for the community, since there is not going to be any open tournaments after this. So I think it would be great to have something for the other players to play in, especially since, like I said, this is going to be the last thing for them outside of the open tournament that's going to be held prior to Halo Fest. So there will be a big tournament prior to Halo Fest, but I think that having the Pro League and an AM League run, or like go into that, would be great. I think that would be a great idea, and I think that I would be the person to do that. Like honestly. Like a lot of Halo pros think they are extremely relevant, despite Halo being a struggling esport for 10 plus years. Why would you think that it would be a struggling esport for 10 plus years? I mean, you're not wrong necessarily, but why would you think that Halo pros aren't relevant? I think that you're kind of underestimating the reach that Halo pros have, especially pros that have been a part of big organizations and a part of the scene for a long time. It's not just like it's not like Halo doesn't ring bells in other people's ears when it's said, or Halo pros names don't hold any weight, because you have to remember Legend simply tweeted that he wanted to play Call of Duty, and then he was able to be on a CDL team. The OpTic members wanted to play COD, and they had a whole team made for them under OpTic, the Huntsman, and that was a massive success, because two of the players have gone to the league. Renegade has had a lot of league options, or a few league options, and he's making a crazy name for himself. So I don't think that I don't think that Halo pros are irrelevant. I think that's just unfortunate it's unfortunate the scene is not that great, but Halo pros are very relevant, and their names hold a lot of weight in different scenes. Let me see what else I missed. Lucid definitely was experiencing a speed issue during the series. They were just so much faster. I mean, I wouldn't say that's him experiencing a speed issue. I think it's just him getting more acclimated with playing again, since he hasn't scrimmed in quite some time. So I think it's just him getting back into the mix, because he hasn't scrimmed since last year. You know what I'm saying? He has not played Halo at all this year, to my knowledge, outside of the Evo tournaments he was hosting. But I think that it's just him getting back into the grind and getting back into things. So it's just going to take it's just going to take an adjustment period. But I think that you can start to be more critical of them if they are not showing any signs of promise after this next week. Like if they don't qualify, then that's when you can start to question them. But I think that they do have a great chance of qualifying. All right, what else I missed? What else I missed? You think Sirion should forgive Eco and pick him up? Why would I don't think Sirion is upset with Eco. I don't think he's upset with Eco. I don't think he's upset with Eco. Think Shop should invite you over for the LA League final? I would love that, Dab. I would love that, but I don't know if that's Shopify necessarily. I think that's LVT. But that's up to them if they want to do that. I don't think they would. I feel like that I'm kind of getting phased out by some of the people in Halo, not necessarily like LVT, but HCS, and then the people on Reddit and other people maybe in Twitch chats. But I feel like that's why I want to do the AM League, because I want to show that I'm a necessary pillar of this community, opposed to just people thinking that I'm a money-hungry leech or a grifter or trying to coach for a cash grab. I just think those things are a little bit disrespectful, because I have been playing Halo over half my life and have been playing since or I've been playing the longest next to Snakebite, you know what I'm saying? And for people to think that I would just be doing things for money, obviously things are like everybody's doing things for money. People are playing for money, but they're also playing because they love Halo and their passion. But they want to obviously make money. They're not just playing to get top 12. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's just like a immature mindset that people have, or just a broke mindset, to put it lightly, or for lack of a better phrase. But I would love to be at the Pro League finals. I would love to be at Halo Fest. I just don't know how likely of an option that is. You know what I'm saying? Because I've reached out to HCS for drops and things like that. I've been kind of phased out of the drops. I don't know what I did to HCS to make them feel as if that I'm an enemy, or that's how it feels from my point of view. But we'll see if I have them for this weekend. I did ask for drops for my birthday, since it is my birthday and everybody gets birthday drops. So if I don't get any drops for my birthday or the tournament this weekend, then that is a clear understanding, or gives me a clear understanding of where I stand with them, and then that just will influence my moves going forward. He said don't partner with them, just crowdfund. Why would you? Why not, John? Edge Academy did reach out. I just haven't responded because I barely be on Discord, but they did reach out about the Chud the Builder stuff. They did reach out to me about it, and they said that they accidentally clicked something. They said they did reach out, or they did reach out, but they don't know how the Chud the Builder follow got on their Twitter. Why are you not allowed to work for money? I mean, that's just, I'm saying, for me, Mike, that's how people view me. They think that I need to not make any money streaming, or not make anything any sort of content. They just believe that I should just be doing things for free, but things are obviously a business, and this is my livelihood, so everybody's got to make money. It's the same thing. And it's a great point of what you said. It's the same thing. If you were playing for free, or if you're working for free rather, then that would make no sense. You're not going to go into your job for 8 hours a day and just not get paid for it, unless you're doing training or you're doing an internship. But in the end of an internship, you're expecting to get a job, and then you get recouped with that bread later on. I think they are, Pabs. They are. They have to. They have to play this weekend. They have to play this weekend because they did not, or they made a 2-man change. So they are forced to play this weekend. They lose their spot, and then Ascending Baseline and Legion will be playing a best of 7. I don't know what day. I have it pulled up. I can switch right now. Let's show you guys, because I haven't read it all the way through. But this one right here. But they will be playing. It doesn't say when. It just says Ascending Baseline and Legion Gaming will play a best of 7 tiebreaker, depending on how many of the number 1 4-seeded teams choose to make a roster change. Excuse me. Either 1 or 2 qualification spots will be awarded from this tiebreaker. There will be no additional backfill from qualifier number 1. But I don't think that they have said when, but I'm interested to see when that is going to be scheduled. Very interested. Let me see what else I missed. Guess who was the best in the scrim last night? Who was the best in the scrim, Dab? 5 years of Infinite Esports is crazy. I mean, that's just what it's going to be. 6 years next year. It's going to be 6 years. I've been mentioning, and I'm going to read that in a second. Good grief. I've been mentioning that something is big in the works for Arena Esports, and that is going to possibly be announced at the end of this year or top of next year. It's still in the works, but it would be a good thing for Halo. It would still be Halo Infinite, but it's not 100%, but it would still be us playing Halo Infinite, but we would still have tournaments. We would still have something to watch, still have something going on in the scene, because unfortunately without a multiplayer announcement next year could be really dry. But with that thing in the works, I just have to put it like that, we could still be in a very good spot, very, very good spot. We just have to wait and see, and you guys have to wait and see the announcement. But that is something in the works behind the scenes. I just can't reveal more information than that. You guys just have to wait and see what happens. I spent hours making a mega thread because there wasn't one in the morning of the event. They deleted it and said they were making one, and then it wasn't posted until halfway through day one. Well, that's a little bit disrespectful, good grief. Why would they? That's like like kind of like not discriminatory, but it's just trying to like, it's acting as, or that's them acting as if I don't know who the mods are and what they did, like who did that. I know Tools the mod, but I don't think that he would do that. It might have been other mods, but to say that you can't do it but other people can is very disrespectful, because you are doing the same thing that everybody else is and just trying to contribute to the scene and giving a place for people, or giving people a place to talk about Halo. So I think that's very fucked up, and I'm sorry that happened, good grief. I did not know that happened. I did not know that, and that's also something that I think that tools should take into account if mods are doing that and purposely trying to keep it, keep the Reddit to only having people that they know, or only trying to give credit to other people instead of trying to involve other people. That's very disrespectful, and I think that's something that tools should take a note of, and that should not ever be anything going forward. And I'm very sorry again that that happened. You know I'm in your corner, Woodreef. You know that I don't stand for that bullshit. I'm very outspoken, and I will be mentioning that to tools if it hasn't already been mentioned before, because I think that should not be the case at all. That should not be the case. What else I miss? What else I miss? Now, did Bukaya, did he respond? PJ, did he respond? That was a good. That was a good comment, PJ. That was a good comment. I just saw that. That was a very good comment, because what makes the, I'm interested in that too. Why he thinks that Halo Pros would not be relevant at all. And you're right, Mike. I do need to just drown out the noise, and I do my best. I do my best. I just bring it up a little bit, and I don't take it to heart or anything like that. It's just something that is the, it's just normal in online communities. You know what I'm saying? It's just, and for me, I've been in the scene for a while, and that shit doesn't I don't think twice about it. You know what I'm saying? It's just a little bit hurtful at times, just because I feel like I do contribute something, but it'd be like that. But what I'm going to start doing is just, I'm going to make my own Reddit account, and then when I have any news like that, I'm just going to ask one of you guys to clip it, and then maybe edit it a little bit, we'll see, and then post it on there, and then give people a thread to talk about things. And if they delete my thread, then that would be along the same lines about what happened with Good Grief. So this tweet right here, Good Grief, is this the one you're talking about? Is this the one, or anything else? 97 people trolling in the comments don't even have a career. That is true. Like I think it's just like a broke mindset, a broke mindset. But that just it'd be like that. Epic, they're not necessarily announcing ATS coming back next year. They're just going to be announcing possibly a Halo multiplayer timeline, like not an actual date. Now there's going to be more layoffs, or there's layoffs in the process of happening at Halo Studios right now. So I think that is going to possibly affect the Halo multiplayer development. But I think that we will get some sort of teaser at Halo Fest. I think they're going to be all hands on deck to make sure that Halo Fest is worth what everybody, or it's going to be living up to everybody's expectations. But we have to wait and see. It's still, the multiplayer is still a ways away. Their goal is next year during the fall, but I don't think that will, or I don't know if that will be 100%. But it's not. We're not going to get anything within the first 6 months of a Gears releasing. So it's going to be a little bit of a wait, a little bit longer of a wait. But I think that we still should be getting something good at Halo Fest. I don't have any insider information about that, but that's just my assumption and my thoughts. Is I think that with everything that's going on with Halo, that we have to have something good at Halo Fest, because it's not just a tournament for competitive Halo. It's a tournament for the entire, or it's an event for the entire Halo community, Forge community. Halo 3 has a tournament there, side tournaments, the convention, the concert. It's just a big ass Halo celebration, especially for the 25th anniversary of Halo, I believe. So what do I think? It would probably be either Snake's team or Lucifer team, but it should be Dig. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying that to Gators? Well, the FaZe team is more than likely going to be the Collect team. I think that will be the team that they go with. because Kason did say, and I saw one of the Reddit posts, that he will have a team for the Pro League, but I know that they would have 100% have a team for Halo Fest, and I also can tell you guys that orgs are looking to sign players ahead of Halo Fest, which I think that if they're going to sign players ahead of Halo Fest, then that means that there has to be something on the rise for next year, because they would not be signing them just for 1 month or something like that. I think the minimum would be 6 months, but I don't know if salaries would be incorporated into that. But they will definitely be, I know that orgs will definitely be signing people by next year, or by Halo Fest. I know that, like I said, there's an org that is looking to come back in the scene. And they are looking at teams right now, and they are scouting, but it's just they're waiting until Halo Fest, because that's going to be the biggest tournament of the year alongside Pro League. So since Halo, let me see if there's anything else I missed first. Let me see. Hope I didn't miss anything. I hope I didn't miss anything, y'all. They have introduced new problems into Unreal that don't exist. Unreal multiplayer on this game will not be great. Managed to get a play date with Halo despite saying she's left Halo. I mean, Allie's been in Halo. You know, Halo does a lot for the grassroots community, and I think that's great. I think that is great. I think that they just, in my opinion, they should show love to the other people too, because I think that mainly Halo is focused on building up the other grassroots community, or grassroots content creators with drops or anything like that, to give them that extra boost in their streams. I think that is great. I just think that they should try and incorporate other people too. He said we need T2 type pros back. He was pumping out content like no other, just for love of game. What do you mean T2 type content creators? What do you mean, Timmy? What do you mean exactly by that? He said he had a lot of missed beatdowns that probably would have put him in better position. Marathons, melee beatdown has way more range than Infinite. Are you talking about Lucid Ant? Yeah, that's why I say it's just going to be an adjustment period. I mean, Lucid's been grinding matchmaking a little bit for the past few days, but it's just going to take him a little bit to get more acclimated with scrims. Scrims are going to be a whole different meta, a whole different pace, everything like that. So it's just going to take an adjustment period, and I think within the next couple days before the online tournament, they should be back to regularly scheduled programming. He said, let me see. Since Halo CE remake launched without the multiplayer modders found scrap cover, is going to be more like 7 years. Well, what does that mean? I'm confused. I'm confused by that, Zakaya. What do you mean by it? Since Halo I know that there's modders that have been making a multiplayer little mod in the game for people to play, and modders have been doing a lot that I think the studio should be able to do as well. But I don't know if I don't think it's going to be 7 years, homie. 7 years would just be absolutely ridiculous. That would be. That's not possible. You have to think about the timeline. You have to think about the Halo fan base. 7 years would just be absolutely asinine. That's not going to be the case. At the max, it will be 2028. Now, the multiplayer is still a ways away, but it at the latest will be 2028. I can tell you that. I knew there was a reason all these pros suddenly coming back to Halo. They know there's something to announce. Well, I wouldn't say that, TechFather. I wouldn't say that. I don't think that the pros are knowing that there's something on the horizon. I think it's just mainly the Pro League and having things to play for, since these are the biggest or two biggest tournaments of the year. And especially since the summer was a little bit dry, and this Pro League was supposed to start a little bit earlier, but LVT did their due diligence and did research and got feedback from pros and thinking about or talking about what they want the game types to be, the format, etc. So that's why it got delayed. But I would say that it's not, there's not, the pros aren't being told anything that's on the horizon, but I can say that the orgs might be told that there's something on the horizon, because Halo does reach out to the partnered orgs and teams like that, or not teams but orgs, to give them some insider info to make sure that they stay in the scene, or they know what's to come, so they know when to come back into the scene. But I wouldn't say that there's anything 100% happening like that. The pros don't know there's 100% something next year. Feel me? That they were working on a new multiplayer for a minimum of 3 years. There will be a new multiplayer next year. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, Epic. I would not say that. Now, the thing is, people are thinking that Ecker was the standalone multiplayer that was canceled, but Ecker was never going to be the multiplayer. Ecker was only going to be just the standalone mode, whether it be the Battle Royale Tatanka or the extraction shooter mode. And they did do research to find out that extraction shooters are like kind of a dying genre. That's why they haven't tried to fully ride that out, and they decided to cancel it and possibly go back to the BR. But then they did not have enough manpower, so that's why they had some layoffs. That's why they just allocated those resources to the campaign to make sure that it was pushed out fully. I think Dav's talking about Dean. He's just been busy. Dean be in here sometimes, but he's just busy. Yeah, they did lay off a whole bunch of employees, Dane. That's what I have pulled up here. Or they're in the process of laying off more. We're going to talk about that too. but they're in the process of laying off more. But it's not, we'll see how that affects the multiplayer development, which I think it probably will, and I think that it won't be coming out anytime soon. But we still should be able to get something in the future. Still, I just feel like the first 2 points in the tweet contradict the official rule set and handbook. So what was in the rule set and handbook? What was in the rule set and handbook, Good Grief? Now that's interesting. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? The first 2 points you're saying any team that makes a roster change will forfeit its current seed and be required to compete in qualifier number 2. If a team secured a seed in qualifier number 1 and wishes to retain that seed, no player from that team may be dropped and subsequently re-enter the league with another team as a substitute. So what was in the original rule set? That is the reason why that's contradictory. You can't rage bait. PJ Gators. He's too well seasoned in this scene to be rage baited. PJ ain't no newcomer. Ain't no newcomer at all. You're gonna be playing this weekend, Gators. I hope so. I think you definitely deserve to play as well. Definitely deserve to play. Definitely. It sounds like you need to hop in the server and teabag some people. What, me, Ryan? Me playing? No. I think my calling is for content. My calling is for content or being a coach. I don't think that me playing is going to be a likelihood. Like I said, if somebody offers a bag in the new Halo, then I would be right there front and center. But I think that I have a lot of great ideas and things that I would like to do opposed to competing. And I think that I would have a much more enjoyable time doing content or running an AM league or things of that nature opposed to trying to come back and compete, because I don't want to be chasing that dragon, because I've already had a very successful and fruitful career. So it's not for me anymore. I don't think. Do you think Yak's the one to blame for all this roster mania? No. Yak didn't have any doing in the roster mania opposed to Doomsday, but that Doomsday team, they were not looking good at all, and I think that respectfully Yak kind of fucked himself. He definitely fucked himself, because now Yak is a free agent. They have gone with Sab and they are looking very good with Sab, and there's very little options for Yak. He might be able to squeeze on or fit himself into one of these other teams that possibly won't be qualifying, because now with 4 teams only qualifying this next weekend, excuse me, and also the new teams coming in, it's going to be very, very difficult. Very difficult. He said, the rule book is more specific about roster changes and states that they are permitted. So do you have a link to the rule book, Good Grief, or is there a way I can find it? That's interesting. That's very interesting, because I would like to read that. I don't understand orgs just wanting a team for Halo Fest with no salary offers. See, that's interesting too, PJ. That's interesting too. I think that the thing is, I think the orgs might know what is to come in the future, and that is possibly why they want to sign teams for Halo Fest. And I'm assuming that if they sign teams for Halo Fest, it would not just be a 1-month contract, because that wouldn't make too much sense unless that's all they're trying to do. But I think that it would probably be a minimum 6-month contract, and then they would still want to hold the team, depending on which team it is. But I think that the orgs, I'll say this: the orgs have been talking to ACS and keeping in contact, and so that's why they're still, in the scene, and they still are not just completely abandoning the scene, because they are still in contacts with ACS or Halo Studios and knowing what's to come in the future, or a little bit of what's to come in the future, a little bit. To the link at the bottom of the Start GG page. This is gonna be right here. You see. I'm assuming it's gonna be on the home page. Yeah. Here we go. All right, so code of conduct, and out there, and let's see, out there. Oh no, keep going. All right, so here we go. All teams must register a four-player starting roster prior to the start of the Pro League season. In addition to the starting roster, teams are permitted to register up to 1 substitute. Each player must meet all eligibility requirements and be properly registered with tournament administration. Roster submitted at registration will be considered the team's official and locked roster unless changed in accordance with the rules below. Substitutes must be registered and approved by administration before they are eligible to compete. Teams may choose one of the following substitute registration formats: season long, match by match. Okay, so they can get one per match or one for the entire season. Prior to each match, teams must confirm their active playing roster, including any substitute being used. Once a match begins, the submitted roster is locked for the duration of that match series. Substitutes may not be part of another Pro League team's roster and must be sourced from outside of the active league. The team cannot field a legal roster for required to forfeit that match. However, teams may request to reschedule a match at least 1 week in advance. Ooh, interesting. Roster changes are permitted 1 week prior to their scheduled match and must adhere to the following requirements. A team must retain at least 2 of the original 4 players to maintain their Pro League spot and accumulated points. All roster changes must be submitted and confirmed with tournament staff. I think that kind of goes into the same thing, Good Grief. I think it kind of goes into the same thing. Because if you have to have 2 of the original 4 players and the team, like SSG does not, or they do have 2 of the same players. Actually, hold on. A team must retain at least 2 of the original 4 players to maintain their Pro League spot and accumulated points. So that would, hold on. So a team will forfeit its Pro League spot if it retains fewer than 3 original players from its registered roster. It fails to properly notify tournament organizers. So team spot is tied to the captain of its core players and is not owned by any single individual. Maintaining at least 3 original players ensures continuity and preserves team identity within the league. Placing 3 or more players constitutes a new team, which must requalify for future league participation. So it's like kind of, I see what you're saying. Because it's saying that a team must retain 2 of the original 4 players to maintain the Pro League spot. And SSG does have 2 of the same players. You feel me? They do have 2 of the same players. And then it does say that it retains fewer than 3 original players. So I think this might be during the league. I think this might be during the league opposed to the qualification, but that is interesting, Good Grief. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. I definitely see what you're saying. We need some youth in charge of Halo. I'm tired of 60-year-old dinosaurs ruining the franchise and having the craziest job security ever after failing over and over and over again. I mean, there's still good people at Halo Studios. There's still good. And Antzilla, they're doing like a best of 7 between the Legion team and also AB. I don't know when that's going to be happening, but that's in the original LBT tweet right here. Where is it? Same baseline, and Legion will play a best of 7 tiebreaker depending on how many of the number 1 through 4 seeded teams choose to make roster changes. Either 1 or 2 qualification spots will be awarded from this tiebreaker. There will be no additional backfill from qualifier 1, so we just don't know when that's going to be happening, but they will be playing 1 best of 7, it looks like. But then there's still going to be people that are good at Halo Studios. You know what I'm saying? It's just mainly I think that we will not know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, but I think it's just the manpower that they have is not what it should be to be able to push out a game very frequently or updates very frequently. But there's still, like, if you got to think about, it's just about the people that are working on Halo, if they actually have a love for Halo. That's the main thing. It's not just about the youth. We need the youth to be playing the game and to push the scene forward. But the issue is the people that are working on Halo, like say Quinn Del Hoyo. Quinn Del Hoyo has been a negative for Halo. He's a massive negative for Halo. He was a negative for Halo back in the day, and I think he's going to be a negative going forward in the future. Those are people that I don't think we need, because everything that Quinn has worked on has not been a success, in my opinion. I'm not very fond of him and his work. I don't know him as a person, but his work I am not too fond of, and I don't think the many pro players that have been around since Halo 5, I don't think they are very fond of his work either. But it's just about making sure that the people that are in the studio, they have a love and they have a passion for Halo the same way that we do. Because there's still a great amount of people at Halo Studios. Like the Pro League all is veterans, and they have played Halo for many years. They know what Halo needs, or multiplayer Halo needs, but it's just the other things. They have a lot of butting heads in the studio about what they should do or what they need to do, and what they think they should do going forward. And that's why I have I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I still want to work on this with Hidden Xperia. Just hasn't been enough time because of the Halo campaign that's come out. But why is it not loading? Stream okay? Oh, it's okay. It's just taking a little minute. Okay, there we go. Where's it? Okay, right here. So this is a document that we've been working on in the stream, and it's just a whole bunch of suggestions from the chat, myself, and not just for competitive Halo, but also just the entire Halo scene. and what we think that the game needs, whether it's in multiplayer, whether it's just in general, but it mainly is multiplayer, but I mean competitive multiplayer, but mainly, or not esports, not just esports, but just multiplayer as a whole. But that's why I wanted to get Hidden Experience thoughts, because I think that he will have a different perspective than we will, because he plays different modes, different maps, all these different types of things, and he has a different perspective. So that's why I wanted to get him on stream, and he's agreed. It's just going to take a little bit of time, and when he's free, and then we'll be talking about this. And then what I want to do, it was Eli's suggestion, Eli the Ninja. He suggested that I make this a petition, put it onto Twitter, and then have the community sign it. That way Halo Studios can see it, and then the community has a voice of what we think the game needs and our checkboxes, as opposed to what their checkboxes are. The rulebook is just more specific about roster changes. It states that they are permitted. See, that's the thing, Good Grief. I think it's just going to be changed because of, like, this is an unexpected change. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why they have changed it. I think that's why they've changed it or reworked what the wording is. What's going on? Reese was popping, homie. Let me see what you guys said. Quinn did H5 multiplayer, exactly. But it's just Quinn was also one of the people I think that wanted D-Scope to be in. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I am not too fond of him. I can't remember everything that he did in Halo 5 since it was like a decade ago, but just a lot of things, it wasn't going over well. He said, but like, if hypothetically, what if King Nick doesn't want to play, they lose their seed? I don't think they would lose their seed, Good Grief. I think that they would just have to pick up a player that's not actively in the pro league. But it's just, it's a weird, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just a weird situation because it is right after the first qualifier, and it is not during the league. You see what I'm saying? I think that's why it might be a little bit like changed, and I think that's why they had to do, like, you know, go and have a meeting of the minds and figure out what they want to go, or what they want to do going forward. I think that's the main thing. It's just, it's different when it's a qualifier opposed to the actual league matches. You feel me? But I think that if, like, King Nick doesn't want to play, I think that that's when it comes into where they would still retain their spot, but they'd have to pick up a player that's not actively on a league team. So they wouldn't be able to pick up a player that's on the top 3 teams, or since they are third now, the top 2 teams. But they would have to pick up somebody that's not actively on a league team. Let me see what PJ said. So what game has been playing for these competitions, Toasted? It will be Halo Infinite. It's still Halo Infinite. We're still playing Halo Infinite. And I just don't. Shut up, Gators too. Shut up. 6 or 7 months. Geeky. I just don't get why players in Pro League or Halo Fest would sign a contract for no salary unless it's said about the future. Obviously, travel is covered. See, that's what I'm saying, PJ. I agree. That's why I say that for any team that's looking for an org, you guys included, try to finesse from the org and say, hey, we don't need travel coverage for these next 2 tournaments. And it also, I think, PJ, it gives you a guaranteed way to Halo Fest, because there's going to be like 4 spots automatically given to the organizations. So, like, say Cloud9 will be going to Halo Fest because they signed with Cloud9, or FaZe will be going to Halo Fest because they signed with with FaZe. Things like that. But I would say finesse and say, hey, we don't need travel coverage, and if you are not trying to pay for salary, or if you don't want to pay for salary, the travel budget that you have allocated for the team, recoup that back into the team and a salary. That way they still get something, and it does help them going forward. I think that's like the main finesse. That's what I would do. I mean, what would be the benefit of attending Halo Fest as an org when there's nothing on the horizon? Well, the orgs are going to know what's coming or know what's in the future, opposed to the players. And then the orgs might be telling the players, you know what I'm saying? But the orgs have been in talks with HCS still, but they just don't, like, they just haven't made their conversations public. But the orgs have still been in contact with HCS. They still, like, are talking to Halo to keep them, or the HCS is talking to them to keep them in the scene. You feel me? But it's just, all that stuff is not public, unfortunately. So no money and no org, or no org and no money. It doesn't really matter much. Better to have an org, at least, since you'll have no money. I mean, but that's what, it's actually what PJ said. You don't have a lot to lose, but you're still signing a contract, giving your image rights, and you're repping sponsors and a brand that isn't supporting you. That's PJ's making sense. PJ's making sense. It's got to make sense for all parties. That's the thing. It's got to make sense for all parties. Sponsor to cover salaries for Halo Squad. Not sure why they wouldn't provide at least part-time salaries. I agree with you, Ryan. I think that's what they should do. I definitely think that should do. See, I agree with that too, PJ, because that limits you on what you can do in the future, or any brand deals, conflict of interest, things of that nature. especially if it's like an org that doesn't have a lot of sponsors or peripheral sponsors, because you're not going to really be getting a lot opposed to just a jersey. You know what I'm saying? So you would have to get something. You have to get something. Always want a team because they get a spot guaranteed. Makes more sense as to why people only want one for that event. Yeah, I think that is the case, PJ. Because I'll pull it up. See if I can pull it up. I gotta find it. I think this isn't gonna be it, but it's gonna be on the website. Oh, I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Not entirely sure. Okay, so this one, it says these are the factors they'll be considering for invitations. HCS partner teams that are still actively involved in the community/ecosystem, top pros or teams competing consistently and performing well. So I would think that's like you guys say, if you guys don't have an org, you guys are the number 2 team, so you're definitely going to get an invite to Halo Fest, or positive contributors to the Halo community and franchise like APG. So I think that's the main reason why people would want to sign to an org, is to be able to 100% get that spot at Halo Fest, because we don't know. There's going to be 8 teams that are going, but we just don't know how many, you know what I'm saying, or how many other teams outside of the orgs are going to be able to get an invite. Especially in this scenario where there is likely 0 travel coverage for the remaining of the year, org is just making money off you. See, that's exactly good grief. That's why I say the finesse is trying to get that travel coverage allocated back to you in salary. That's what I would say. It's a dead video game. I doubt people care if there's professional orgs involved. It's not dead like that, Lumni. It's not dead like that. I think that there's still, obviously Halo is not in the best spot, but I would not consider an esport dead unless it is, and there is a trophy, Lumni. You don't got to be hating like that, respectfully. But there's still something going on in Halo. It's a dead esport is like Gears, when there's just absolutely nothing, no tournaments, no orgs, no scene at all. That's when you consider something dead. But Halo is not dead. We're just on a lifeline right now. We're in a coma. I'll say that. We in a coma. We in a coma. It's a down period, but Halo is still, like, we still have a scene. These orgs would not be in or trying to be in if there wasn't a scene. And that's why I say I give a big shout out to Shopify and LVT for doing the most and still keeping the scene alive, because if we did not have the Pro League, then we would be in a really bad spot. Really dry, like a dry spot. That it's more professional to be an org team compared to 4 of a kind. But not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, I won a tournament on, like, in a LRG shirt. I won a tournament in an LRG shirt with no org, nothing. Like, my very first tournament win, I was in street clothes. So it's not technically unprofessional. It's not technically unprofessional. It just might seem like that to you personally, but it's not unprofessional. Because you gotta look at it from what PJ's saying. PJ's making great points. Great points. He said, why work for a brand company that aren't supporting you? That's a great point. Great point. It has to be good for all parties, because it's still a business at the end of the day. It's still a business at the end of the day. Now, it's different if you're like a new team or younger players, like say Cloud9, then it's going to be best for them to get a organization. You know what I'm saying? Or just try to get an org, because that's going to be better promo for them, and they will be able to get to Halo Fest. But it's not going to be the best, say, like for 4 of a kind, who are all prestigious players who everybody knows in the Halo scene. But it has to make sense for everybody. The players aren't getting anything as it is. It's either have nothing or have an org back name and team even with no salary. The contract requires extra work. A salary should be discussed, but it seems as if it's just throwing my name on the team from the org side. So you're saying the players should promote an org and help their sponsors so they get to use the org's name. If Halo Fest is worthwhile to where orgs want to attend and they want players to rep their brand or sponsors, there should be some money offered to players. Not a lot, obviously. I agree with that, PJ. I agree. There's got to be something for the players. That's why I say that it's best if the players try to finesse that travel budget and try and get it into them in salary. At least something, because also it would be more incentive for the players to go harder if they can, like, not worry about their bills too much. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're having to grind in other things or side hustle and whatnot, then you're not going to be able to devote as much time as you possibly want to the game. Is this the greatest roster mania in Halo's history? Nah, Dad, this isn't the greatest one. It's a good one. It's a good one, but not the greatest. I would not say it's the greatest, personally. I'm about to take these off soon. But I wouldn't say it's the greatest. It's just, you see roster changes like this, Dav, because there is not any, there's no contracts. So that's why people are able to move much more freely. That's why I'm offering spots to an event to the orgs who haven't supported players. Lame. I'd see, that's the thing, PJ. Now, see, this is also what I want to say. Like, when it says HCS partner teams that are so actively involved in the community and ecosystem, I want to ask you guys, do you guys think that Cloud9 has been active in the community, because they have just been coming back. Do you think that they have been active? I know SSG has been trying to field a team, but they have been at least open about when they would be fielding a team and when they would have one. So ATS should be encouraging these big orgs now to sign top rosters to secure their spot at Halo Fest. Well, that's good grief. They are looking to sign teams prior to Halo Fest. Now, I think that with the Pro League and all, like maybe seeing that there's a lot of players coming back in higher competition, they might be more enticed. But they are looking to sign players at Halo or for Halo Fest. I don't know how long those contracts are going to be, but they are looking to sign players before Halo Fest. Said, I don't know why FaZe don't want to pay. They're rich as fuck. FaZe has good money. What's going on, Eli? FaZe has good money, but it's just about having it make sense for them too. You know what I'm saying? But I do think that if there's no travel coverage, then definitely they should be able to allocate a little salary to these teams, a little bit. Said no other org than SR has been active. I say give FaZe a little bit credit too. I say give FaZe a little bit credit because they did hold the 2v2 and they were trying to be active. They were trying to hold or field a team for Birmingham, which is in the beginning of the season, but they just did not. They had a falling out, and that's why they didn't have a team and just were waiting. I'd say Shopify and FaZe, they've been the most active. I have not seen much from Cloud9, whether it's hosting a tournament or hosting a team or fielding a team, but I would say FaZe and Shopify, the main two. And we know Shopify is going to be getting an invite. That's a given for everything they've done. But say for Cloud9, some of these orgs are just coming back in for Halo Fest because they might know that they're getting an invite to Halo Fest. You know, see what I'm saying? Opposed to wanting to support the players and support the scene. But I would say FaZe. Yeah, I'd say FaZe. Now here's the thing, Eli. Luminon had a team. They had a team. Where do I go? Let me see. Where do I go? They're gonna be on here. Yeah, here. So Luminon had a team last weekend. They had a team, an EU team. Now this is the EU team. See right here, Luminon EU. Cammy, who is the FFA winner, Bastos, Brainiac, and then Finners. But I don't know if they're going to be keeping that team or what. But Luminon kind of burnt that bridge with the old team, and I'm surprised they didn't try to mend that bridge because that's the number 2 team. You know, they're not going to get a better team. And no disrespect, but they're not getting a better team than 4 of a kind. They're not going to get a better one. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to get a better one than them. That's going to be their best option, and they kind of squandered that. And they looks like they might not be in Halo too much now. They might not be in, but they have hosted a tournament. They have been active in the scene, which is a blessing. And what's going on, Shadway? Yes, I'm doing much better. Just a little bit of congestion, a little bit of cough, but I'm doing much better, homie. Much better. Much better. The day off did help. I hope you're having a great morning as well. I'm doing much better. Halo Fest, they announced Halo Infinite 2 just like Overwatch 2. Nah, they're not going to announce Halo Infinite 2. We don't even know what the name is going to be. The 2024 to 25 offseason was the wildest roster mania. I would say that too, Eli. With the SSG and OpTic change, I would say that was probably the biggest roster mania of Halo Infinite. Definitely. That's a good call. Very good call. He said, I'm not even mad at roasting orgs. I've just heard way too much about orgs offering $0. That's the reason why Cloud9 did not have a team, or at least that's what Sensor said, and he's like the coach, player, manager of Cloud9, and he did say that they were trying to sign a team like the old Majin team that had Yaxin, Collect, Wutum, SLG. They were trying to sign them, but they were offering no salary, so they went with Majin, who did offer them a little something, opposed to just repping Cloud9. And Cloud9 does not have the best rep right now. I think a lot of their bread is tied up in Valorant, and you do not get your bread if you're a partner team in Valorant for 14 months. So I think that they just don't have the bread or liquid bread right now. They have the bread, like they are one of the highest valued organizations, but even the COD team is not getting anything, and you see how that has been in COD with them. Like they have not been performing, and you're gonna get what you pay. You're gonna get what you pay for. You know what I'm saying? So they offering less than McDonald's and less than Amazon, which I'm not disrespecting those jobs, but if you're devoting that amount of time into your craft, you deserve to get paid and deserve to get some sort of payment. But also, they are having players pay their own buyouts and shit like that. I just think that is one of the most asinine things that I've seen, and I don't know the people on Cloud9 like that, so I don't mean to be disrespectful. But having a player pay his own buyout to go to your team is ridiculous. That's ass backwards. That's not how it's supposed to work. Especially giving up your prize money for that. That's not how it's supposed to be. Thank you, Shawway. Thank you. I'm doing much better, much better. So now we can get back to yapping. We can get back to yapping. So yeah, FaZe SR wanted to be involved for sure. Yeah, that's why I say FaZe SR. They're the main two teams. The main two teams that have been in. We just haven't seen much from SSG. I don't know. I didn't SSG, the CEO, said that they would 100% have a team for Pro League. Or no, they said 100% Atlanta. I think SSG said 100% Atlanta. But they did not. Where is it? I'm trying to find the one where they actually said the teams in here. Well, that's just the maps. But on Reddit, Unit Sean did say like a few months ago that they would 100% have a team for Atlanta. I'm trying to find the partner teams. Maybe it's on the older thing. I think it might have been this. Yeah, might have been on here. No, on the previous one. Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find it. I gotta remember it. Maybe this one. Yeah, this one. So we got FaZe, Shopify, SSG, Cloud9, LVT, and then EHL. LVT, EHL, obviously the tournament organizers, but we have only seen Shopify and FaZe be actively involved. Okay, Cloud9 has not been hosting any tournaments. SSG has not been hosting any tournaments, but they are now going to be fielding a team. Feel me? I just saw what you said. DJ, you said hope so. I just saw that. I saw the hope so. Did you not see what happened, Eli? Did you not see what happened? We had a conversation with the LG CEO, and it was them not communicating with the players after already agreeing to what the new terms were, and they did not follow through. They did not explain to the players that they were going through a merger and that their new deal was contingent. I think that's the word. I think Scout told me the word. Wasn't it contingent? New big word. But it wasn't. It was contingent on the merger happening. So if they, and it wasn't like the team was asking for a crazy salary or something like that. I could tell you guys that now. It wasn't like that. Like they were asking for something that was like Shopify or even close. Yeah, it was a voice. I had voice on. He wanted to come on and we talked about it, but it was him. Like they were supposed to be merging with Kraken, I think, and that was going to allow more funds and allow them to pay the team or what they were asking for, but they had already agreed to what they were asking for. You know, LG already agreed to saying, all right, we're going to pay you guys this, and then when the merger didn't happen, that's when they were like, all right, well, we can't do this for you. You know what I'm saying? But they did not explain beforehand, if I remember this correctly, they did not explain beforehand that was what was mainly the reason. Like if they merge with Kraken, then everything would have been copacetic, but they did not tell the team that we need this merger for this to happen. What happened to Complexity? Did something happen with them, John? I'm not entirely sure. I think that's what happened. I'm thinking. Isn't that what Nem wanted Wooten to do? When you say Scout, what exactly are you talking about? When you say isn't that what Nemesis wanted Wooten to do? FaZe had the 2v2 thing. Only SR and FaZe, I would say, can be actively involved. I agree with you, Gators. I agree. I think it's definitely only FaZe and Shopify. SSG was supposed to have a team for Atlanta, but I don't know why. But Cloud9, I'd say they have been the most inactive, and it looks like they're just coming back for Halo Fest because they know that they would be getting an invite to Halo Fest. But I consider being active like throwing a 2v2 like FaZe did. They had a whole 2v2 qualifier, and that's what I remember. I talked to Kason, and he said that they have something in the works that's both online and on land, and so they had the qualifier, and then they also had travel coverage to the tournament. Like I think that's extremely dope, is to give a little bit of a, like, I guess, spice the scene up with a 2v2. I think that's dope because a lot of players love 2v2s, and it is something different. And again, I don't know if you've heard this, Shyway, or if you want to talk to your chat about it. I don't know if anybody on Reddit will transfer what I'm saying because they haven't been transferring what I'm saying too much. What's going on, Alex? There is going to be an open tournament ahead. SSG, I wouldn't say they're looking for a team. I think they're going to be actually, I think they're going to be the legend team, I would assume, because they did sign up under SSG. So I think they're just waiting to get signed, like pen to paper. But there's going to be an open tournament. There's going to be an open tournament prior to Halo Fest. I believe it might be late November or early December. It will be a 4v4, and it's going to be held by an organization that's not on this list that's looking to come back into Halo. I'll tell you that. I'm not going to tell you exactly who it is. I'll let that be a surprise. But they're looking to come back into Halo. It will be a 4v4 open, similar to the FaZe 2v2 prize pool. They're going to be working with HCS or Halo Studios for the prize pool. So the same thing, same way that FaZe had. I don't know if FaZe put up the entire bread. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that HCS is also like they're providing the prize pools for DreamHack. I think they're providing the prize pool for the 2v2 and or the 4v4 that's coming up. But it will be an open 4v4 similar to the Complexity. I think it's Complexity did the pre-worlds tournaments, and that will be prior to Halo Fest. So that's an org that's looking to come in, and I know they're looking for a team as well. So that's why more orgs are looking to come in, or at least another org is looking to come in. SR is the lifeline for sure. Yeah, SR has been doing a tremendous amount. You gotta always give SR their credit. Always give SR their credit. Wait, Scout, when you say, oh no, I don't know, Scout. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure about that. I'm not entirely sure. So I remember some drama with Luton's buyout in them, but not the specifics. No, I don't. I think that they upped the buyout amount. I think they upped the buyout amount to where they, like, when the team, I think it was Gen G, they agreed to the original buyout amount, and then they upped it again, or they said, all right, we're not doing it anymore after they had already agreed to terms. So that's a good point. That's a good point. SSG and FaZe are the only orgs I'm okay with not fielding a team until Halo Fest, mostly because of what they're doing for this team in previous seasons. SSG has done a lot. SSG has done a lot. Their tournaments and everything they've held have been fucking incredible. They have been incredible, absolutely incredible. I think SSG has some of the best home events that we've seen in Halo Infinite. So they have done a lot. They have done a lot. I think that they just weren't able to get the team that they wanted. And you know, FaZe, they have been trying to field a team, and FaZe was open to paying for travel coverage to Birmingham, which is a fuck ton of money. You know what I'm saying? But obviously that fell through. And I think that team is always meant to be SSG. To be real with you. That's just like when I think of SSG, I'm thinking of that team. What's going on, DJ? What's popping, homie? What's popping? Says Snake by them coming in, or Snake by the coming in hot. Hope so. I mean, LG did kind of just they squandered their opportunity. I mean, if you have the #2 team, and especially if you're in a smaller organization like LG, I think that you need to do your best to try and retain them. I mean, they are looking to expand into different esports, but I don't think that's going to be as beneficial as their Halo team, because a lot of people are supporters. I don't like to say the word fan. They are supporters of the #2 team, 4 of a kind, and I think that was also in turn helping LG with their fan base, because LG was mainly involved in Halo, and that's where they got their starting point. But them not being in is it's just like a missed opportunity on their end. You feel me? Like, if I were them, after that conversation I had with Boyce, I would have said, like, or I would have been in his, if I was in his position, I would have said, all right, we got to try and mend that relationship. We don't want to leave Snakebite, Precision, Trippy, and Talik on the table when they are the #1 pick, I'd say, for any organization. Even if it's like there's the new God Squads and whatnot, that team is still #2 seed, and they have been #2. Not saying that in a disrespectful way, but they are the top 2 team. If you can't get the #1 team, which obviously you can't, you're going to go look at the #2 team. And that's what they had. But they kind of squandered that. What else I miss? SR is indeed the only active org. You got to give credit to FaZe too, Timmy. You got to give credit to FaZe too. What's going on? Haynes is popping, homie. You got to give credit to FaZe. Yeah, last season. Yeah, you're right, Scout. Last season was better. Master Chief said, "Wake me when you need me. Everything since is just a bad dream. The time to wake him hasn't arrived just yet, but Halo was never dead." Yeah, Halo was never dead. Halo was never dead. And what's going on, Freezy? Halo's never dead. It's just on a lifeline right now. We're in a coma. But I want to ask PJ this. What do you think was more of a dry spell, PJ? Would you say 2019, when we were playing the grassroots tournaments, or would you say now? I wonder what your thoughts are. Like, what was a more active scene, or what was like less of a, like, you know, coma period? You're saying 2019 was better? I think that 2019 might have been better as well, because we have been scarce with events. You know, we still have, like I said, mainly Shopify, FaZe 2v2, LVT. Like, we're blessed to have that. But oh, you're saying this other way around. Okay, yeah, I agree. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. I just think that there was just more consistency back then, but we have a better end of the year. You know what I'm saying? I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. Events are worse now. I haven't been to any events this year. So what are your thoughts on the events, like the live events? Like, I heard the setups, like Good Grief was saying that there was no audio for the spectators, because Good Grief was in the chat the entire tournament in here, but there was no audio, I'm assuming, from the monitors and casters audio and whatnot. And there was consistency back then, but it's just been like I gotta take these off so I can laugh. They're terrible and they should be ashamed holding them. Is that it's like that? It's really like that? Damn. So is it like do you feel like we're kind of given a pity spot? That's what you mean? Well, the thing is, Timmy, we don't have like a lot of online tournaments now. We don't have a lot of online tournaments because it we have the qualifiers, yes, but we in the and whatnot, but there hasn't been as much. You feel me? It hasn't been as much. He said I had a concert in my ear all less event. Now that is the bad part. That is the bad part. I will agree. Like there was no white noise. There was no white noise. That's a stand. That's a staple. You got to have always like have white noise on the stage. Always. I think that's like a common thing that we are used to at this point. It's an app. Was it an app when we were playing at ATS tournaments? I think it was actually. I think it was. It was already downloaded on the PCs, if I remember correctly. Because if you asked them to increase it or decrease it, they would open up the app, and that's how they would do it. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Now we're still don't nobody get this shit twisted. We still blessed to have Halo. We still blessed to have Halo tournaments. We are very very blessed. We are very blessed. We are very blessed. It's just the no seats. The like LVT did their fucking thing with the PCs though. They did their fucking thing. I'm gonna give a lot of credit to them. Like they did their fucking thing with the PCs, and we're blessed to have that. Real fucking blessed. Real blessed. Lack of care. I agree. I agree. What do you mean by the white noise? So Epic, do you know what white noise is? White noise is basically that. Here, I'll pause the music real quick. The white noise is that when you're playing, it is like when you're setting up at your station. The setup is you have a headset like this. It's just like a bulkier headset, and it provides the comms, but like you have white noise coming out of the headphones, which is like and sometimes you want to adjust it to be louder or lower, etc., etc. But you're doing that to eliminate hearing the casters coming out to the spectators, because if there's a listening, then if you don't have white noise, you can hear every single thing the other team's saying, or vice versa. But at HCS tournaments, the setup is you have the in-ear microphones or IEMs, which is the like earbuds. You plug those into the setup, and then that's where you get your audio, like your teammates' audio, the game audio, everything comes in through your in-ear or IEMs. But your comms come from the top of the headset or the top headset that you put over the IEM. So you put like your earbuds in, and then you put the like your headset like this, like to smash in the earbuds. That way it's all good, and you can still hear your comms and everything. In-ear monitor. Okay, thank you, Scout. I did not know that. I did not know that. Yeah, some things are the bare minimum. Some things you said, Gators, you fucking me up with my train of thought. But heat kittens in the ear was very interesting. Well, the VTuber, it's just the location. It's the location and Halo not having the best spot because we are not in the best spot. So it's just kind of like, all right, we're gonna put you guys here, but it just wasn't it just doesn't seem like it's the best for everybody. You feel me? But that's what the white noise does to me. So when you're playing at ATS tournaments, at least that's when you have the white noise in your above headphones, and that allows you to still hear the comms. It's just like that's all it is. It's just, but you can either adjust it to be louder or lower. That's what it is. That's always the setup at ATS tournaments. Hold on, let me go take these off real quick. Let me go take these off, use the restroom, and then get a water real quick. Keep the questions coming. This is a great combo. I love this shit. Okay, be right back. Come back, come back, come back. What I miss? What I miss? What I miss? What I miss? You're gonna give us Halo 3 remastered and ruin it with Sprint? Nah. Their rumor is having Halo 2 and Halo 3, but I don't know if that's gonna be a real thing. I think that's too later down the line. They have to get a multiplayer before they try and do another campaign, because I think the campaign is, like, you guys have heard me say that I think the campaign's lifespan is very low, and I think it's already, like, it's dying out right now. It's dying out right now. People are already moving past it. Nobody wants to really play the campaign for too long after they do Lasso, after they get their accomplishments, everything. I'm doing much better, Rick. Much better. Much better. Much better. There's a little bit of congestion, but I'm doing much better. Should be 100% by tomorrow. Let's go to Alex. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, homie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very appreciated. Very, very appreciated. Welcome back, homie. Welcome back. Said Fake Mink. I'm not too big of a fan of Fake Mink, to be honest. Not really. But he's got some shit. He's got some shit. You just think the lack of effort is less due to the games not doing so well, causing the esport to be worse? What do you say? Are you asking that in the question format, Gators? Is that what you mean? You saying that? I'm gonna be so real. I doubt Halo's ever going to be as mainline as it was before 343 took over. I mean, Halo was in a great spot. Halo was in a great spot, Ghost, especially at the beginning of the year, or beginning of the game's lifespan. Halo Infinite in years 1 and year 2 were great. We were in a great spot. Viewership, salaries, everything was very good. Year 3 is when it kind of took like a little bit of a dive, but year 4 was very good as well. So we were doing well. It's just the issue is that there's so many other games now to compete with Halo. So we have to do well or think about how to sustain like players that are on the game, or have some sustainability and stability. So it has to be able to retain the players, give them something to play for, give the community something to play for. It can't just be like 1 year of good shit and then the next year is just average, or the next couple years is average. Let me see. They're not having PUBG Mobile at Esports World Cup, but not Halo. Well, did you hear me say the reason, Leslie, of why Halo is not there? Halo was supposed to be there. Halo was supposed to be there, and I'm probably going to, Rick. I have it pulled up right here. This is Lucy's screen right here. Halo was supposed to be at EWC. We were supposed to, but there was some. I don't know. I can't say like, you know what I'm saying. But there were some conflicts of interest, I guess is probably the best term. Conflicts of interest between Halo or Microsoft, and the tournament organizers for EWC, because now COD is under Microsoft, but it was not at the time when they initially went to EWC. But you can definitely expect Halo to be at EWC in the new game. I think that they're probably saying that it's definitely affecting us in a negative way, opposed to being big upping every single other game. But we are the only game, to my knowledge, the only game that is not at EWC. Literally the only one, which is very shitty, because it's like the SpongeBob meme. It's like the SpongeBob meme. I think Wyatt tweeted it. It's literally like the SpongeBob meme where we are Squidward in the crib and we're watching SpongeBob and Patrick frolic around and have fun. We are the only fucking game, and that has hurt us. That has hurt us a tremendous amount, and I hope that they see that, and I think that it also is just hurtful to the players because the players deserve to be there. Yeah, Halo was supposed to be there. Halo was supposed to be. It just, there was a conflict of interest, average, or Tom, I'm gonna say Tom, I don't know why I say average. A conflict of interest between the tournament organizers of EWC and Microsoft. Now, I'm not gonna say too much more than that, but y'all can put the pieces to the puzzle, okay? Y'all can put the pieces to the puzzle and think about what, you know what I'm saying? No Fortnite, no Rocket League, no Taken. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I thought they were there. Had they been there before and just not there now? And what studio holds those games? Is MLG dead? MLG is not a thing anymore. I forgot when, but it just, you know, I can't say too much more than that. But MLG wasn't it hasn't been a thing for a little minute now because games have gone towards franchising and different things like that. So, wait, PJ, before you leave, I have a question. So, what do you think that we need to do in the future to have a successful esport? I know it's a very generic question, but I love your insight because I think that you have a great mind and a very mature mind. So I think that that's a great question for you, is how do we get out of this spot and do better in the future? Because I think that we have to do better, and like we have to, I don't know if it's the community, the developer, or what. I don't know what. But if you're not here any PJ or any more PJ, I hope you have a great day as well. Hire people for both the game and ATS that actually care. I think that is a good point. Real passion. Opposed to, opposed to people that are only there for the check. Because there are people that are there for the check. I ain't gonna say who or anything like that, but there are people that are there just for the check. They're there for the people that are there just for the check. But we need people that have like want Halo to be successful, opposed to just delivering their deliverables, or getting their deliverables done. Like I think that's a good point. And then also listening to the community and what the community has to say about what we need, opposed to just their check boxes and what they think that we need. Wait, they're really there? Wait, we're there? So now, Freezy, we are the only game. Now we are the only game. Because I thought they were there. I was thinking about that, but now we are the only people that aren't there, which is literally even more of a SpongeBob meme. You want to run ATS Cypher? What would be the first thing you do? When people say, like, what's the first thing you would do as president? What would be the first thing you do? Community doesn't know shit. I mean, Scout, we have a good list. We have a very good list. I think we know a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We know a little bit. Not everybody, but there are still some great minds in the Halo community that can contribute. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what you said, Tone. You said, I think the multiplayer needs to be a lot better with tons of content right now. It's very stale. Well, they're not updating the content anymore, Rick. That's why. They said that there's only going to be they're going to cut off any content or any updates and shit like that. They said that they're not going to do that anymore. Sadly. When my flight to Worlds, I will save Halo. I don't know about that, Spence. I don't know about that. You might have to. You gotta prove your worth. I wouldn't say that, John. I wouldn't say that. It's just people have a certain perspective on the Saudis, I'd say. Someone with an iPhone is there, but not Halo. What do you mean? I gotta go. Whoever knows the new head of Xbox, tell her to hand me the keys, and I'll get our game back where it should be. I'm surprised they haven't reached out to you, PJ. I feel like they gotta reach out to some current pros. That's not to take away from the pro team, but they gotta reach out to some current pros to try and get their perspective on what we need. I think that Halo is one of the only games where we don't try to incorporate the community as much, whether it be on the casting desk or whether it's in development. I think they are starting to. I saw SLG up on the credits for Halo Campaign Evolved. I saw Lucid there, which I think is great, and I think they need to do more of that, 100%. Are any Gears beta today out of you? Probably not, Retrizi. I don't think there's any multiplayer, is there? Said 1 sec, I have a list. What are you talking about, Quake? What are you talking about? This isn't what are you talking about? He doesn't care. Let me see what Scout said. Remove sprint first thing. You can't remove sprint. You can't remove sprint. You can't remove sprint. That would be the most. You can't do that. The games need sprint nowadays. You can't have a game or a Halo game with no sprint. That would just be terrible. That would be absolutely terrible. Literally terrible. You need sprint. You need sprint. 16 years and 4 Halo games of sprint. Why would nobody want to try it without it? That is because there's no. It's already dead. But you want to kill it even more. That wouldn't make any sense. You need sprint. You need sprint. You need sprint. You cannot have a Halo game or any multiplayer for that matter nowadays without sprint. It doesn't make any sense. You need it. You have to think about the younger people that are involved or that want to play. What young people want. It's not about what 25-year-olds want for Halo. It's about what do the young people that are coming home from school, little Johnny and little Xavier, what do they want in the game? That is a completely different game, HP. That's a completely different game. That's a completely different game. Those are completely different games. Those are those are one death, one life games. You cannot have that. That's not Halo, where it's a fast-paced game, longer time to kill. You need sprint to keep people interested, especially viewers and spectators. You need sprint, especially that. Res Watcher watched him since he had about 3 episodes when it was happening and missed the start of the stream. I haven't said it yet. Average. I don't know why I keep calling you Average Tom. But Rebs hit me up and he let me know his time frame. I've just been waiting to hear back from him because when I did ask him to come on, when I did ask him to come on, the campaign was about to come out. So that's what obviously was taking up his time and any reports that he has to do. But he let me know that his time is his best time frames are either in the mornings on the weekends, Saturday or Sunday, or in the evenings during the week. So I was thinking, and I was going to ask you guys, what do you guys think is best for that? Because I want to discuss with Rebs all the leadership reports, everything that he has been saying, talk about what he thinks the future of Halo needs, what any changes in the studio he needs, and things like that. But I was like, obviously my birthday is Saturday, and I'm going to be getting a haircut on Saturday at 9 a.m. I'm going to go to the gym before. So I would be home around 10-ish, 10:30, because with the drive. And I don't think my haircut's going to take that long because I'm just getting my beard trimmed. But I think that it might be best on Sunday, before the Pro League qualifier. But I want to ask you guys what you guys think. I'm going to ask what you guys think and what the time frame you guys think is best. So I think it might be dope to have it before the Pro League qualifier because I think that would be cool to have that transition or lead into that. But the Pro Leagues, especially on Sundays, that's when the best matches are going to be. And that's going to be starting usually at around 12 to 12:15, and I don't want to cut the conversation short, so it would have to be a little bit earlier. I got to see what zone or time zone he lives in. So I want to ask you guys what you guys thought. Thank you, Quake. Thank you. I appreciate that, homie. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. He said they're a huge corp. They wouldn't hire a pro player with no experience. That's true. That's true. I don't think they should. I don't think they would, but I think that they should try and reach out to pro players, sign them under NDA, because I know COD does it. Quinn, who has killed every game he has ever touched. Now that's what bothers me, PJ. That's what bothers me. It's because Quinn was, I think he was an asset to the death of Gears. If I remember correctly, he was an asset to the death of Gears. He worked on the Dr. Disrespect game or Dr. PDF. He worked on that game too, and that game died very quickly as well. So I don't know I don't think that he is what we need. I don't think he's what we need. And personally, I think that is yeah, see, exactly, PJ, exactly. That's why I don't. It does go into what Rebs has been saying about them hiring people that they might have a relationship with, opposed to outsourcing or actually doing interviews and seeing who fits the job the best. That is the problem. That is the problem right there. That's the problem. Is we don't But there's a pattern. There's a pattern, Scout. There's a pattern, and it stems back from 2013, I'd say, because he was on Gears before Halo 5, and Halo 5 came out 2015. And I'm just being now introduced more so into game development and being a content creator and reading up on these things, but I was a competitor. I was a competitor in Halo 5, and I know how that shit went. Okay, I know how that shit went, and there was a massive dislike amongst the community for Quinn. because of the changes and things that he was doing. I have seen Entourage. I have seen Entourage PJ. It's been a minute, but I have seen it. One of my favorite shows, actually. That show is fire. I think I know where you're going with this. I think I know where you're going with this. But yeah, I have seen Entourage. What was Quinn hired for? What's his actual role? Let me see if I can find it. Actually, let me keep this up. Let me see if I can find it. Oops, I didn't type it. Here he is. I thought it would be it. So it hasn't been like he hasn't updated anything on his bio, but he actually like he is back at Halo Studios. I don't know exactly it's like multiplayer lead or something like that, or design lead or something like that. He has to do with remember the RE Gold paintballs? I do, PJ. I do. Yeah, he is back. He's back, Tom. He's back, but it's just not in his socials. But he is back. He is back. Hold on, I'm about to look this up real quick. Make sure I remember this correctly. I remember this now where he just fucking goes in the whole studio. Get manager.
Jesse, how have you been? I've been great. I'm back, and you're fired. Hello all, no need to run. Your fates have already been sealed.
I remember this.
You're safe.
Oh my god.
I remember this. Because he came back.
Hello,
I remember this shit.
who's your best client?
Because they were fucking up the studio. They were fucking up the studio. They were fucking up the studio, and then he came back. I remember this. But that's how it should be. Now, I don't know who's getting laid off from Halo Studios right now, but that's kind of the route that we need to go towards. It's not like there's not a lot of niggas out there that won't be wanting to work for Halo. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of niggas out there that will want to be in these positions and want Halo to be successful. But we got to give those people an opportunity. But that's the issue, is that that's what I'm saying, Tom. Like, this is what people say. It's not what you know, it's who you know when it comes to getting a job. Now, he does know some people. And there's been a lot of reports about people just hiring other people that they know at Halo Studios. I don't know how true that is and whatnot. But having Quinn come back when I don't think the majority of the community fucks with him, I think that is a negative. I haven't even watched it, Ryan. I haven't even watched it. Thank you for reminding me. I need to fucking watch it, and then we need to discuss that. Thank you for reminding me. That's what I'm going to do. When I start smoking again, that is the first thing I'm going to be doing, is fucking having a little night to myself, catching up on Silo, because I've missed all like 4 or 5 episodes at this point. He said the gaming industry is all about knowing each other. Imagine hiring people who actually love the game they're working on. That's the thing. Now, there is people that do love Halo at Halo Studios. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people that do love Halo. But there's also niggas like this who don't seem to have a lot of passion for Halo and have had an unsuccessful run in the previous years and the previous Halo that he's worked on. Yeah, he worked with Gears, Tom. He worked with Gears, and it did not go well. And Scrolls, said we should get CSR back if cheaters get banned in Halo like Call of Duty. I mean, that's what I put in here. I think I put it in that on the list. That's what you're talking about. If you guys have any suggestions for the list, please let me know, because this is something that we've been working on. I've just been waiting to work on it even further until Hidden Xperia is available, because he's already agreed, but we're going to do a segment where he gives me his thoughts on this or any other ideas that he has to contribute. But also, HP, no sprint Halo are different games entirely. They are, but it's not that different. But you can't have no sprint in 2026. You have to have sprint in 2026. Like, exactly, annoying. FPS will not survive. An FPS will not survive. And yes, caffeine, it needs to be for the YNs. But you can't not have a walk around Halo game nowadays. You can't put out Halo 3 in 2026 and expect that to be successful when there is other games that are much more faster paced, and you have to cater to that audience, because all the kids that are playing nowadays, and it's mainly about the youth. You got to have the youth being on the game. If you don't have the youth on your game, it's not going to succeed. You have to have the younger audience, and you have to be able to retain that younger audience, because if the game crashes 5 times, or you get EAC, or any of these other things that are happening, they're just going to go and load up Warzone, Fortnite, Arc Raiders, Apex, Marathon, all these. There's a plethora of other games now, opposed to back in the day when there was only Halo, Gears, COD, StarCraft, and or mainly in just shooters, Halo, Gears, and COD, and that was it. But you have to be able to retain those people, and people are not going to want to be walking around in a game nowadays. Even though they like Halo 3, like Halo 3's speed and walking speed had to be increased for competitive. I don't know if people know that, but vanilla H3 is not what you're playing when you play competitive H3. So you have to have more of a sped up game. You have to. Tashi's job description is he's an American business magnate, software developer, investor, author, and philanthropist. I'm just playing, but he's esports lead. He's esports lead. He put this as a joke, but he's esports lead. That's Tashi's role. He said, "Is there any way I could send you my potential changes?" Of course, Zyper, and you can type them in the chat too. Let me know. Let me know what you think. What changes do you think that, or anything that I haven't had on here? But you have to have sprint. You have to have sprint. Let's say, in my opinion, he doesn't carry as many roles, but one of them is running game types for the events, settings them. Last event, we had a strongholds in every series, and when there is only 2 strongholds maps, and it has never been done that way since H5, doesn't feel like someone who cares. We've had a lot of issues with game types, I'm not going to lie. Like reoccurring game types in series, not spreading them out as much. Like there's been events where I've won an event and haven't played a certain game type. Like I think one of the events didn't play Aquarius one like the entire time. It's always like that. Sadly, it's always like that, and I think that does need to be changed. So the microcosm knows, but the community at large is pretty bad about knowing anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Scout. That's why I want to do this, because I want to get the best minds working on this, and then have it as a petition so it can be catered to the entire Halo community, not just the competitive Halo community. So we have some esports stuff here, because you've been in here, Scout, when we worked on this esports stuff, and then also like other stuff for the game, like other modes and stuff like that. Now, what was it? Now this is something that is going to be in the new Halo, if you guys don't know, but this is one of the things that's going to be in 100%. A big mode, that's why I have it underlined. A big mode larger than big team battle with PvP, BE elements, objectives like a Warzone 2.0, and plus legacy modes and staples. That is the goal for the new Halo in the multiplayer for playlists and whatnot, or game modes to play in the playlist. Let's see what else I missed. What I'm missing. No accountability for it. Yeah, that's exactly it, PJ. I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, because I've been walking back from some infinite events and being like, damn, we didn't play Aquarius, or we didn't play this map the entire time. Like, you should at least play every game type once, no matter if it's like if you're winning 3-0 in every series or what. You should be able to play different, like a variety of game types, because there's no vetoes. So you're playing them for a reason, or you're practicing them for a reason. Took them 2 years to make Reach competitive. You're talking about no Bloom, no Sprint. Reach was hated far worse due to Bloom and the armor abilities. That's a good point. That's a good point. But we still had some abilities that were good, like Evade, and I think that there was one other that was good. I think Jetpack and Evade were in competitive. Desync hits, kills you behind a wall. Those are just the things that were plaguing the game at the beginning, and I agree with you. They were massive things that were plaguing the game. H3 initial launch was hated. Many people stayed on H2 until it was removed. You're right, Timmy. I didn't even like the initial H3 launch. I was playing COD 4. I was playing COD 4 as a little 13-year-old, literally playing COD 4 until the H3 got updated, and then I started to play competitive H3. But I was competing in H2 too. But I was playing COD 4 just like in the past. So how many people don't love their jobs, to be honest? Paychecks? I mean, it's not that they don't love their jobs. It's just there's people there that aren't there for the passion. You know, they're gonna get paid. They're gonna get paid, but they have to have a passion for what they're doing, or it's just gonna be soulless, and it's not gonna be what we all expect it to be. Now, H3, he's talking about H3 in the beginning. H3, that's what he's talking about. A new CEO needs to come in and do exactly that. You're talking about the Ari Gold thing. Said, only reason I am mean to Quinn is because of how he acted towards pros in 2016-2018. I'm a nice person. We all know you, nice person, PJ. You're just honest, which is what we need. Like, you can be honest and you might rub people the wrong way, but at least you're being honest and you're fighting for the community. I always bring up, PJ, if you're still in here, I always bring up the Pro League, or not the Pro League, but the Pro meeting at the very first H5 Worlds. Like, I remember that very vividly, with you being in the Pro meeting and going to bat for the players, and not really anybody speaking up, myself included, because I was much more timid back then. I was not as much or as outspoken. I did not have as much confidence. So I remember you going to bat for the players about the OS glitch, and I always mentioned that you were that one person that has always been that spokesperson for the community, whether it's in the Discords talking about game types and changes. Like I remember Strongside was one of the mods in there or something like that, and you would always be the voice of the pros to try and get things changed, and that is what we need. You know, you might not rub everybody the right way, pause, but you are always trying to do the right thing, and that's what we need in the scene. No, I remember that. I remember that. I remember that. Because if I was the person I am today, I would have been speaking up with you. What's going on, Melly? What's popping, homegirl? Top of the morning. I would have been right there with you if I was the person I am today. Always, always trying to go to bat, because that whole situation was bullshit. Just to put it lightly, with the pro players not being able to practice something and then it being put in at the biggest tournament of the world, or biggest tournament of the year, and that the biggest tournament that we've had in Halo, period. I think it's still the biggest tournament that we've had, and nobody else speaking up, and there was only one team that was told that it was going to be in, and that was bullshit, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I remember scrimming against EG, and they were doing the OS glitch, but when you did it online, it would break the game, so you wouldn't be able to practice it because it would break the server. But that was like they should have listened to you, and they should have just been like, all right, well, we ain't gonna have that in, especially if no other teams know. If no other teams know, and then it just gets put in, especially when nobody else is practicing it, nobody's able to practice it unless you're in a custom game and want to just break it and you're doing it by yourself. But that was also a lot of bullshit. I will 100% agree with you. Yeah, and everybody was told that it wasn't. We were told it wasn't going to be in. EG was the only team that was told that it was going to be in, and they were practicing it online because they were the only team that was expecting it to be in. The only team. Shut up, Diego. I had to say pause with that one. Now, PJ has always gone to bat for the pros, Z. Always. Like, I remember this very vividly, very, very vividly, talking about, like, just the like Discords where we would have conversations about maps and vetoes and changes and all these different things. Like, PJ would always be like that union lead for the pros. Always. Always. Now, that's what we need in the scene. That's exactly what we need. And we need a line of communication, especially when ATS seasons are going on. We need a line of communication between the pros and ATS to make sure that we are on the same page about what we are playing or what changes need to be made. What I said, Scaly, what I said was Rebs has contacted me back, and I've been waiting just to hear when he's available, his schedule, and he's let me know that he's available on Saturdays and Sundays in the mornings, on the weekends, but during the week he's only available in the evenings. So I'm trying to see if you guys want to do that possibly before the Pro League. I don't want to cut it too short because Saturday is my birthday, so I will be I'm trying to go out to breakfast as well, and get I'm trying to go to First Watch, get a little breakfast, go to the gym before that, go to the gym, haircut, and then First Watch, and then be back for the watch party on Saturday. But I don't want to do it too. I don't want to cut it short on Sunday as well, to where it can't, like, we're not able to discuss everything that we need to. So I'm trying to still figure out what we need to do going forward. So that's why I was asking you guys about that. So it probably will happen next week or maybe this weekend. But you guys see when is best for you guys. Shut up, Nitro. I'm just feeling better now. Feeling much better. Much better. He said, pretty simple what the outcome should have been. I should just retire and sue for all the shit I've had to put up with. You have dealt with a lot of shit. I mean, you've just been around for a while. You've been around for a while, so you see different generations of Halo and different iterations of Halo, and just how things have changed or how things have progressed, vice versa. Like, is Yak chalked? Yak is a free agent right now. Caffeine, he's a free agent, so he does not have a team. He does not. WrestleMania should have ended after April at the latest. No, the WrestleMania shouldn't have ended after April at the latest, because there was a tournament. There was a tournament in May. There's a tournament in Magos, and also Pro League was starting up late. Rebs, Renegade, Ecos, Bound Seller. No. I think I put Mr. Rebs in the title. I put Mr. Rebs so you guys know. We promised an interview with Yak before. Maybe it's time for the interview. I don't know about that, Dev. Yak got other things that he's worried about right now, I'd say. He's got other things that he's focused on. So year one had a meeting with ATS and Esport Engine, showing a full spreadsheet of the game types and how bad the layouts and frequencies were. Not a single thing changed. Now, why... 11-11, by the way. 11-11. Now, why do you think that things just haven't been changed, PJ? Do you think that it's simple, like, it's black and white and they just do what they want to? Or is there a reason why they they just continuously don't want to listen to pro player feedback. Is that when Streets had rockets? Year one, yeah. Year one, yeah. If that's what you're talking about. Streets had way too many weapons for the, like, just to put it lightly. They had rockets, especially for how small of a map it is. Rockets, red gun, shoddy, ARs before they were GA'd. There's a whole bunch of shit. Like, I think there's another thing, like a plasma gun or something like that was in PD. There's a whole bunch of shit that was on Streets like that. Like, surprisingly, Streets had probably the most game types in the entire, or most weapons out of all the game types. They don't care, and people who work certain jobs only worry about not getting fired, which you agree, understand. I agree with you on that. Great points, BJ. I agree with everything you're saying. Fantastic points. Fantastic points. And I think that, I feel like there's a way they can still do their jobs and retain their jobs and their positions. And if they do, like, I think if they do start to listen to the pros, they'll see that the scene will improve from that, and then that will in turn have them want to listen to the pros more, opposed to just wanting to do always what they think is right. You know what I'm saying? Don't give me PTSD, Tech. Don't give me PTSD. Don't give me PTSD. Don't give me PTSD. I got a lot of PTSD on Streets. Not even just that, but the world's headset too. A lot of PTSD, but it made for good content. Made for good content and a good little meme. Can we get a Dav interview? We've had a lot of Dav interviews. We've had a lot. Dav has had some good points though lately. He has had some very good points in his comments. I will be honest with you. Dav has been on point lately. All two of the Halo population left, they would care. When you say that to me, what do you mean by when you say who would care specifically? What do you mean by that? Let me see what else I missed. I've been enjoying Halo Infinite Delta playlist. Nostalgia is hell of a drug. Is the Delta playlist, Bukayo? Is it the Legacy playlist? Is that what you mean? Is that the playlist? I missed Thrust, starting with Thruster and H5. Well, Thrust was good for H5. I don't think you could have Thrust at the start in this game. I don't think it's possible. I think that would just be too much. Halo needs kill cam option to turn it on or off. I think that there was a kill cam in H5. I think there was, like, you did turn it off. I think. I'm not entirely sure. The issue is a lot of roles, because you shouldn't be worried about a game type layout change. But for that issue, I think it's just not caring compared to being concerned for your job. I agree with you. I just hope that going forward in the future that things do change. I hope that Halo does incorporate the community more in any shape or fashion. I really hope that is the case, because I feel like other games, like say COD. Now, COD's not the best at this, but I think they do a better job of at least trying to give reasonings and listen to the community about certain things, incorporating pro players in the development, NDAs and things like that. I think that we do need to incorporate us a little bit more. When I say us, I mean the community a little bit more. I hope. He said they won't. Not to be mean or a downer. I'm having wishful thinking. I'm having wishful and faithful thinking. H4 did have kill cams. H4 did. He said, I know game battles doesn't exist anymore, but does anyone remember Infinite Warfare having an in-game playlist built into it? I feel like the next Halo needs something like that. I know we have a Discord for stuff like that nowadays, but I still think it would be best to just type of accessibilities for people who want to compete but don't. So what do you exactly mean, Tom, when you say Infinite Warfare having an in-game playlist? I'm not entirely sure about that. I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't think he's sugarcoating, Eli. I think he's keeping it real. I think he's keeping it all the way real. Maybe some things get better, but the game studio is changing. The esports scene is not. Now that's a great point. Plagiarizing that. I'm plagiarizing that. That was a really good fucking point. That was a really good point. Now I do, like, the thing is, we had even going back to Halo 5, like, we were playing with bullshit because there was just so much money on the table. You know what I'm saying? We were playing with absolute bullshit, and that didn't get changed until the last year. Round pound, Spartan charge, automatic weapons, like, that shit did not get changed until later down the line. And I think the last year of H5 was the best year that we had by far. The most competitive year, best year for spectators, everything. But it took us a little bit to get there, sadly. So Quinn is back. We're back to the start of this shit. So give me a refresher, PJ, of, because I remember Quinn was just, like, completely dismissive to the pros. But is that Like, is that basically the gist of how it went down at H5? Because I'm trying to remember it correctly, but I'm pretty sure he was just very dismissive to the pros on everything that the pros were suggesting or anything that the pros had in mind that we needed to change in the game. Like, say for instance, stasis. I think that was the map. Stasis was put in, and that shit was an automatic veto, because we had vetoes in H5. If you guys don't know, like vetoes how COD does, we had vetoes in H5, but there was a map that everybody immediately vetoed because it was very one-sided and it just did not play well. And I think everybody was saying for that shit to get on. Yeah, his way or the highway. He thought ARs were the key to making Halo esports big. Yeah, combining the casual and a competitive community so it can be an easier adjustment period for anybody that's playing the casual modes like Slayer and social modes, social game modes. That's what I meant to say. Incorporating that into competitive, so it's basically the same thing. So when you search one playlist, it's the same as the other playlist, but that's not how it should be. After the first pistol only event, he was in the hotel lobby saying that we need to. Wait, really? I can't be too loud. My dad's on the phone. But really, PJ, really? I did not know that. What was the first event that year? Was it St. Louis? No, it wasn't St. Louis. St. Louis it might have been. This is 2018. What? I did not know that. What? But that's when Halo 5 became the best version of itself, the same way Reach became the best version of itself with No Bloom No Sprint. We aren't asking for a lot, Gators. We're never asking for a lot. It's just, it might seem like that because we're always pushing for the same things. So it might seem like we're asking for a lot, but in reality, it's just us trying to push for the betterment of Halo in the end. We're all trying to move the needle forward, but I don't think that this nigga has the best mindset when it comes to competitive Halo. I think that he is the opposite of that. I don't think that he knows about Halo enough to really put in these changes or administer these changes, in my opinion. Bring back Breakout. Breakout was like a dumbed down version of S&D that just did not work. It did not work. It could have been great, but the way it was, it just could not. It wasn't the best in the way it was. It needs to definitely be reworked and changed a little bit. And I think that they could have done that. I think the maps and stuff were pretty good, like the block maps and whatnot. I think that was good, but they did not. Yeah, they just removed it, and they did not want to change it. And that's another thing is that if they actually did their research and wanted to really make it the best mode, they could have. Maybe a stronger Spartan charge would have helped. No. Spartan charge was something that I feel like the game played much better without. Same with ground pound. I think Spartan charge had its uses, especially in movement and getting around to certain areas and whatnot, opposed to using your thrust if that was out. But I think that was ground pound was the main one that needed to be taken out, in my opinion. And then they brought it back with shotgun starts or some crazy shit. I did not know that. Eli, did they? This is all refreshing my memory. They took players' feedback on what Team Beyond said. You actually did fucking not. Is that where they said it? If you guys don't know what Team Beyond is, Team Beyond, I thought I used to have it as a bookmark up here. But Team Beyond, actually, do I have it up here still? No, it's not up here. But Team Beyond is it was a forum. It was the Reddit, competitive Halo Reddit before competitive Halo Reddit. If you know what I'm trying to say. It was a forum similar to the MLG forums. When MLG forums got shut down, then Team Beyond took over, but Team Beyond did get bought out by Logitech, so it's not around anymore. But Team Beyond used to hold tournaments. It was a forum for all the pro players to go and interact, talk about changes and everything like that. But Team Beyond was really big, really big. It was a great place for Halo to be talked about. Armor Lock is what made Halo. It took lots of skill. No, it did not. Pickle Champ, and you know that. Armor Lock was. Are you talking about in Reach? Armor Lock was not that shit. It was not that shit. What's going on, Pickle Champ? But I fully now it's all coming back to me. Now that's why I'm nervous about the future now when I see Quinn brought back. I'm nervous about it, and it's just one person. But with everything that's going on at the studio, all the reports, the delays, us not knowing when the next game is coming out. I think that's what is shitty about this time period opposed to 2019. Like, we are blessed to have more like higher paying tournaments and frequent tournaments, but the shittiest thing about this is we don't know when the new game is coming out, and we are only seeing negatives that have come out with Halo Studios opposed to the campaign. Look, there's a lot of niggas that be hating on the campaign just to hate, but we knew when Halo Infinite was supposed to come out, but it obviously got delayed. But we at least knew a time frame. We knew a time frame of what to or when to expect it. Now we are just kind of waiting in the dark, and I think that's the most shitty thing about right now is that we all are just waiting. Everybody's waiting for a new Halo, and the thing is, people are gonna pull up when the new Halo comes out. It's like an artist that might delay. Like, if you guys know Playboi Carti will delay his albums for years, say it's coming out this year, and then it won't come out to the next year, but it keeps people on their toes and on the edge of their seats, and they're gonna show up when he does put out an album. He's gonna have very high first week sales, and it does build a lot of hype. But that's the same thing about Halo, is people are gonna show up, people are gonna play Halo, because Halo is a one of the biggest franchises in gaming history, not even just under Xbox, just in gaming history. Halo is a profitable franchise in different areas, whether it be in cookbooks and collabs with Fanta, other different types of things. But we just need to be able to have a consistent Halo, opposed to just one every 7 years. Like, we have had 2 games in a decade, which is not going to work in this time period. It's not going to work at all. It might work back in the day, but it's not going to work now. We need to have something to push out, something to keep people entertained, keep people enticed, keep them wanting to play Halo, because they're just going to move on to other games, play other games, especially the younger people. You have all these other games that they are going to love and that actually work, and so Halo is just going to be on the back burner, and we're just going to be waiting for it to become great again. We were saying on Plaza how the OV needs to be removed back to top middle instead of the silo, which they randomly changed. Get on for the next update, and the OV is the same. The Kali has a binary rifle and reach. That was I remember that shit, bro. I remember that shit. The binary rifle was that I remember that now. I remember that. Oh my goodness. The binary rifle was not necessary. Not necessary at all. If y'all don't know what the binary rifle is, it's like basically a one-shot sniper, if I remember correctly. Like, no matter where you shot somebody, it was just one shot. And that on Coliseum does not work. Does not work at all. I remember that. And that's just the changes that he or they wanted to make themselves, because they thought they knew what was best. But, and it also is like, you remember PJ, what was the game mode? Ricochet in H2A. Now, I don't know if this incorporates Quinn, but Ricochet and H2A, Ricochet was Halo's version of Uplink in COD. If you don't know what that is, it's basically you run around, there's a ball in the middle, and you have to score on the other team's base. You can throw it for 2 points, you can go in, or you can go in physically for 1 point, or 2 points, you can throw it for 1 point. This is an H2A where there's 3 maps, Warlock, Lockout, and Sanctuary. There was a pro player vote where it was like, say there's 48 pros, okay? Or I don't know how many. I'm just using 48 as an example. 46 or 47 voted for that shit to not be in, okay? The next day, they put that shit in. The very next day. And then everybody kept bitching about it, asking why you just did not listen to the pros when they are the ones that are playing this game mode, and they clearly do not want this shit. But it still got put in. And then, after enough bitching, finally got taken out. Should they bring back throwing the oddball? There's like a version of throwing it in Halo Infinite, but it's not that. But I don't know if it would be necessary with Halo Infinite's gameplay, because it might be too fast-paced and it might break the game. I think that oddball in Halo Infinite plays pretty well, in my opinion. I think oddball's a great game mode. Great game mode. I love oddball. Probably one of my favorite game modes, if not my favorite. Keep it real. Yeah, it was in for a tiny amount of periods, or tiny period, Scout. It was in for a little bit, but there was a vote. And they still put that shit in. And that's when I think most people, including myself, came to the understanding that they aren't really listening to us. You know what I'm saying? Especially the pros. They aren't listening. If they put in something that clearly everybody says they don't want, and they still just go through with it, that's a negative. That's a massive negative. Halo 4 was one shot. Halo 5, it was a laser. Yeah, see, that's what it was. But that binary rifle was not necessary in comp. I'll say that. It was not necessary in comp at all. And I think that they went out of their way to push it on players because they wanted it in, and it was a new game mode, opposed to just scrapping it when most people, like, when I say most, I mean the majority, like fucking, there was like one or two people that said that they wanted it, but then they still went ahead and put it in, which I think is not the way to go. That's not the way to go, and it also, it what's the word? It deteriorates players' trust in the developer. And that's the issue, is because there has to be a common middle ground between the developer and the pros or the people playing the game. That's the issue. That's a massive issue. Halo is book franchise now, sell more books. That's also another thing, Tom. That's another thing I didn't mention. That's another thing that makes a lot of bread. That makes a lot of bread for Microsoft. Halo is, I think, the highest grossing franchise under Microsoft, if I remember correctly. Not entirely sure. Thank you, Dubola. Thank you for the prime. Thank you. Much love, very appreciate it as always. Thank you so much, homie. Thank you. Welcome back, or welcome. Thank you so much for the prime. Welcome to APGville. Thank you so much, homie. Thank you. Very appreciated. Welcome, homie. Very appreciate it. We love the primes here. That means you're your favorite streamer. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. They lost. Thank you so much, Dubola. Welcome, homie. Welcome. What's going on, Blaines? What's popping, man? What's popping? Minecraft is way higher grossing. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Oh, no. I'm gonna bring my email. Okay. Let me I might try to T-lit for here. Yep, you're right. It's around the same. Call of Duty just became under Microsoft, but Call of Duty, Minecraft, Halo. You're right. Around the same. You are correct. Minecraft is massive. Like, think about this. The Gears community is about to have tournaments before us Halo guys. I mean, well, the thing is, Dubola, we are not going to have any Halo within 6 months of a Gears release because it is a direct competitor under Microsoft. So Gears comes out in what, October? I believe that's the actual release date, early October, October 4th, I believe. And then we're not going to have any Halo until April or June, the summertime. So that's why you can't expect anything. Yeah, people are going to be playing it. People are going to be playing Gears. I love that Gears is doing like an origin game, and it gives people an opportunity to experience Gears without having to play the other ones. So I will be interested. I will be playing it. I don't know if I'll be playing the beta today, but I will be playing it. When it does come out, I will be excited to play it, especially the campaign, because like I said, it's an origin story. I don't need to be playing the other games to really enjoy this one. So I think that's a very, very good thing for Gears. Why do you think it will be dead in 6 months, Epic? I don't think so. I think that people are gearing up for Gears esports to come back and as a poppin' scene. And I like when I say that there's something big in the works for Arena esports, that includes Gears too. Okay. So I think Gears multiplayer will be sustainable for at least a couple years. At least. It's just about keeping it going forward after that. I can imagine they reveal fall 2027, then it gets delayed. So here's what's going to happen, Freezy. Now, if they say fall 2027, I'm assuming that means around November. Okay, because it won't be any. If they say fall, it's going to be late fall. It ain't going to be early. So I would assume that the game comes out, like if that is their goal, fall 2027, then partner teams will start to get contacted in July, because that's what happened with Infinite. So Infinite was supposed to come out at the end of 2020, and then partner teams were signing teams. They were getting the partner teams on board, like whichever partner teams they were going to go with in the initiation of the initial partner period, and then the game got delayed. But the teams that were forming everything, Halo Studios was in talks with the partner teams, and then would give the partner teams a list of all the pro teams that they should be interested in, and then they contacted them, and then they were all gearing up for that release, and then it got delayed. So some teams got put on retainers. Sen, which was the Snakebite Lethal World 2 Frosty Squad, us, we were Envy at the time, but when we became OpTic, and then also Cloud9, which was the Penguin Stellar Eco Renegade team. And so that's all the other teams. They were just waiting since we were the top 3 teams to be expected in a new game, and we were the top 3 teams. They just put us on retainers because they did not want to lose us. And then when the new game came out, we renegotiated for our actual Halo Infinite salaries. But the other teams, they just got put on. They just got told like, hey, we're not going to sign you. We're just going to wait until the new game because they weren't top teams like us. No disrespect. So I'm assuming that that would be the same thing. And that kind of lines up with the Gears release too, with us not having anything for the first 6 months of Gears release. But with the layoffs and everything that's happening, I don't know if 2027 is going to be likely. I think that they're not going to give an actual date. They will give a timeline. There will probably be a little bit of a teaser, but I would hope that possibly they have some sort of play test at the event, similar to Last Worlds, where you could play one mission of the campaign Evolved. I think that would be really dope, and I think that would give people something to talk about and keep Halo in the conversation for months to come. And what's going on? Me, Miguel, buenos dias, Gabby, buenos dias. But that was how it worked in like Halo, or before Halo Infinite's released. Do you think Halo will be free to play going forward after Infinite? I think that it will be because of the success with microtransactions in Halo Infinite. So I think that it will be free to play. The multiplayer specifically, but the campaign will you have to pay for the same way you have to pay for the campaign in Infinite. But the multiplayer will be free to play because they're going to rely on microtransactions, skins, armor, etc., etc. And that's how it was in Halo Infinite, because Halo Infinite had insane skin sales, especially in the first 2 years. Insane skin sales, because I've seen some numbers. I've seen some numbers not just for OpTic when I was under OpTic, but just for the overall skin sales. Pastor Arab, but having so many issues with my payment method, Twitch sucks. Now I get ads. I'm sorry, Gabby. I apologize. But I appreciate that too. I appreciate that. Try Mistball Hunters. What is Mistball Hunters? What is that game? I don't know if that's a game for me. I don't know if that's for me. I'm not a gamer like that. I've been more introduced into gaming recently, or video games, opposed to just Halo. But I'm like a Halo, COD, GTA person. But I will be a little bit of a Gears person too. You know? Like, think about this: the Gears community. Oh, I saw that. If they kept H3 and just updated maps, we would still be playing. Nah, well, H3, we can't play H3 in 2026. Like, not competitive H3 for the masses. That's the thing. People love H3. They love H3. It's a great nostalgia game, and I love playing H3. It's my favorite Halo of all time, and I can get on it and play for hours on end any day. But for other people are not going to want to play Halo or play Halo 3 in this day and age. That the speed, the pacing, everything. People are used to more fast-paced games. They want to be cracked in shooting and all that type of shit, but it's not going to be able to work in this day and age. I don't think. I think that we're past that. I think we're past that time period. I think we got to move forward. I think Halo Infinite's gameplay was great. Gameplay was great. You see, PJ said, I knew I was preparing for a multi-decade war that day. PJ has been in a multi-decade war. He has. Yeah, that's a fact. So Gabby, refresh. It might work then. I appreciate that too, Paps. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Very, very kind. That's why I love y'all. Thank you so much. Document about to send. Where are you going to send it? Or Zyper, where are you going to send it? It's like D&D, but Fortnite. What's D&D? Do you mean DBD, Dead by Daylight? Or I think that's what it's called. I'm seeing an interesting change in the Halo subreddit. A lot of people are bored by the SR dominance and want new blood. This is why AM tournaments are important. And that's how it always is, Scout. Any team that's consistently winning or dominating, people are going to want that team to be knocked off, and they're going to get bored of it. But that's just it. There has to be somebody that's worthy to beat them. And I think we do have some teams that are worthy of beating them now too. And we saw some very competitive matches this past weekend with 4 of a Kind and them, and people were doubting 4 of a Kind because it was looking like SR widened the gap, but it looks like 4 of a Kind is here to play now. Not to say they weren't, but they're very competitive with SR, especially in the recent days. But it's just how it is in any excuse me, any esport where the team was a dominant team. That's how it always is. But I do want to run an AM league. It's just about getting the prize pool figured out, and then probably have like a starting point with the prize pool, and then crowdfund the rest. And I think that would be good. I just have to figure out the logistics, but I would like to do that starting in possibly October. Have that run for a month in tandem with the Pro League, and have that on Saturdays, and then the Pro League on Sundays. That way it's a full weekend of Halo for a few months or a couple months leading into Halo Fest. And then if the ATS sees an AM team performing well or anything like that, then they would want to possibly invite them to Halo Fest. But I don't know how many invites are going to be going out for Halo Fest. Excuse me. With the partner teams getting a sure invite or a surefire invite. I don't know how it's gonna work. I don't know. I hope they release some more some more info about that. I hope. I said I don't think it will be dead. No battle pass and earn armor is gonna get people playing. I think that's what is the Gears arm like achievement system because I did see like they basically kind of copied Reach and then they're kind of improved on that too. They improved on Reaches. I'm not entirely sure. What's going on, Mason? What's popping, homie? Any luck with getting that coaching spot? No, there's with all the team changes, there's the new Collect Renegade, or no, excuse me, Collect Lucid Falcated Penguin squad, and they are going with Hoax. So I don't know if I'll be able to coach. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I do hope in the future that I do get an opportunity because I would love to coach, but it just might not be my time. Might not be my time, and you know I trust God's timing. So we'll see what happens in the future. Maybe for the new Halo or something like that. I don't know if I'll be able to coach the Renegade team. I haven't spoken to them, but I probably will just reach out and see if there's an opportunity. But they might be able to get Lunchbox back with that roster because they are 3/4 of the previous OpTic roster and 3/4 of the previous dominant SSG. So we'll see. But I think that my next plan of action and what I want to do is going to be trying to host an AM League and then trying to get the prize pool enticing enough for people to want to play and participate. So that is something I really want to do, and then try to crowdfund it, see if we can get it as high as possible. It just depends because Halo community is smaller right now. Don't know how likely it will be, but I'm hoping to do that in the future. Fingers crossed, in the near future. Say that, near future. Coach your boy Smiley is? No. He is not. He doesn't take shit serious. He does not take shit serious. If I'm gonna coach, it's gonna be a pro team. Like I want to coach a top pro team. I do not want to coach like if I do like I would do mentoring, but I would not actually just straight up coach an AM team. I would mentor them and help them on the sidelines, but I would not like actually just like straight up coach an AM team. I just feel like no disrespect to any AM teams, but I feel like I have the resume as a pro player to contribute to a pro team or mentor an AM team to be a pro team. But I would rather do that, and it's not about me getting paid before like the Reddit people think that because they say that I'm cash grabbing when I say that I want to coach, but that's not the case. I just think that I would be a great coach because of all the great coaches that I've had behind me, and I think I know exactly what it takes to be a great coach. You know, I've had Lunchbox, Hoax, Elamite, all these great coaches behind me, and they have been phenomenal. So I know that I know I'd be able to live up to like their standard. Here's this class-based progression. What does that exactly mean, Ryan? So explain it to me like I'm a nummy nut, because I am a nummy nut when it comes to that. I'm not gonna lie. Unless it's like the AGL, never AGL again. No, we'll never have AGL again. I would not be doing. Excuse me. I would not be. I would not be like AGL at all. I would not be like AGL. It's a PDF, but how would you send it still? Discord? Okay. This is different, Zyper. This is different. This is HCS stuff. This is not what the document is about. This is different. This is different than what I'm intending to do. This is completely different, homie. This is completely different. The document I have is pertaining to like Halo. It's pertaining to Halo, not HCS. You know what I'm saying? It's pertaining to Halo, not HCS. But we can't do this. We can't do this because we don't have different regions. And I don't think that we need any changes like that because we don't have different regions right now. So that's why I don't know if this is the same thing that can be incorporated. I appreciate it, but I don't know if this is coinciding with what I'm trying to do. I don't think this is the same at all. Like this is something completely different, and this cannot be until like the new Halo down the line. What I'm trying to do is talk about the multiplayer, not HCS, because that HCS is very specific to what, like, just to us. This is not HCS specific or competitive Halo specific. This has to do with the entirety of Halo's multiplayer. But let me look at this. Say, this is a lot. So, Majors Online Series not carry out from event to event. No, see that. Why would you not want HCS points? Would weight more. Does depend on regions player. Why would you not want ATS points to carry over from different majors? They have to carry over. Cypher. They have to carry over. You can't have points not carry over. That's exactly what Halo is built on. The foundation of Halo is points and accumulating points every single tournament. But you cannot just eliminate points from tournament winners and things like that. You can't. I'll say that. And also, you're cutting different regions, but we don't have different regions right now. You see what I'm saying? This is completely different. And we have gone away from regional champions being guaranteed pool play spots because when that happened, that's exactly what we had in the future, or in the past. Excuse me. That's what we had in the past. Is regional champions get guaranteed pool play spots, but we went away from that because we were giving pool play spots to teams that did not deserve them. So we can't do that. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying, I'm just being devil's advocate to what you're saying. That is confirmed, Icy. Has been confirmed after I announced it on Tuesday, I think. Yeah, Tuesday. I announced it on Tuesday. The combines were great. The combines are great, Scout. Excuse me. Hold on. The combines are great. That's when Lethal got his shot. That's when a lot of other players, Ryan knew, they made their name for themselves during the regional combines. I think that would be great, and I think that's something that the AM League can do. That's similar to the BTH tryouts, but just we don't have enough of a scene to really do that now because it costs a lot to do that, and that was like a whole nother tournament just for AM players. Now that's something that I want to do, but just it would be an online tournament. But so Zyper, when you're saying all this, Zyper, you're basically copying what the previous seasons have had. So you see what I'm saying? This is what the previous seasons have had. We've had regions going into the other regions given automatic pool play spots, but we can't do that anymore. We can't do that right now, and I don't think that we need to be giving spots to regional, like certain regions, because they don't always make it out of AM. That's not true. They don't always make it out of AM. I think that the last time that we had like an ATS tournament, Charlotte, I don't think the Aussies made it out. I think they might have, but not every LATAM team makes it out, and not every EU team deserves a pool play spot because you have to think about the competition. Sometimes it's going to be a free win for those players. You feel me? And a free win for the other pro teams against them. I think that it's like the way they transition it is that if you're the best in your region, then you get your travel coverage, but you get one of the top seeds in AM. And honestly, I think that's the best way. I don't think that we need to be awarding teams pool play spots because the regions are not going to be as competitive as American regions. You feel me? The document points at the end of the season do matter when it comes to seeding teams for Worlds to qualify. But you say here ATS points earned from different majors online, open series, and online qualifiers would not carry from event to event. Why would you want them not to carry over? Because that is necessary. You have to have points carry over, especially if you're a tournament winner. You would want that to continue. Like you would want those points to be continuous, and you would not like if you win a tournament, you should not be forced to play in the online tournaments because you have awarded yourself that luxury, and you have to be giving the pro team some sort of luxury, especially if they're consistent and they are winning. And what's going on, Sean? Getting XP equals getting coins. Coins will unlock cosmetics and events and seasonal contact. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Is that what Reach had? That thing? I think I saw Druck talking about it on Twitter that they just basically improved upon the Reach system, but Reach's system wasn't like you weren't able to get too much. You feel me? The EU are still having events in Stoke, so we're all good. There are some events. Shout out to EHL. Shout out to EHL. Got some predictions for this weekend. I'm gonna get into that too, Mason. We've just been having a great convo about like just Halo in general, but I will be probably getting into that in a little bit. But I have to look at the teams. I think that off the top of my head, I'd probably say the new SSG, Luce's team, Piggy's team, and then the fourth place spot I think is up for grabs. Those are my top three. I gotta look at what the new teams are. Those are my top three, without a doubt. I think that it's gonna be very difficult for any other teams to make a run with all those new squads forming with that much firepower. I think it's gonna be very, very difficult. Let me spell some. I'll never forget the Nashville Combine. My team beat Lethal and Adrenaline's team in a BO3. My homie Swiftkill was on the come up. Shout out Swiftkill. He was our coach before Lunchbox. He was our coach before Lunchbox, and then he had to take a step back because he had a lot of stuff going on with crypto and NFTs, and so he was not able to coach us anymore, and that's when we went with Lunchbox. My thoughts on the new SSG at 4 p.m. East. Tune in. Why don't you say Amir, Scaly? Why we gotta wait till 4? Yeah, I'm excited to see that team play. I'm excited for that team to play too. I'm very excited. I think they're gonna make a lot of noise. A lot of noise. I'm very, very excited to see that team play. I don't know if they'll be scrimming anytime soon. They'll probably get one scrim under the belt maybe on Friday, but I do think that they have been playing matchmaking and getting acclimated with Halo. Or getting reacclimated with Halo. Combines gave us Lethal, Ryan Noob, Adrenaline, Chris Blaze, Amish Acorns. I'm probably forgetting some. It did. It did. That's why I like the BTA tryouts. I think was one of the best things of Halo just in general, not even just Halo Infinite, because the BTA tryouts was like we were able to get Gators and Sirion to their first tournaments. They were able to get on great teams after that, not just those two, but even Wee Man and Facty, and also that helped Sirion get onto these pro teams, get his name out there, because he had never gone to a tournament. His parents were not going to let him go to a tournament unless he was under BTH and had that type of opportunity. And he almost didn't go to the event. His parents almost said no. He had to beg and plead for them to go, or for him to go, because it was this type of opportunity. Same with Gators. Gators was not going to go to a tournament unless it was under BTH. So I'm very proud and very, very blessed to be able to give that opportunity to new coming players, and I think that that is something that is my calling, and that's why I want to do an AM League and do certain things along those same lines. So I think that is like perfect for me. Not to say that I'm like the best at that shit and whatnot. I just think that I have a lot. I get a lot of joy in seeing other people be successful and other people make a name for themselves, because I'm like, you know, I'm older now, so I'm okay with passing the torch. I'm okay with passing the torch and giving those players like their limelight and giving them their shine, because I've had mine. You know what I'm saying? I've had my success. I've done everything. I've done everything that you can do as a competitive Halo player. I have a ring. I have a chain. I have multiple trophies. I've done it all. So it's time for me, especially the person that I am, and me being in this scene for so long. I think it's best for me to just pass that torch and do the best I can, giving other players a place to make a name for themselves. What's going on? Jesco, what's popping, homie? What's popping? Top of the morning, top of the morning. Falcated, antisocial, never heard him speak or do interviews. Falcated is just quiet. I wouldn't say he's antisocial, he's just quiet. I wouldn't say that just because he's not big on social media or like streaming or things like that, I wouldn't say that he's antisocial, because Fal is very social. It's just he's social within his own groups, and he just keeps to himself and the people that he knows. But there's a reason why he still gets on teams, is because he is social and doesn't play the politics game, but he is involved in other conversations. You know what I'm saying? That's like, for instance, Gators does need to play the politic game, like the game within the game, more, because that will help him get on teams and consistently be on teams. But Gators is not antisocial, he just keeps to himself. ETH also created one of the greatest feuds of all time between you and Wee Man. It can't be a feud, Nitro. I can't be beefing with somebody beneath me, so it can't be a feud. Especially with niggas that can't go set foot in the venue. It can't be possible. There's no comparison. I think opposed to that. I think I helped him get back with the Twins, or I was the main reason of why he got back good with the Twins, because he did burn a lot of bridges, and that's also something that I'm proud of, is helping somebody mend those relationships because of my platform and giving them a platform to speak their mind and other people to speak their minds. So I wouldn't say it's a feud. Can't be a feud or no beef with niggas that are beneath me. Let me see what you guys said. And thank you, Scaly. Thank you. Scaly needs to make his bread too. Let him get it. Scaly don't be doing shit. But he does, and I understand that. That's content. That's content. I understand it. It's so the top teams consistently participate in each online event. The format now essentially is playing for 5th highest seed in NA at least. Also, regions receive less points based on their participation numbers, land placement history, so it would eventually balance itself out throughout the system. The more interesting thing is more likely the veto system at the end of the document. I gotta look at the end, because I don't think that vetoes will work in Halo. Personally, we've tried that before. We disagree on the point system, which is fine. But the thing is, Zyper, we've had this before. That's why I'm saying that. We've had this before. Now, we've had this before, and we've given pool play spots to EU players, and then we just got nothing from that. There were teams that were just and then we're given pool play spots, and it would just be a free win. That's why I say we can't do that, because what's the reasoning of giving people a free pool play spot if their regions are much easier than American regions? I'm not saying that we need to combine all the regions like right now, but that's the only reason we're doing that now is because we just don't have a poppin' scene, and we have to incorporate all of them. We don't have enough to go around to every region and to have tournaments and stuff like that. But year one, we had regional tournaments. We had a Valencia tournament, we had a Mexico City event, and we had a Melbourne event, if I remember correctly. I think Melbourne or Sydney. I think it was Melbourne. But that's why I say that we've had that before. And then when you say that it gives opportunities, or it gives an opportunity to play in more tournaments, we can't do that, because if you have the same top 4 teams always playing in all these online tournaments, then it's just going to take away from other spots that other people can get, in my opinion. Take away from other spots that other people can get so they can make a name for themselves, or for them to get points. Feel me? Move or add more spots if they got better or not. But in the history, when you say in history, they have not gotten better because there's not enough. They don't have the practice to get better like that. The main thing that helps them get better, in my opinion, is when they come to America and they're playing consistently, like in their Airbnb, and they're just grinding. That's why I mentioned that we've had this, Zyper. That's why I'm mentioning it. We've had this. We've literally had this before. But we can't. I don't think we need to revert back to it, because it was just giving too many easy spots. You know what I'm saying? And people would not be competitive. That's why. But the regions you can't. I don't think you gotta see. This is exactly what we had, Zyper. That's what I'm saying. Do you know about what we had in the previous years? This is exactly what it was. This is exactly what we've had this before. We've had this exact format, the exact same thing. But it transferred. We cut it out after year one, and then we went to different regions having the tournaments and giving those regions open bracket spot, but having travel coverage to the tournaments. So you would be like a top 3 or top 4 seed in open, but you would still have to make it out of open. I don't think we can award people we had 3 European teams before that would get spots. And European 2 teams, there's not a lot of great teams in these regions. You know what I'm saying? And it's usually a given on who's going to make it from these regions. And that's why I think it's best to have them in open bracket to fight their way out, opposed to just giving them a place or giving them a free spot. Because there's only going to be one Australian team that's always going to be performing, and they were getting their pool play spot every tournament. I think they still deserve travel coverage and going to getting an open bracket, but they still should be fighting their way against the highest NA competition outside of the pros. But that's why I asked Zyper, do you know about having this in before? European team plays top 3. Player win worlds in multiple events. And you got top 4. But that's when they get their wait, when you say European player win worlds, what European player won worlds? What European player won worlds? Are you talking about Legend? But that's when he got on the NA team. That's when he got on the NA team. That's not in the NA region. That's not in that region. That's when he got on the NA team. But they got better. They got better when they were able to play in NA. That's what I'm saying. But that's why I asked you, Zyper, do you know about this being a format already? That's what I'm saying. This is not something new that we have seen, or that we haven't seen before. But I love this debate too. Don't think I'm getting upset or anything. But we've already had this. This is the exact format that we've had. The exact same thing. So, but when you say change, but it would be when you say change with points, I don't think you need to make the event winners play in every online tournament, and they will play in them if they want. I think that's something that they should be able to decide themselves. If you win an event, you don't want to be playing on the next weekend in an online tournament after you just won the tournament. Feel me? They play in them if they want, but usually the other qualifiers, they will have pool play spots. There will be pool play spots that you qualify for, and then the teams that are already top 4 or whatever, they will automatically be in pool play for the next season, or the next event, excuse me. But they got better because they get the NA practice, in my opinion. That my immediate thought when the Lucid team announced was how hard found Collect can practice. The teams they normally did not scrim a lot. I think that too, Rick. I think that too, but it's just going to be about team chemistry and making sure they're on the same page. I think it's possible, but I think it's just all about team chemistry, in my opinion. I think that a lot of people are judging them right now, even on Reddit. There is a thread right here about their performance. I haven't checked Reddit really just yet, but I don't think that people can jump the gun on how good they're going to be until they get some more scrims under their belt and actually get acclimated with each other. They just played that one scrim, probably going in very blind, not talking about what they wanted to do, not talking about what their micro goals are on the map or how they want to play the game, and they also come from different teams and different play styles. So it's going to take them a little bit to get back in form, especially Lucid, because he hasn't scrimmed this entire year really. So I think that people are jumping the gun thinking that they have to be shitting as soon as they fucking come out the gate. I think that they're performing better than Doomsday. I think you need to be doing better than that team because that team was just completely ass. But no disrespect, but they were just completely ass. They were just losing matches they should not be losing. But other teams, they are going to either hit the ground running, have a honeymoon, but they're playing against a team of 3 that's been together for a minute now, and they also got top 3 at Worlds. So it's going to take over. It's going to take time. That, for example, if EU teams started winning events, getting top 4, they would get more pool play spots. That's one example. If they start bombing out and only getting top 6 worse, they would have spots for moving award to better performing regions. Change over time. Than you. No, shut up, Z. Shut up. It was. I made my decision, and I still stick with my decision. I still stick on my decision. The only person that I think that might not have been the best pick, even though he's a great player, is Wee Man because of his attitude. So I know it would require more days in the venue, but doing pool play on land would be cool. Like back in the day, win or go home, sit in the stands. They do pool play on land intensified. They do that. Usually pool play is the first day of the tournament. Online qualification is for pool play, and then they do pool play on Friday. But the Mexican and NZ players, these are all individual players, Zyper, not regions. And when they get these best placings, that is when they are on NA teams. And then it's also they are able to get on these NA teams because people that are seeing how well they're doing in the region, they want to reach out and give them an opportunity. It also is expensive, so not all teams are able to do that because it does require a lot to get them a visa, get an org to pay for that visa, and also get them housing and lodging in America, which is not always the case. It depends on the org that is wanting to do that. If we increase the map pool and quality, a pick and ban system for maps could work. Maps and game types, I don't think it could, Scout. I don't think it should, in my opinion, in Halo, because I feel like if you are doing picks and bans in Halo, then you are purposely just always playing the best game types that you want or that you're good at, opposed to trying to practice every game type and being the best at those game types. We've tried vetoes in Halo. I gotta look at what Zyper said in his document about vetoes, but I just personally don't like vetoes in Halo, and I think there's a reason why we have gone away from it. It's because it forces you to, or not having them, it forces you to always be practicing all game types opposed to just leaving a few on the table because you know it's going to be an automatic veto. And also there's going to be certain maps and stuff that people are automatically going to veto, and it's going to take away from spectators too, because that was the case. Now Kruva was a great option. But I liked having Facti on the team. I did not want them to be too comfortable. Veto system. The top 12 teams at the pool play would start in winners for championship bracket. Bottom 13, 16 teams pool play would still be eliminated. Championship bracket would be true double elimination instead of the Nitro teams. Now I don't like that though. I don't like that. So you got to remember, Zyper, if you have teams being eliminated on the first day, that takes away from organizations wanting to be involved, because orgs are not going to want to send a team to a tournament and then possibly just get completely out on the first day and not have anything to play for or have any recognition for their sponsors and whatnot. I think that the perfect way is having the third team starting in losers. I think that's great. And then the fourth team can get eliminated. That's what you're saying here, because you say they'll be eliminated. It would be true double elimination instead of the 9 to 12 teams will play starting in round of 12 and having one life. So why would you want to eliminate the third place team going into losers bracket? I think that's honestly perfect. Like complete open bracket on land is what I really meant, like back in the day. I mean, we've had that before intensified. That was the very first tournament of the year. That was the very first tournament of the game. Was Raleigh, and that was, or no, there's pool play there, but there were some open bracket teams, like Sen was in open bracket. I forgot about that. But I don't think we can do that because of time. You're right now. You're right. I see what you're saying. But it just, we shied away from that because of time, and there's a time schedule that they have to be in and out of the venue. Let me see the veto system. Where is it here? Use to act as team or B. Point flip will be team A bans one objective map and combination. Is a map in combination. Team A bans their map. Now see, we've done this. We've done this, Zyper. This is exactly what we've done. All this is what we've done. We've done this before. We've done this before. Where and what's going on, Attacker? What's going on? Resident White Girl was popping top of the morning. But we've done this. We've done this. It just did not work because everybody always automatically banned one map, or they knew they were going to ban one map, so people just didn't play or practice a lot, or practice those game types a lot. This is like I said, Zyper, this is a great suggestions, but we've done this before. And the thing that it does is it takes away from spectators and not being able to see multiple game types throughout the tournament. And we already struggle with game types not being played at tournaments. That's be an issue, because you would eventually just, like, we don't have that many maps in Halo Infinite. Think about the maps that we have. We have Live Fire, Origin, Pit now, Solitude, Recharge, Lattice, and Aquarius. So certain game types would just automatically be vetoed and be out. But we've done this. This is done in Halo 5. This was done in Halo 5. But people automatically just vetoed Stasis and other game types, and it just took away from spectators, and the viewership went down. That's why we've done this. We've done the picks and bans. I don't think that picks and bans are for Halo, personally, because we don't have that many game types. We did before. We don't have them right now. But we did have, like I think we had like 17 game types before. I'm not entirely sure. I think we had like 17, but I don't think that it would work, personally. And you give me a reasoning why you think it would work. Why do you think this should work? Right now we have 17. That's including Slayers. I think. But we had more before. I think. But everybody doesn't practice all the game types. And I think that's mainly because we just don't have a lot of maps. We have condensed the maps, rather. Yeah, we would be playing the same game types. We've been playing the same game types. But so, Zyper, I want to ask you, what is different from this than Halo 5? If you know about what's happening in Halo 5, because these are mainly things that have already been implemented in Halo. Even with the examples, these are already things that have been implemented in Halo. It just did not work, and that's why we've reverted back from them. That's why I want to ask you why do you think this should work now opposed to why it didn't work back in the day? Same thing with the main thing I'm looking at is the teams not having their points advance over. You know what I'm saying? That's why. Because this is, like I said, it's great suggestion and great representation and visual representation, but I think that all these things have been already implemented in Halo already. But the one thing I disagree with the most is I don't think that we need to award pool play spots to teams just because their regions are easier than NA. And that's not me trying to be disrespectful, but these other regions aren't as poppin' as NA, and I hope that I wish that in the future they are more poppin'. But I think that we need to stay how we have it. We still need different regional tournaments like year one, but I don't think that we need to be awarding people their like a free spot just because they are they're doing well in their region. Because I think that is just taking away from other NA teams that could potentially get their spots in pool play. Because right now you only have 8 NA teams, and there's going to be more than 8 great NA teams, and they will more than likely be better than the other European teams. Only European team that really has made a name for themselves was Quadrant, and Quadrant did deserve to be in pool play. I will say that. When interference will work in Halo, it was too snowbally. That's the thing. It was too snowbally. Overtime. So let me see what you mean by overtime. Player participation, online events, regions, majors. All regional champions would be guaranteed full play spots going into majors from online events. Regions Mexico and Australia have proven to make it out of open brackets since having their automatic bids removed in the past. Have set personal records and placements in recent major lands. Now did the Aussies make it out at Charlotte? I don't think they made it out at Charlotte. And also, the best LATAM team almost lost at Salt Lake to BTH. They won Game 5, so it's not always guaranteed. There's a lot, and that's against AM teams opposed to pro teams. Now, if you put more pro teams in AM, then they're not going to make it out. Like, not as many of them are going to make it out, or not as easy as. I'm talking about Salt Lake. Salt Lake, they didn't make it. I almost didn't make it out. Esco and ANZ got top 8 at Charlotte. Did they? 2025. Hey, show me the overall. Yeah, that's we know. Let's see the actual placing. Maybe on this one. They did. They got top 8. They did get top 8. But that was coming through AM bracket, I think. That was coming through losers AM bracket. Okave, Majin was the best in A. And then Luminon EU. They were already awarded a spot. Okave went through AM. And Mindfreak did win their pool. So that was Charlotte. You're right. You're right. They get awarded more spots in the next year. That way they get awarded more spots next year. I think that makes sense. But I still think that even if they're making it out of AM, like if you put more NA teams in AM, then I don't think that it's going to be as likely. And also, yeah, they beat OpTic this event. Also, say these teams don't get NA practice. Diaper. If they don't get NA practice, then they are not going to be performing this well, especially Mindfreak. If Mindfreak is not in NA practicing consistently against the NA teams and getting a boot camp, then they are not going to perform as well. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Will you be competing in Halo ever again? We'll see. We'll see in the new Halo, but I don't have any intention to play, and then I don't have any intention to compete. I'm fine with being a content creator, and I don't intend to. I don't know if you know the reason why I stopped competing stealth, but I have been blessed to get back in OpTic as a content creator, and I just don't think that is. I don't think that is a dragon that I want to chase anymore because I've already accomplished everything. There is nothing for me to play for, nothing at all. But I've always said that if somebody throws me a bag in the new Halo, then I would play. But there's nothing that I want to play for or nothing I need to play for. You feel me? I've already done everything that there is to do as a competitor. I have zero accomplishments that I would need to be getting, and it just would not be for me. I've won more than one tournament stuff. I've won many more than one tournament. But I stopped competing because my mom was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer, and I came back home and took a break from competing and everything just in general for a few months to take her to and from her chemo appointments. And that is when I got the opportunity to do the watch parties with Maniac, and then I followed that through, and I was able to get back in OpTic as a content creator. And they have said that if I wanted to compete, I could compete, but I just don't intend to because I've been blessed with the opportunity and spot that I'm in now. But I just don't have no reason to compete, none at all. If I was say like somebody like Nated, that never got an event win, or anybody that hasn't won an event, then I would probably be wanting to. I would have a lot left on the table that I'd be wanting to accomplish, but I have not. I have done everything. You know what I'm saying? I've done everything that I can possibly do as a competitor. Nah, fuck that nigga Eva. That's why I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I'm just honestly using it as an example. But I've done everything that I could possibly do as a competitor. I've won a ring. I've won multiple tournaments. I have an MVP. I'm able to get back in OpTic. It's just all the competing stuff. As soon as I had to take a step back and be with my family, it just put a lot of things in perspective, and I just don't have the want, and I've kind of just checked out of that. And I think that I have other callings now in the scene. Not to say I'm abandoning Halo, but I have other callings like content or being a coach and things like that. It's just me competing. It's just neither here nor there for me. I've just mentally completely checked out of it. Not to say I don't think I can compete, because I didn't stop competing because I couldn't get a team or I'm ass or anything like that. It's just life happens. You know what I'm saying? Life happens, and I'm okay with leaving the scene and what I've done. I'm very, very okay with it. Now, like I said, if I didn't get a ring or didn't get multiple event wins in Halo Infinite, then I would be more upset. But I've done everything that there is to do, and I'm blessed to have the Halo Infinite career that I've had. Very, very blessed. I'm sorry, that must be. Oh, congratulations, Stealth. Congratulations. We got another cancer survivor in here. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Always fuck cancer. Always fuck cancer. Always. Very proud of you, homie. That shit is not easy. That shit is not easy, but very proud of you, homie. Very proud of you. And always, like I said, feel free to ask these questions. Always. But I don't think that that competing is for me. I don't think it's for me anymore. I just don't have the mental want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like other people might, and I completely understand that. But for me, I've done everything there is. I've been competing for over half my life, longer than some niggas have been alive. So I'm blessed. I'm very blessed to even have been able to go as long as I have been, or I was. 18 years or 19 years competing is a fucking accomplishment. If you're in the same spot for 18 years, then you want to possibly do something else when that time comes. And I had an exit opportunity, and I want to be able to follow that through. And I think that just my calling now is content, mentoring teams or coaching, and then trying to pass the torch to players or other players that are up and coming in the scene. As Ivory said, that would factor in they get awarded more spots next year. This is strictly based on their results from all majors and worlds year to year. I understand that. I understand that, Zyper. I understand that. What's going on, Sharpie? What's popping? Top of the morning, main top of the morning. If the next Halo multiplayer is the best multiplayer, then I will have more of an opportunity to do content than doing that. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's a great multiplayer, I just have nothing to play for. If somebody offers me a bag and wants me to field a team, then that would be a different story. But I have nothing to play for. I have nothing. I have literally nothing. Like I said, it would be different if I was like Nated and did not get an event win or anything like that. But Nated's still a great player, but he just never got an event win. So like that might be something that he wants to always revisit to try and get that event win. But for me, I've done it all. I've done it all. It's just I don't have the drive to do it. And scrimming, the stress of it. I'm 32, or I'm about to be 32 in a couple days, and that shit is like it's very stressful competing with your team changes and everything. Your livelihood is dependent on other people who might have some grudges against you or might think differently of you and other people, and it's like the politics game, and it's just not for me. It's not for me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm blessed. I'm very blessed. If I did not have the community that I have and the support that I have on here, then it'd be I would be more upset. But I've started streaming before I was a content creator, and I think that has helped me a tremendous amount when making that full transition into being a content creator. But I also have the role of being like TMZ and Zuma in Halo. The same exact thing that Zuma does in COD is what I do in Halo. We even fielded a team last year, and I think that was an incredible thing to do. I was just talking about it, and helping other players get to their first tournaments or helping them make a name for themselves. It's all in the past for me. You feel me? It's all in the past. Lift your head up. You go to thank you, Tico. I appreciate that. If I won the second worlds, then I would have been retiring after that on top. But unfortunately, we got second. But what was I gonna say? Fuck. But I was going to play for one more year anyways. I was under a 2-year contract under Native on my last team, and if I was just going to be done after that year in the first place. So I'm blessed. I'm blessed. You don't want him banning your kids for one more win like Tom Brady? No. I have nothing. I have nothing to play for. Nothing to play for. It's different in competitive esports because it's a roller coaster, and I don't need to do it anymore. And if I did it, it wouldn't be the same. I wouldn't have the same passion. And just waking up, scrimming every day, going through team changes every offseason, the stress of it, it's just not something I want to deal with as a 32-year-old. I have a mortgage, I got a house, I got bills and things like that. Just take precedence or take a priority over other things. And on Zyper, I'm gonna still read this. I still read this because I think that you have good suggestions. But only thing I do disagree with the most is I don't think you should force the people that win the tournaments to play in the online tournaments. I think that when they afford themselves that luxury, then they can just that's like a benefit of winning an event, because usually the online tournaments start the weekend after the last event, and that's when things can get stressful, and like you have to go right back home and you have to start practicing right away, make a team change right away, and things like that. And I just think that the event winner, they like a top 4. I like that top 4 automatically advances into pool play the next event. I like that. I think that's like a good way. I do think that there's regions that have been making a lot of noise, but say those regions don't get any practice, then it's not going to be the same thing. Like if Luminon EU was not able to get pre-LAN or go to the Shopify headquarters, then they would not have been performing just as or as well, because they would not be having any practice over in their region. That's the thing. You need to prioritize time. You can't get that time back. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Intensify. That's the one thing that you can't do, is you cannot get your time back. You cannot get your time back, and that's the one thing that you're not able to get back in life is time. That's the most valuable thing in my opinion. So it's just, I don't have the want. I think that I'd be a great coach. If an opportunity presents itself, I've had a couple, but they've unfortunately fallen through with team changes. But it's just in the past. It's in the past. If I was to compete, it wouldn't be for the right reasons. Like if I was getting a bag, then obviously I'd be wanting to win. But I'm blessed to be an OpTic. I'm like one of the only content creators that's been able to get back in OpTic as a Halo content creator next to Maniac, and that is due to him giving me the opportunity, because I would not have been in this position if it wasn't for Maniac reaching out to me in a time period where I was very lost and very down, with my mom and everything, and I was trying to be an ATS analyst. I got told that it was like basically would never be a thing. Was not able to be a coach, and by the grace of God, I got the text from Nick, and then I was blessed to be able to do the watch parties with him and do that throughout the year. And I think that watch parties went great. I think all the content we did last year, even this year, last year was incredible, especially with that being the end of ATS's like span in Halo Infinite. Just going through hell in those scrims. Why you say that? I think it's just the end. Thank you, Gerald. The watch parties with Seth was great. With Seth and Zinni, that was a dope watch party. Dope watch party. I got a lot of love from Seth there, and Zen with just my analysis. Excuse me, I always fuck that up. Analysis, and them kind of like pivoting to me about certain questions and explaining the game. And I think that was able to show a lot of people that I have a great Halo mind, and I think that I've come into my own with my Halo knowledge, opposed to just being an idiot that runs around with his head cut off like early days. And I think that I have like that's the knowledge that I'd like to instill in other people when they're on the come up, like Styrion Gators with BTH. I think that is much better for me. Should be what the players want ideally. I agree. Now the only thing I don't like that they did, I think it was to save any bread. I think it was like just to save their budget, was taking out certain region tournaments. I think that is the most important thing, is having different regional tournaments. Your one was very dope for that, having the EU tournament, Mexico City event, excuse me, and the Australian event. I think that is something that I hope we can go back to in the new Halo, opposed to just condensing all the regions and having them play their own online tournaments. But them having their own online tournaments does give them more opportunities to make bread, because no matter what region that you're in, if you win or you get second, then you do get extra bread in your pocket. So I think that's really dope, whether it's NA, Mexico, or Australia. I think that was actually really, really good. Yeah, they took away that, and they also took away the ATS broadcast of the online tournaments. That's when LVT stepped up and started to do the broadcasting for the online events, which I think is dope. I think that was all dope. I think LVT coming in really helped us, saved us. I always give a lot of credit to LVT for everything they've done for the team. It seems like he's enjoying the game. Just feels with roster mania. I mean, he's used to it. He's used to it, Eva. I think that. Shut up, Llamas. I just saw what you said. You said need to get an event win impossible challenge. He did win a free for all, but he did not win a 4v4, and I think that was just based upon his attitude towards teammates and his demeanor. Not to say he wasn't a great player, but I think that he just was not all there mentally to really help the team get across that finish line. But he has many seconds, which is still an accomplishment in itself, and FFA win still a win, but just not in the major game mode that everybody's trying to accomplish in. But he's still a great player. I always give Nady credit for being a fantastic player. Even if I might, not like him, I always keep it real, and I still will say that he's a great player. But he was not an event winner, and I think that is why I don't put him on my top 25 list, or one of the most influential Halo players. Thank you, Bellum. Thank you. I don't think you missed anything too much. We've just been discussing Halo. Let me think. I think we've just been discussing Halo, discussing the changes Halo needs, discussing the new teams a little bit. I do want to watch back the Luke's Rim because I haven't seen too much of it. I only saw the tail end of it. That's all I can think of that comes to mind, honestly. Who are you talking about, Scaly, when you say who? I was talking about Native, if that's what you mean. What's going on, Dom? What's poppin'? You need to hear a list of Halo beasts. I think there is already one on Reddit. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Said, glad to hear you feel better. What's your thoughts on the Lucid stream yesterday? Feel it was normal given the circumstances. I haven't seen too much of it, but I do think that it was normal given the circumstances. I don't think that you can expect them to be like absolutely dominating a team that got top 3 last Worlds. The best thing about this roster, the old I'm just gonna call them M because I don't know, I can't call them paid now, but they'd be like, psst. But or no, they'd be EA, yeah, they'd be pads. I'll call them pads. But they have been a team for a while now, a team of 3 at the very least. Senate, Piggy, and Acid. They're going to have more of a feeling of how their team is going to play together than this other team, the new team. That's what they call them, FaZe. But this FaZe roster or this other team, they are probably going to the scrim very blind and not knowing exactly what they want to do, and just they probably wanted to do that. A lot of teams will go into a scrim and they will go in blind, not knowing each other's callouts, not knowing each other's micro goals, knowing how each other plays, so that way they can get a feel for each other. And then after that first scrim, they go back and they start to do more critiques and more criticism. I think that you can expect them to be playing more to their full potential, not their absolute full potential, but more to it this coming weekend. But I don't think you can write them off just yet. Like it'd be different if it was like the Doomsday team that just came in and just got smacked in the online tournaments, especially the teams that they should be beating on paper and should be doing better, even if they're a new team. You feel me? But this team, I think that it's still just going to take them some time. This is the first time that Lucid has scrimmed in a long ass time. So it's going to take him some time to get acclimated again and get adjusted. But a lot of people are trying to write them off, and I don't think that should be the case. I feel like you got to give them more credit than people are currently. People are already talking about them on Reddit. I haven't even read this just yet, but people are writing them off. They are writing them off tremendously. A lot of people were trying to write off the Lucid team yesterday in Shyways chat. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I'm gonna call them Daps. That's better, Bellum. That's better. But that's what I'm saying. I was saying native Scaly, and that's not me trying to be a hater. I mean, that's why he tried to cancel me, is because I said that I don't think he should be on the top 25 list, and because I don't think he's one of the most influential players. He has been a little bit influential with streaming and whatnot. I will give him credit for that, and being one of the early people or early streamers of Halo. But I just don't think that he is I don't think you can put him on the list above these other people, and they have won. It's not easy to win an event. It's very difficult. No matter what people say, it is very, very difficult to win an event, to have that stamina throughout the weekend, to be coming correct on those 3 days. It takes a lot. So I think that if you're able to even accomplish that one time, that you are above those other people that aren't able to accomplish it, and that's why I don't put Nate on that list. He takes offense to that. I think he gets in his feelings about that. That's why he tried to cancel me. But this doesn't even have anything to do with that. It's just I don't think he's a bad player at all. I just don't think that he can put him above these other players that have been doing much better throughout multiple years. You feel me? Still something. No, he never wanted to ban HP. He's wanted an FFA, but not a 4v4 event. No, he has not. He has not. Said it's one scrim and it's the first scrim back after a while. The talent on the team is undeniable. I agree with you, Vellum. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. Now this is why I say people that don't understand competitive Halo, I think that that's when they're trying to write them off, because a lot of people are looking for superstar power right off the rip, and they don't understand that some things take time. And I think if you don't see this team playing well in the next month, then that's when you can expect them to make possibly a one-man change. That's all they can do in the Pro League, I believe. But I think you still expect them to qualify for the Pro League. Now, if they don't qualify for the Pro League, then I think that's okay for some criticism. But I think that they're 100% going to be qualifying. I think it's an easy qualification. Like, for instance, I'll read this. I'll pause the music for it. I got to take a piss after I read this. But first off, this is not meant to put down any of these players. I respect every single one of them immensely individually. They are all extremely talented. My fear is, at this point in Infinite, it pretty much seems like this. Seems that if you don't have an immediate connection, then the room to grow is very limited. There's nothing new to learn in this game. All the players know the maps, they know the tricks, etc., and they're all very much ingrained in their own play styles. That's not exactly true, because it's still going to take an adjustment period, but I'll continue reading. What I'm noticing is the only real change we are seeing is the new young guns on the come up. To break into the scene, they are the ones who have to figure out their playstyle in a way which counters and works against the older, more established gods of the game. An example of what I mean is the likes of Lashot. He says it himself, Lucid is good, but Lashot just understands how Lucid plays. the result is that more often than not, this leads to a positive outcome in Last Shot's favor. Piggy and his team are no slouches either. More young guns who are forced to innovate to fight their way into a very competitive landscape. Those guys have taken games off SR2, so they are proving themselves very worthy. So again, no shade to them, but I guess I just expected to see the new team flying off the rip. Now that is exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Why would you be expecting them to be flying off the rip? Not even giving them a chance, not a single chance. This is one scrim. When one niggas had, some of the niggas haven't even been playing. One nigga hasn't been playing the entire season. So why would you want to just completely say that you expect them to be shitting when they haven't even talked about call outs? You have to, all right, this is how things go when you're a new team. Okay? This is how things go. You form your team, okay? You go into one scrim blind. Okay, teams, people come from different teams, different call outs, different play styles, different micro goals, everything. You go into that one scrim blind. They're not caring. I guarantee those niggas, like 99.99999%, them niggas do not care about how that scrim result went. They do not care at all. They don't care at all. What's going on, nerdy? What's popping, homie? Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I'm doing much better. Just a little bit congested, but I'm doing much, much better. They're not going to care at all. They're not going to care whatsoever about how they perform. That's going to be it's just a feeler. They're just throwing out a feeler and just seeing how they play with each other. And then the next day or before the next scrim, they are going to talk about everything they want to do. They're going to talk about their play style. They're going to talk about how they want to approach certain situations. They're just going to go over. They're going to have a team combo. That is how it goes. You're going to run around the maps together. Okay, you're going to run around the maps in the custom game. You're going to go and sit in certain spots and be like, all right, we want to play like this. I like to go here. This is where my tendencies are. We're going to play like this. And then they come to a common ground. They're going to understand how each other plays. And then they're going to play the next scrim and have a much better time because they're going to be actually trying to work on things. That makes sense. Or improve on their foundation. Right now, this team has no foundation because they probably haven't talked about shit. You know what I'm saying? They probably haven't talked about shit. And people are writing off a team consisting of Lucid, Falcated, Collect, and Penguin. They are going to figure it out. Okay? They're going to figure it out in my minds because I don't think that this is going to be similar to the SSG team last year when they were just average from the beginning, when they were considered the second best God squad before Shopify started making names for themselves. But people are already making Reddit threads because they aren't shitting against a team that has been together, or three of them have been together for a long minute now. Acid, Descendant, and Piggy have been together for months at this point. Yes, they have had their hiccups with team changes and whatnot, but it's mainly been just Yak dipping out on them. And that's when they have made their changes, and they have. I think that Sab adds a lot to that fucking team. One player can make the biggest difference in the team, or it cannot make that big of a difference. But Halo Infinite, more likely than not, that one player can drastically change the entire landscape of the team. Okay, but you're talking about players that have not scrimmed in months. Okay, Falcated probably ain't been playing. I think somebody said that. I forgot. Falcated ain't been playing for a long minute now, or just haven't scrimmed probably since the last event because he hasn't been on a team. Okay, and then you got Lucid who just came back to Halo. That's his first scrim this year. Okay, if I get on a team and I scrim for the first time, it's probably not going to go that well because matchmaking and scrims and all these other like eights and things like that are going to be a massive difference than actual competitive game types or gameplay when you are actually playing against a structured team or playing structured Halo and teams that want to know what they want to do. Sab can fit into that team very easily and fit into that role because they already have an idea of how each other plays. Okay, only person that's going to be a little bit uncomfortable probably will be Descendant, maybe because of all the shit that's been surrounding his name with Yak, but he's on the team instead of Yak, so they're going to be having a new environment, a fresh environment. That makes sense. He just did his placements like last Thursday. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Attacker. That's why some people on Reddit or even in Twitch chat, they don't understand competitive Halo like that. Even if you're watching an NBA team, sometimes the NBA team that makes the changes, they're not going to be shitting off the rip. Granted, they are going to have practice or summer camp, and they're going to be doing better going towards the season. But you can't expect the NBA team that just made like a whole new starting five to just be shitting off the rip. There's going to be times where they are. Don't get me wrong, but that's an anomaly in this the grand scale of things. So I don't think that's you can't just be saying that I expected the new team to be flying off the rip. You're playing a great fucking team, bro. That paid roster was expected to qualify last weekend, and they would have qualified last weekend. Only reason they didn't play is because Yak dipped out on him and forced them to not have a team or a fourth, and it was too last minute for them to find a fourth. But they're going to figure it out more than likely, I think. Okay, I would say that because it wasn't like they were getting completely shit on where they got 12 0'd or some shit like that. Yak is Yakson. Yak is Yakson. Important team chemistry is very important to intensify. Massively important. Massively important. But people are just trying to not even give them a chance, bro. Not even a chance. Not even a chance. That's one scrim where they haven't talked about shit more than likely. Like, you gotta give them a fucking chance. You know what I'm saying? If you maybe rejoined a bit too late and might miss Pro League, who are you talking about, Scout, when you say that? Who are you talking about? That's when I knew it was Fried trying to communicate with them. Yes, attacker. There's obviously some people that do have sense and know what it takes to be a successful team on Reddit and on Twitch. Don't get me wrong. But I'll say maybe like 70% don't look at competitive gaming or competitive esports the right way or try to understand the intangibles of what takes or what makes an incredible team. Let me see what you guys said before I gotta go take a piss. I gotta take a piss real quick. Said people talk trash about Eco, that Eco would be on this team, saw this now, and now they say Eco needs to be on there. I think a lot of people were saying that Eco was going to be on the team because of my thoughts the day I announced the team changes and everything. When I announced this, I said this my thoughts of what they should do. But the reasoning I think they didn't go this route is because Lucid and Eco were not meshing well, like in terms of play style, not meant like not outside of game shit like that. Probably was maybe a little bit, but they just didn't view the game the same way. You know what I'm saying? And they both kind of have the same role of being the IGL in the team and being that dominant voice. So that was my thoughts is that they should make this team, but I didn't even incorporate Falcated or Suppress or any of these players because they were already on Doomsday. So I didn't think that would. I didn't know what Doomsday was going to be doing. I thought that Yak was going to be back with Paid because he was playing matchmaking with Descendant. But I understand why they went this route. I think that they probably feel comfortable with Falcated, and Falcated's a great fucking slayer. A great fucking slayer. He was playing great fucking last year. I think he's playing great this year too. He was on a top 14 with Drug Soul Snipe and Suppress. But people got to give them a chance, bro. They got to give them a chance. And people do shit talk Eco unnecessarily, bro. And then you're right, Vellum. Falcated has not been playing. This post doesn't look like he's trying to write him off. He's trying to it's not that he's trying to write him off, Tech Father. I think he's just expecting more off the rip than he should be. If that makes sense. Like you're playing an established team that just added in one player, and it's going to be a whole new environment opposed to the toxic environment it seems like they had before, and they're not even giving them a chance because he even said that he's looking for them to be frying off the rip. When I think that you got to give him more of a chance. You feel me? You got to give him more of a chance. I think that's just people just jumping the gun. They're jumping the gun. Where's gonna he is not unbanned from LVT. Born he's not unbanned from LVT. If you look at what LVT said, you have to be HCS eligible. HCS eligible. So he is not HCS eligible. So he cannot play. What's going on, Space? You said why are people returning to Halo? I'm out the loop. So there's no money in it. There's been money in it, Space. There's been money in Halo. There's a pro league that's starting up. This is the like information about the pro league that like some changes that are made because they just had a what's it called? They just had a team that qualified not be in the pro league anymore because they lost their spot. But yeah, they have the fifth and sixth teams from the last qualifier playing a best of seven. I don't know when that's going to happen, but the last qualifier just happened last weekend, and the top four seeds or top four placings from last tournament, they are going to be the 1 through 4 seeds in the Pro League, and then this qualifier coming this weekend on Saturday and Sunday will be for the 5th through 8th spots. But the 4th spot, the last Pro League qualifier is now going to be decided between Ascending Baseline and Legion, and then whoever gets top 4 in this next qualifier will be seeds 5 through 8. Whatever placing you get, you'll get 5. You'll be seeds 5 through 8. So if you get 5th, 6th, or you get 1st, excuse me, you'll be 5th. You get 2nd, you'll be 6th, etc., etc. Also, the Pro League Finals is going to be $128 or $100,000 for the finals. $28,000 is going to be allocated to matches. So if you win a match, you get $250 a person, $1,000 per match. There's going to be like 28 matches, so $28,000 for that. And then also Halo Fest will be a $150,000 tournament, and that will kind of go in, or the Pro League will kind of go into that. It just depends on how you're placing in the Pro League because they say that the partner teams that are involved in the ecosystem, the Halo ecosystem, they will be getting their spots, but then it will also be like whoever's performing well, et cetera, et cetera. So That is in Halo Fest, like I said, $150,000. So that's why it's just going to be different. Renegade make more from COD. I think he's doing this until COD starts back up. COD is released in in Jagged. What's going on? Why you say that? Why you say that? He mentioned in his stream. I don't know if he mentioned that on his stream. I'm not sure. But what's it gonna say? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Renegade. The COD season is done. Unfortunately, he did not qualify for EWC. So COD releases on October, like the end of October, I believe, MW4. The COD season usually doesn't start until December, so he has some time to play Halo. The only decision that he'll have to make is if he's able to play at Halo Fest, because more than likely that team's going to be a top team, and they should be getting an invite to Halo Fest. But he will just miss out on the beginning of the COD season. Pro League does end at the end of October. Let me see if I can find it. Pro League does end at the end of October. Right. So last Pro League match is October 11th, and that is before Pro League is officially started. You feel me? Or Pro League is or COD officially releases. So there's still some time for Renegade to possibly play both, but I think that he's just going to be playing Halo for the time being, and then he might be going back to COD because I'm pretty sure the Huntsman will be coming back. But the only reason that the Huntsman were let go is because they were not allowed to have two teams at EWC. You feel me? So that's the only reason why he was on the Bush for EWC. And I know the Bush are going to be trying to keep him on the roster because they want to build around him. That's what one of the owners of Bush said on their watch party while they were watching EWC. But more than likely, I wouldn't be surprised if their new team gets picked up under OpTic again because that was three-fourths of the previous OpTic roster, just not with Formal, and now having Legend, or no, now having Stellar in place of Formal. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think that I don't think they would get like a high salary or anything like that, but I think that that would be a team that OpTic is interested in because I don't think that they're gonna just want Renegade to just be out there. You feel me? And thank you, Jagger, for the prime of the 7 months, homie. Thank you. Much love, very appreciate it, as always. Thank you. Very appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you think Renegade's team is phase or SSG? I think they will be phase. I think they will be phase Fire Ninja because right here, Renegade is playing with Kason. So I think that they will be phase. Renegade has the phase emblem, and Renegade has also been under phase before. So I think that they will be phase. I just saw this. So Kason also said that we'll have a team for both. And Kason also has said in here that they are going to have a team 100%. So they were just waiting to find a team that was worthy. They were going to have a team at the beginning of the season, the previous SSG roster, which was Eco Stellar Bound Penguin, but they had a falling out. So that's the only reason that FaZe has not been in the scene just yet. But they have been involved and they have been holding tournaments. They just held a FaZe 2v2 at the FaZe headquarters, which is really dope. And Renegade and Legend also did participate in that. They came back to Halo for like a couple days and they fucking qualified, and they had to win the tournament to qualify, and they did that. There was 3 qualifiers. They won the last one to qualify. Halo hasn't got big money, but it's good enough to make it valuable for the short term. Exactly, Space. Now, the thing is, there's just not a lot of organizations that are going to be salarying players right now because it just doesn't have a popping scene. That's the only negative, is it's just not a lot for, like, there's not a lot of money to go around unless you're one of the top teams like Shopify. Shopify, rightfully so, they deserve their salary. So that's the only thing. I think that they will be phased. Now, that means that SSG will be needing a team. Means SSG will be needing a team, and they have to figure out who they're going to be getting because SSG has not been involved in the ecosystem just yet. And I think that we were discussing this earlier. The only teams that have been really involved, and I'm saying this because of the announcement here, where it says these are the supporting partners for this year. The only thing is we have just only seen Shopify and FaZe be involved. Cloud9 does have a team now, but they have not been involved at all this throughout the year. SSG has not been involved throughout the year. The only people that have been are Shopify and FaZe, since FaZe had or held the 2v2. And FaZe has been trying to hold the team or field the team. This is scrims today. I would assume they probably scrim today data. I'm not entirely sure. I can look in the scrim group chat to see if they got one. Let me look. Let me look. There's a scrim group chat. I know that Descendants team is trying to play. I know they're trying to scrim today. Shopify needs a scrim in the future, but I don't know if they have had one like scheduled in here or if they've reached out to people. But I can look in the Discord and I can tell you if people actually have a team. Kason was lurking in here earlier. He's always in here. Shout out Kason. That's the homie. Kason is the homie. I really do appreciate Kason. He always be fucking with the streams, always showing love in here. I really like Kason is like an incredible person, and I'm appreciative of having him in the scene and just his friendship, to keep it real. expecting player to play like there's no time lost. Exactly, nerdy. That's the thing is people can't expect them to just like they can't expect the team to just come out the rip and just be shitting. What's going on, Flowers? What's popping, homie? What's popping? I feel like the Twins would have been a good pickup. Two young guns and two old dogs for who, Rick? For what org? If that's what you mean, what org? They have an org already. They have an org already. They've been with Legion since last year, and the Legion has been supporting them. They sent them to Birmingham, Atlanta, and they're also still supporting them. So I think that they're in a good spot with having Legion. Oh, you played them at 5:30 Eastern today. All right, that's good info. That's good info, Jacket. That's great info. Great info. Thank you for telling us. I don't know if I'll be on at that time, but I'm glad I'll probably be reviewing it tomorrow, or not tomorrow, because I probably take an off day. I'll review it probably before the Pro League, because tomorrow I'm probably gonna take an off day to get ready for my birthday, because my birthday is Saturday. Kay, Zane, and Mikey were rocking Phase, and Renegade was rocking SSG colors. I think Renegade in here, he has Phase stuff. You know what I'm saying? You see right here. He's playing with case on, and Renegade's got the phase emblem. So I think he might be, because he did have the OpTic emblem. You know what I'm saying? So I think that he's going to be phased. I think they're going to be phased, especially with them playing together. I think they've been in talks, and I think they would be phased. It's a shame you believe OpTic won't be back. I hope that isn't true. Well, there has to be a reason, Nerdy. There has to be a reason for them to come back. And right now, there is no reason. There is a team now that I think is a good pick for OpTic, but I wouldn't say that's 100%. But there has to be an ROI for OpTic to be in the scene. But right now, there is no ROI because there's just not a lot going on. But there is going to be more orgs trying to come back for Halo Fest. I know there is an org that's looking to come back in the scene. You can use my wording correctly there, or use my wording as a piece to the puzzle when I say coming back. But there would be an org that is looking to come back before Halo Fest, and they also will be holding a tournament prior to Halo Fest along the same prize pool as the Phase 2v2. So you can be looking, or be on the lookout for that. You can be on the lookout for that. What else I missed? What I missed? He mentioned only subs need to be HCS eligible. Gunny is starting. No, you have to be HCS eligible. Period. Um, Teams may declare it substitute after qualifier number 2. Any player who is ACS eligible and not currently competing in the Pro League may be declared as a substitute. And Gunny is not starting on any roster. So, I mean, he might be able to play, but he's not going to qualify. I'll be honest with you. No matter what team he's on, he's not going to qualify. He's not going to qualify. What's going on? What's going on, K-Son? What's popping, homie? What's popping? Top of the morning, top of the morning. What's popping, homie? What's popping? I see you back on the game. You get back on the game. You grinding. Let me know if you're trying to play too. Let me know if you're trying to play. If it's late night, I'll be down to play. If I'm just chilling, I'll be down. Didn't Stellar have a fallout with FaZe? I wouldn't say that it was just Stellar, but it did involve Stellar. I'll say that. I'll say that. It was make sure I got it correctly. Uh, some of the members on the team were bad mouthing FaZe, and FaZe was still trying to do the most for them, send them to a tournament. They were willing to fly them out to Birmingham, pay for the travel coverage and everything, peripherals, jerseys, all the good shit that you get with an org. And then it got back to FaZe that one of the players or a couple of the players said that they did not want to be a part of FaZe, so they had a falling out there, and that's why FaZe did not have a team for Birmingham. And this is the very first tournament of the year, very very first tournament of the year. That's WK son, WK son. Yeah, you let me know. You let me know, K son. I still gotta talk to you. I still gotta call you. Still gotta call you. I gotta do it this week. This week I just been mad busy, mad busy. But OpTic doesn't have the available cash like these larger orgs. Well, that's not intensified. That's not it. It's not OpTic has cash. Don't say that. That's not true. OpTic has cash. It just has to be worth it to OpTic to be in the scene. You know what I'm saying? That's the main thing. Because right now there just hasn't been a lot going on in Halo. But like I said, I think that this team would be a good option for them. But it just has to be worth it to them. It has to be worth it to any org for that matter. Like it's not even just OpTic. It has to be a good ROI for any org. And I think that orgs are looking to come back ahead of Halo Fest because that is the biggest tournament of the year, and they probably know that there's possibly something on the horizon going forward into next year. So it has to just be something for all parties because it's a business at the end of the day. You feel me? Time he was trying to get more involved in this. You talking about Kason? Where is he? Kason be grinding. Kason be grinding on the low. He be grinding. Oops, I must knock this over. He be grinding. He be grinding. Improved a lot too. Improved a lot too. What's going on, Eric? What's popping? Gunny would be a major viewership pull. I don't know about that, Born. I don't think he got that type of pull. I don't think he's that 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 I guess what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think he's that big of a brand to really bring in viewership. Now the new teams, especially if they get the orgs that they are expected to get, now that is going to bring a lot of eyes on the scene. All the team changes that I just announced, that has had people talking nonstop. Everybody's talking about team changes and what they think these other teams should do. They got scrims starting back up. Like the scene is starting to pick back up a tremendous amount, opposed to the past couple months where we've just been kind of dry because everybody's been waiting on the pro league and there hasn't been any scrims, no online tournaments, and things of that nature. Especially this next qualifier, I think this next qualifier is going to be very, very big because of all the teams and especially with there only being 4 spots left. I think that's going to be massive, massive. I think even that leading into the Pro League, especially even with the campaign evolved remaster coming out, that also has helped viewership and helped people wanting to be more interested in Halo. People are seeing that Renegades coming back, Legends coming back, Bounce coming back, all these other players that have been making a name for themselves in other scenes, like they have been coming back, and then that also will bring in viewership because those people are massive brands, like Legend. All these other players I just mentioned, they're massive brands. So they're going to obviously boost viewership the most, in my opinion. I hear you about ROI. I just want to see orgs enter the scene in general. Harrison Esports has so much potential in the future. Well, the orgs have been in the scene, nerdy. They've been in the scene for a while now. There's been a lot of orgs that have been in the scene. Like I said, the only 2 orgs that have been really involved in the scene right now on that list are FaZe and Shopify. I haven't seen much from Cloud9. I have not seen anything from SSG. You know what I'm saying? I've or anything from Cloud9 or SSG for that matter. The only people that have really been contributing to the scene, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way at all, the only people that have been really trying to put on for Halo in this down period and still give an opportunity to these players is Shopify and FaZe, without a doubt. Literally the only 2. I don't think there's a really any like the others that are on there. I don't consider LVT and EHL like orgs. They obviously are the tournament organizers. They've been doing a lot, but they're just not involved in this conversation. But that's the thing. It has to be something for the orgs. Now, towards the end of the year, like I said, you can expect one different org that's not on this list. That's not on this list to be coming back, and they're going to be the ones that are holding the 4v4. But other than that, it's not going to be. There's not going to be much for them. You know what I'm saying? And that's the main thing. It's not. It's excuse me. It's a business at the end of the day, and it has to be. It has to make sense for all parties. You know what I'm saying? So, if an org comes in, it has to be something good for them too. You know what I'm saying? Opposed to just entering in just to enter in. I know that as a spectator and as a supporter, you want more orgs on the scene because orgs do help the growth of the scene, but there has to be something for these orgs, you know. And then, like I said, FaZe have been trying to help, field the team for a minute now. It just has to be worth it for them to field the team because FaZe is not going to pick up just a top 12 team, especially a prestigious organization like that. They're not going to pick up just a top 12 team. You know what I'm saying? They're going to want to pick up a top team that's going to be able, that they're going to be able to build with over time and then possibly get an event win. Not even possibly get an event win. That's the goal. That's the goal of all orgs is to get an event win. They don't want to just be in just to throw their like throw throw their name on players' jerseys just because there's a team. You know what I'm saying? It has to be a great team. And I think now there's been a great team for FaZe to get back in, and there's also other teams for orgs to get back in too. Like I contacted Snakebite yesterday, and I told him like, hey, I know that these couple orgs they're interested in you guys. You should reach out to them. You know, even the org that I say that's coming back, I told him, hey, you should reach out to them. I'm not gonna tell you guys who. I told him. I said, hey, you should reach out to them. Like I asked him, you guys have an org? Like this is no intel or anything. I just saw Precision tweet about it recently. So I said, hey, reach out to this org. They've expressed interest, like behind the scenes. I know that they would be interested in having you guys, so you should reach out to them and then try to finesse some sort of salary if you're interested in that, or if you want that, which I know they do, and then try to have the travel budget allocated to them in salary, opposed to traveling like to the tournaments. Because I think that travel coverage is covered by HCS and Shopify for both the Pro League Finals and for Halo Fest. Like Amit was doing that. W friend Amit was doing what? Love it to be Straight Rippin. Well, Straight Rippin was trying to come back in. Straight Rippin was trying to come back in 2024. The only thing is they were not offering much of a salary. I think the salary they were offering was $500. And I think that it was they were trying to pick up the ITB roster. I don't know exactly who that I can't remember who exactly that roster was, but I know it had Jimbo and Mighty's on it to my knowledge. And so they went with ITB before all the ITB shit came out. Excuse me. And ITB was just like fucking with them, to be honest. But they have been trying to come in. I don't know what happened to Straight Ripping with the matches and whatnot. I feel like now is like the time for it. Ignore all the other shit. I don't know why that shit came up. I just went straight. That came up. But uh, I don't know. I haven't seen them do anything. I haven't seen them do anything for a little minute now. A little minute now. I haven't seen them do anything. I haven't. Is that your memes, Eva? Is that your memes? I haven't seen them be involved at all. I've not seen them involved at all. Like they have not been doing any of the pro scrims. They were doing the pro scrims when it was a dry spell for Halo, but they have not been in anytime soon since then. They have not been doing anything at all. So I'm surprised that now with things starting to pick back up, that they aren't trying to hold more pro scrims and things that they did in the past. I'm very surprised. Now Red Bull has been a sponsor for like other events. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see Red Bull be a sponsor for the Pro League finals because I'm pretty sure they were last year, but they would come in as a like another like a just like a outside supporter. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they wouldn't be fielding a team or anything. They wouldn't do that. I don't know when that's happening, Joe. I don't think that they discussed when that's going to be happening. Jagged, I don't know if you know as well when that best of seven is going to be happening or when it's going down. We're surprised what about straight ripping? What Freezy saying that? I mean, straight ripping comes in and then they leave. They come in, they leave, they come in, they leave, they come in, and they leave. They've been like 1 foot in, 1 foot out for a while now. I thought they were trying to do their most with all the articles. I think if I could find it, yeah, they haven't done a cash grab since like the first or since like a few scrims, but the scrims that they were holding in the most recent month were like AB against Legion and other teams, but not like the top pro scrims because things haven't been happening, and those were the first teams to really get back into scrimming. That SSG merch collab was fire though. That was fire though, Eva. I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit was fire. SSG had a lot of good merch collabs along with the Instinct one too. SSG has always done that. Thank you, Assault. I'm doing much better. Much better. Much better. I'm doing much better. Just a little bit of congestion, but I'm doing good. You see DM? Where did you DM me? What platform? I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. And you type. You guys talked about amongst yourselves. More questions. I love questions. I love questions. Be right back. Hold on. Gotta take this real quick. I've been holding it. I'm back. I'm back. The cord. Let me look. I haven't checked my cord. I see it now. You're good. You're good, Jagged. You're good. Don't even worry about it. You're good, homie. You're good. You're perfectly fine. You're perfectly fine. Don't ever stress about that. You're good, homie. I appreciate the message as well. I appreciate that. You're good. You're good. He said get Case on the academy. It's not. It had to be at nighttime. Case on usually playing at night. That's the only thing because he West Coast, so it's like early as shit for him. Just early as shit for him at this point. So I would be 100% down. Always down. Just the time frame because that's why I'm not able to hold eights and shit like that because it'd just be earlier in the day, and I would always hold eights in the afternoon if you guys would able, like if there's able people are able to play. What do you think helps with global reach for an esport games like ours? Global poll, does it start with casual success first? It just has to. There has to be a region for it, nerdy. It has to be a region. So there's just not a like Halo doesn't reach all regions. Like Halo mainly reaches um EU and I guess LATAM as well, and then NA. But other regions have ANZ support. They have um Asia support. But that's the main thing, is that it just has to. There has to be an interest. There has to be an interest for other people to want to play. There has to be something for them to play as well. And it's also because you're not able to play in these other regions unless there is a large population, because you're just going to play on NA servers, and that's going to influence you to not want to play or not have fun. You know what I'm saying? That's the main thing. But that's a great question. That's a great question. But I do hope that there is a future where Halo does impact those regions, opposed to just having NA be the primary source. I think that is one of the things that does hurt us, along with needing to target the youth, because if we have the youth in the game, then that also influences the future. The youth is the future, so we have to figure out a way to retain younger people on the game, get younger people on the game without any issues. Because if a game crashes and little Johnny comes home from school, he gets EAC 5 times, he's not going to load the game back up. He's going to go and get on something else. We need more mini Bs. That is the key thing, is we need more mini Bs. But also, those other regions are dominated too by other platforms. Like, those games are on PlayStation, PC, all these other games. We just mainly are on PC now and Xbox. And Xbox is not really big in Asia like it is in America, because Asia has Nintendo and PlayStation. So the people are always playing those types of games from those developers, opposed to playing Halo. Yeah, Halo. That's a great point, Scout. Because I believe Rocket League there's not a barrier of entry in Rocket League. You know what I mean? There's not a large barrier of entry in Rocket League, and people are able to play in younger regions and whatnot, or younger people are able to play in those regions. Like Asia, I think Rocket League has a South Africa region, which is fucking insane, bro. Absolutely insane. They play Lucid's team at 5:30 Eastern. They agree. Lucid's team at 5:30 Eastern. It costs some money to get into the game. Exactly. That's a great point. Great point, Scout. The barrier of entry. That's what I like to say. Makes me sound smart. You're not surprised to take Eva's memes? They really take your memes, Eva? You said my reaction was, wow, it sounds ambitious. You're talking about Straight Freezy, and it was ambitious. You are 100% right. You're 100% right that Straight Rippin's initial goals are very ambitious, and I think that they were doing their part. But it's gonna cause a lot of doubt in the community if they are just always 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and that's the kind of doubt that people had in Halo 5 with Cloud9. Cloud9 would be in for like one season, they would be out for a few events, and then come back in when there was like skins that are going to be put out, or there's a Worlds tournament, pick up a team for Worlds, and then dip out. A lot of people doubted Cloud9 because that's the same thing that they would do. Now, Straight Rippin does have a massive brand, and I think if they were to actually come in full force, then that would be a very big brand to have in the scene, especially for nostalgia purposes. But they seem to have gone ghost and just are posting memes now. They haven't posted a single time this month, and Pro League started this month. The fact that they have not said anything about Pro League or done any streams involving Pro League is not good, especially with them starting to come up and do their thing. That they need to be trying to get Pro League. It just can't be nostalgia posts and then Eva memes. Can't just be that. I'm trying my best, Jagged. I think that's one of my best qualities, is being a interactive streamer. I think that's one of by far my best quality. Rocket League is huge in Brazil. It's just big in South Africa or South America. It's big in all regions. Rocket League is massive, bro. Rocket League is massive. Like, even I went to the Rocket League finals in Fort Worth. It was at the Dickies Arena, and that shit was huge, huge. It was in an arena. They had spots for watch parties. They had like, it was looking like a CS tournament, but it was their finals, their Worlds. That's why Rocket League is so big, is because they got hella people on it in different regions, and that's a massive way to have success in your game, is to get other people on it, opposed to just the core people that are always on it. You feel me? Gaming is only competitive on strong computers does not help. I agree with you, Born. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. And shout out to Mini B, bro. I think Wee Man's best accomplishment of his career is Mini B, by far his best accomplishment. Like, if he did not if Wee Man didn't do anything else right in his career, he did right by Mini B. 100% right by Mini B. Rocket League appeals to casuals, but it's also such a skill gap. Yes, you are 100% right. You're 100% right. And Boxy, I might be playing it, but not today. Not today. But I will be playing it. I will be playing it. I pinky promise. But I'm very excited for the new Gears, and I'm very excited to just play the origin story. I just haven't ever played a Gears of War game before, especially a multiplayer. But I am very, very excited. Very excited. But you are right, Breezy. It was very ambitious of what they were doing. But we need people to come into the scene that want to be in the scene and want to have sustainability. Like FaZe loves Halo. You know what I'm saying? FaZe loves Halo. Shopify loves Halo. Like OpTic loves Halo. It obviously there just has to be a reason for OpTic to be in, but they were in for a long period of time because they loved Halo and they want to support Halo. They want to support the scene. Straight Rippin kind of came in and then wanted to throw money at the scene, and then if that money like runs out or you're not able to allocate it to the right people or the right sources, then it's not going to be as successful. It. I'm not trying to come for anyone because it's all free blood remember scrolling. Like that's my edit. Really? If they really took like straight up took your shit, straight up, like straight up, you should say something. That's plagiarizing. That's real plagiarizing. Because I know I do my little plagiarizing, but that's real plagiarizing. Real plagiarizing. But Joe, I don't know when that's gonna be happening. I don't know, Jagged. Have they said when you guys are gonna be playing? Have they said when, like what day? I'm assuming it might be like a Friday, and then you guys play like on Friday night or like a show match or something like that. Yeah, Mountain's in the country. Mountain's never been out of the country as opposed to like the beginning of the year when he was like going to Italy with his girl. Shout out Katie. But Lucid's team is they're scrimming Legion. They're scrimming Legion, which is Zuzi, Uzi, Morgan, and Lido. They are the 5th and 6th team that is going to be playing a show match before the Pro League ahead of the Pro League this weekend. Since they got 5th and 6th last tournament and SSG don't retain their spot, then they will be playing for that 4th spot because Cloud9 will be getting bumped up. So they will be playing soon enough. I don't know. I don't know, Good Grief. I'm not sure. Fuck, I did that in the Simon Dunn. No, it's done. But I'm not sure. That's why I want to ask Jagged. Because they haven't said anything. They haven't said a 100% date. You know what I'm saying? They just said registration closes at 10 a.m. Eastern that day, 2 hours before its start time to allow proper seating. And then it just gives the info about the tiebreaker. Basically, I'm going to call it the tiebreaker. And then they didn't say when yet. But I'm pretty sure that they probably have communicated to the teams when that's going to be happening. But I'm just trying to figure out when. We'll see though. We'll see soon enough. But I think I would expect it to be like I think they have to see when all those players are available, because those players were already expecting to play this weekend. And you're right, Good Grief. You're right. Actually, when I think about it, it has to be. But I think it has to be before. It has to be before, because if one of them doesn't qualify, then they would have to play in this weekend's qualifier. You feel me? So say they did it on Friday and say Legion won, then AB would have to play in this coming weekend. Okay, so they have to do it sometime this week or sometime early. That's why I'm assuming that AB's practicing, is because they know that they have to get on track real quick. That's a good point. Very good point. We need Halo to have an Asia presence, but the thing is, Attacker, how do we have an Asia presence with PlayStation so dominant and Call of Duty and all these other games dominant in those regions too? It's gonna be tomorrow, I'm assuming. It's gotta be tomorrow. Happened until after the registration. They've talked to them, I'm assuming. They definitely talked to them. I know that LVT was already planning to do this when those team changes were happening. Like, they were already talking about it. It's happening 10 a.m. Saturday? No. Fuck. Shit. The only reason I'm saying no is for myself. Only thing I'm saying no is for myself. Fuck, dude. I'm gonna try and schedule my haircut earlier then. They haven't posted it yet, Shawway. They haven't posted it yet, to my knowledge. Why does it say I have LVT muted? What the hell? I must have accidentally did that. Because I did not mute LVT. What the hell? I must actually accidentally click something. But they have not said it yet. I thought they would. It might be within the article. I don't see it though. It says registration closes at 10 a.m. and it says it was allowed for proper seating, but it doesn't say like the match would be happening at 10 a.m. Even that was an accident. I must have clicked something. I ain't muting LVT. There is no reason to mute LVT. There is no reason at all. Don't be getting shit started. Get me caught up again. Recent YouTube. Oh, that might be it. Shawway. That might be it. Good call. Where is it? Might be it. That might be it. Hold on. That might be it. That might be it. Because I did see them. They posted like a couple videos recently. You know me? They posted a couple. So it might be this one or this one. It has to be either or. But they have posted. It might be in here. It might be in here. I'm just saying no because I got a haircut on Saturday, and that's like obviously my birthday. Those notifications are on now. That's going crazy. That's going crazy. Yeah, they've been doing the brief summaries. I've seen this. I've seen this. But I got a haircut Saturday at 9 a.m. and then I was gonna go out to breakfast before the matches, and then I still got to do the REBS interview too. I got to do the REBS interview. I'll try and do that Sunday. I gotta ask them. It's either gonna be Sunday or sometime next week, in the evening. But I do want to be here for that match. So that's the only thing is because fucking Saturday's my birthday. But I can try and schedule my haircut early. I'm not. I don't know if I can get my braids done. I think I might be able to get an appointment tomorrow. We'll see. I might be able to get an appointment tomorrow. Because my hairdresser just messaged me back. Like while I've been on stream, I saw the text pop up. But I'm getting my beard cut and everything, so it's finally time for that. Thank you, Epic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I gotta figure out if I might be able to go earlier because they did ask. Like my barber asked me if I wanted to go earlier, but I said 9 a.m. was perfect. That way I could go to the gym in the morning, fly to him after, and then go to breakfast and then be live around like 10:30, 11. Or probably, yeah, 10:30, 11. I'll probably be back. I'd be confused about 10 p.m. But thing is, Shyway, they have to play. They have to play before that time. They have to play before that time. You know what I'm saying? Because if one of them doesn't qualify, yeah, exactly, Shyway. That's what I'm saying. If one of them doesn't qualify, then they have to re-enter the tournament. And imagine they lose and they're like, "Fuck, we got to keep playing. They got to keep playing." That's like it's like do or die. So I would think that they might do it tomorrow. I think, but they haven't said it, Epic. They haven't said it in this post. They might have said it like in their Discord or something like that, but they haven't said it like outright in this article. I'm surprised they didn't. Yeah, exactly. They lose and they just can't play it all. That's just their only opportunity. Like that's the only shitty thing. I'm cutting it, Dom. I'm going mustache goatee. I've been waiting until I lost enough weight, and then my face was lean enough, doing my lymphatic drainage, so I drain all the water from my face, and I think I'm finally there. So I'm gonna cut it. We'll see. I'm pretty sure like this week is the time that I've been waiting for to do my full transformation. But we'll see. I'm more than likely just gonna go mustache goatee. We'll see how it looks. Yeah, that's a light skin style attacker. It's a light skin style. Yeah, I'm going mustache goatee. So I can show my jawline. Eating wings with a beard sucks. Nah, I just don't have it brushed today. I just literally did this with the beard oil and cut it. How you do lymphatic drainage? So there's this is what you do. So you do like this, because this is where like your blood's pumping or water's pumping or whatever. You like this, you like go down, like you just pump the sides right here, and then you do this, like doing a circular motion but pushing forward. And then while you're washing your face, use also while you're washing your face. Take your hand. It's like gua sha. If you don't know what a gua sha is, Shyway, it's a GUA space SHUA. I think gua sha. It's like a tool that you're supposed to use, but you can use your hand as it. You can go like this. Go up to your neck. Just drain both hands like that. Just keep doing that. Just drain all the water from your face. You can feel it too. Do this. Keep doing that. You'll feel it drain. And then you also want to take your hand in like an L shape and then do like this. I just don't want to do it because I just wash my face, but you do that. Just rub down. Like go to your jaw or your cheekbone and then just go down. Cheekbone down. Cheekbone down. And then I'm pumping like this. Just keep it in circular motion. I do it in the sauna. Because obviously you're sweating in the sauna, so that's what I do. But the main one I'd say is just the face and finger like that. And that's what I do in the sauna. That helps drain all the water from your face and give you like more of a chiseled look. But it's better if you do it like if you're washing your face and you have the face wash on, you leave it on for a few minutes and you go your hand down. So I washed my face this morning and that's what I do. Let's go like that. That's a lymphatic drainage. And then also you can do it for your abs. What I do for my abs is I'll be in the sauna and then just you can do it with the it's better to do it with the gua sha. So you just go like this. Keep on doing it. This is what I do for my abs in the morning. Just go like this. and it gives you more, like, I definitely get more defined abs. I can see my veins in my abs more pronounced. And you just keep on doing this. I just do this in the sauna like every 3 minutes or so. Like I gotta take a little break because I'll be out of breath, but just keep on doing this. Then neck. That's what I do every morning. Every morning. That's good. That's free game. Free game. No, you fine, Chai. You know I love talking about that shit. You know I'm always down to talk about some self improvement, skincare, or anything like that. That'll never take me off. Trust me. I love that shit. I love that shit. Yeah, no problem at all. Like if I can always give any free game, always. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. But that's what you do. Just train it all. But you'll feel it. You'll feel it. You will definitely feel it. You would definitely feel it. I'll just be like sitting in bed watching a movie or on my phone, and I'll just start doing it. It is key. It is key. I notice a massive difference, especially if you do it as soon as you wake up. As soon as you wake up, absolutely key. Absolutely key. I switched to dry rubs when I was bearded. You don't gotta do that. You just gotta have the beard brushed. Like I like my beard. I haven't been without my beard in over a decade. Last time I had a baby face was 2015. So that's why I think I'm lean enough now to where I can do the full transformation, and that's why I've been waiting to my birthday to do it. So Saturday is my haircut. 9 a.m. is my haircut. So I'm like, depending on when this shit is live, when this qualifier goes down, because I was gonna take an off day tomorrow just to be ready for the weekend, and just get anything else done I need to for my for the weekend. And we'll see, because I probably will be live if this shit is going down tomorrow night. I don't know when it's gonna happen though. I don't know when it's gonna happen. No, not a super trooper mustache. I know what you're talking about, just like the big ass mustache. But no, I ain't going straight mustache. I ain't going straight mustache. That's I think scum style. No, I can't do straight mustache. I'm nervous. I'm nervous as fuck because I don't know how I'm gonna look. I'm very nervous, but I'm hoping that it comes out well. And if it doesn't, then I can always just grow my beard back, because my beard does grow fast. It's just about maintenance. That's the only thing I'm worried about, is maintenance. What's going on, Solo? What's popping, homie? Top of the moaning. Top of the moaning. But I'm very, very excited. I've been waiting for this day. Excuse me. Been waiting, but I always get my beard edged and whatnot, Dom. It's just, I'm ready for a new era. I'm waiting for a new era because a lot of people haven't seen me recently. I haven't posted my progress pics or anything on Twitter. So I think now is like the perfect time to do it. I've reached my goal weight. I've been eating a lot of bread this past couple of days though. Not a lot, but just I've had a Publix sub. Publix had subs for like $8 and like $7.99, so I'll just go and get Italian. But I'm still at 140. We'll see how long I can go on aggressive cut for these next 2 days. I want to kind of do a juice cleanse tomorrow too, and then I'm trying to get to 135, but 140 has been my goal, so I'm at 140 right now, just getting a couple. But I haven't been to the sauna in a few days because I haven't been in the gym because I was sick. So I think after the sauna and just draining any extra water, that I should be back to 138, 137 or so, 136, 137 by my birthday. That's my goal. 136 or 137, so I'm gonna go on like a UFC fighter type shit and then try to get all the extra weight off. You feel me? Gotta keep the flavor saver. What is that? What is that? The black man with just mustache is a very Shut up, Eva. Shut up, Eva. Shut up. I can't. Shut up, Eva. Shut up, Eva. But light skin, man. That's a light skin vibe. Is the mustache goatee. That's gonna be perfect. Mustache goatee. Mustache goatee. That's what I'm trying to do. I think that'll be perfect. Johnson was aura farming. Johnson does have the straight mustache. Now I don't want to be straight Sergeant Johnson unless I'm cosplaying. Okay. No Steve Harvey. No Steve Harvey. No Steve Harvey. I'm so blessed to have a full head of hair. So no Steve Harvey. No Steve Harvey. I'm good. I'm good. I'm so blessed to be growing hair at my age. I'm very, very blessed. I need to get the sacred oil drops. If you guys don't know what those are, if you're ever having issues with your hair, the brand, it's Sacred, but it's CECRED. It's Beyonce's brand, but it has been proven to increase hair growth in an insane fashion. So that's what I'm also going to be getting, because I want to start using that on new braids. So we'll see. He said triple cheeseburger and full sugar Coke. No, I haven't had a soda in years, or this year. I have not had a soda this year at all. Last time I had a soda was probably October last year. But I have not had any soda, like full sugar soda. But I'm probably gonna have a nice little cheat day on Saturday. Not really big cheat day, but I'm probably gonna go to First Watch. My goal is to gym at like 5-6 a.m. Saturday, go to my haircut right after, and then go to First Watch for like, cause they have like free entrees, but I also haven't been to First Watch in a minute, and I love First Watch. They got free entrees or buy one get one entrees, so I'm gonna get like a couple big ass pancakes, a $1 million bacon that I put John onto, and some eggs, and then maybe a little drinky drink. Cause I'm gonna get some surf sides. I'm gonna get some surf sides for Saturday. We're gonna be having a little party while we watch the matches, and I'll probably go out to dinner with my parents that night. Dreads at 22, I realized how thin my corners were trying to get. Yeah, that's what dreads be doing though, attacker. That's what dreads be doing. Dreads be, especially if you have them, like if you don't have a like a part on the front of your hair, that's what dreads be doing. But I like take my do-rag off like as soon as I get off here, just to let my hair breathe. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to wear it too much because I'll be wearing it nonstop. So that's the only reason. But I gotta get my braids redone, and then I can post like a full progress picture. But I'll be able to get a beard trim and whatnot at least. That should take too long at the barber, so I should be able to, I just want to see when this is happening. I gotta see when this is happening, and I hope they announce it soon, or if they talk to the players and they find when they're ready. So because sauce is a serious mess. How big is your beard, Epic? You got a huge beard. You gotta have a Sprite once in a while. Nah, if I'm gonna have a soda, it's gonna be pineapple Fanta. Pineapple Fanta. Can we see your hair now? No, I just have overgrowth in my hair. My braids are long though. You can see my braids are like right here. I got hang time now. Braids are right here. I don't got no baby braids. My hair is long. My hair is very long. Very, very long. He said, go with the Prince look. Fully top and curls. You can pull it off. No, that's Blackboy Max. That's what Blackboy Max is doing. I can't do that. Every time I take the beard off, I regret it. It always comes back. Well, that depends. I've been waiting for my face to be lean enough, and then I can do it. I've been waiting for my face to be lean enough, and I think I'm finally there. So I'm in a good spot. I'm in a good spot to finally get that shit done. So that's why I've been waiting for my birthday. When I come back on this bitch on Saturday, and I'll have a full transformation. So you guys will see. You guys will see. I've been waiting. The beard ages to be like 10 years. I think I aged with the beard too, but I don't think I look too old. I'm blessed to, I just have like young looking skin. I don't think I look like I'm too mature. I think I'm aging gracefully. I'd say I'm aging gracefully. I think. Like when you're lifting the gym though, I don't mind it. I don't think any difference. I'm just excited to be different now. At least if I know if I don't look good with it, then I can just go back. But I think I'll look good. Maybe I'll just like pussy out and then just cut the beard a little bit and then line it up and keep the beard. We'll see. But I don't think so. I think I'm gonna fully go through with it. That's my goal. Someone like, this is what 39 looks like. And I was like, damn, I hope not. Well, even a lot of people age, like their most important years, in my opinion, are your 30s. If you don't take care of yourself in your 30s, and that's when you look like you might be aging a lot. But that's why I try to make sure I wear my sunscreen, do my skincare, and things like that. And also eat properly, because your 30s is when all that shit just affects you the most. The people that don't take proper care of themselves in their 30s, that's when it's gonna be rough for them going down the line. Definitely. Now I ain't gonna do no waves. I had waves before when I was younger, but no waves. I still got braids. I have curly hair, so that's why my waves look good. But I would never go back to waves unless I had to. Knock on wood 3 times. Go ahead and try to jinx that. But I would never do it unless I had to. I don't want to. Hipster S man. There's this man on TikTok I thought was so pretty. He wore like a baseball cap, aviator glasses, with a thicker man. But like Sparty thick? What type of thick? What type of thick are you talking about? He said Sacred is the way. See, you know I'm talking about flowers. You know ball. Sacred has the best. Sacred has the best hair growth oil that there is out. Either that or the Mega Growth hair oil. And I've tried the Mega Growth, but I want to try the Sacred. Sacred's got very good. Very good. What's it called? Very good quality products. What I've heard. Now, sunscreen is key. What skincare do you rock with? I just use Cetaphil. I don't have a Sephora near me, or Aesop, so that's usually what I go. Like I go to Sephora for certain things in Aesop, but I just been using like this Obagi, it's OBAGI moisturizer. It's kind of expensive. It's like $80. Cetaphil salicylic acid cleanser, which is like an exfoliating cleanser that you can use every day. Vitamin C serum. sunscreen, and eye cream. Eye cream's from Kiehl's. She's my mom's, but that's about it. Eye creams depend on like the brand, like for its effectiveness, but for your eyes, it's mainly just gonna be good sleep. But I have eye bags from Genetics, so I try and do whatever I can to try and eliminate those. But my eye bags have gotten much better over the past few years. Those got. Wait, I know who you're talking about, Eva. You talking about the nigga that be like yelling at the camera and be like, "Oh my god, this fucking shit!" Like, "Oh my god," like you talking about that nigga? Is that what you're talking about? I think I know who you're talking about. I forgot his name though, but I think I know. I don't have a pick, Eric. I don't have a pick. That shit is old as hell, man. That's 10 years, 10 plus years ago. You can just look it up if you want. I don't got no pick. You asked me to find a pick from, or not even 10. You asked me to find a pick from 2010. I don't got no pictures from 2010. iPhone storage don't even go back that far. I don't got no pics like that. And sunscreen is the most important part of your skincare routine, Leslie. The most important thing. Especially because people that might be out in the sun or in front of a screen, things like that. But sunscreen is the most important part. If you're not going to wear anything and you're like in terms of your skincare, you should get vitamin C and sunscreen. Most important things. But the best serum that I've ever used since SkinCeuticals CE for Relic Serum, and it is a very expensive. It's a patented formula though, and SkinCeuticals is an incredible brand, but it costs like 180 for the serum. Should be expensive, and I don't have a place here that sells SkinCeuticals. I do in Dallas. I just haven't got them, but I usually go ASOP for my skincare. I just don't want to order skincare and not have any, so I don't have an ASOP store here either. So I usually go ASOP cleanser, ASOP serum, ASOP moisturizer, everything. And then also something that I didn't mention is toner, or an essence or a toner, which is very good. One brand that's very good is Augustine Batter, about $90 for the essence, and that is incredible. But I just don't have a Sephora near me. It's like 45 minutes away in Tampa. There was a Sephora at one of the malls that's near, but they closed it down because the mall's slowly dying. It's still kind of popping. It still's got some things that are interesting, like a movie theater and like a kind of like a, not an amusement park, but like one of those fun parks for kids. And then I'm not able to go like I'm not always able to go to Tampa and buy it. So it's like a 45-minute drive. Not really 45 minutes. I'd say 30, maybe 45 with traffic. But that's why I just don't get it. Kiehl's is good too. Kiehl's is good. Booty shorts, Sparty needs to step out there. Shut up, Eva. Shut up. You're on that bullshit today already. You're on that bullshit already. Post-COVID, everything sucks. The main thing that sucks the most, like post-COVID, in my opinion, is certain food establishments, because the workers just they don't put enough care or love into the food, so it just might be average as hell. That's the one thing I think that has changed the most after COVID, I think. The iPhone 4 came out in 2010, exactly. iPhone 4 is like, it's a long time period. That's when I had weight. That's when I lost weight the first time. I went from 200 pounds to 150, but I wasn't like muscular, and then I just lost weight in the course of 3 months. I lost that 50 pounds, and that's when I came back to school, just a completely different person. But that is very old, very old. All stores, movie theaters, everywhere people used to go, closing down or closed. So I think that's also just online shopping. A lot of people just transition to online shopping, whether it's Amazon or just buying clothes online. Certain stores are popping, like, you know what I'm saying, certain stores, but a lot of shit is closed down because of post-COVID. I agree with you 100% on that. It's just certain places, like say Chili's does not hit the same as it did before because the people don't care as much. Like, I used to get honey chipotle chicken crisps from Chili's and I fucking loved them, but now when I go to Chili's, it's dependent on the establishment. Like, it's dependent on that location. Certain locations are fire, but like, say you go to a Chipotle, some Chipotle is gonna give you more food than others. Like, I got a Chipotle in walking distance, and I always walk up there and walk back, because it's a good calorie burner. But I will not go to that Chipotle anymore because I got into an argument with the manager because I was like, y'all are giving me some bullshit. They brought out a scale and weighed the food with the in the cup instead of just the food by itself, and they're just gonna fuck up the actual weight when they do that. They tried to act like they gave me more food. I'm like, bro, I go to the Chipotle up the street and they give me much more food than y'all, and they ain't as anal as you guys about portion sizes. And then he's like, all right, I'm gonna call them and say they're giving out too much food. I'm like, why the fuck would you do that? Because I don't want to come to you guys. You're gonna go there? I just told the nigga I'm gonna leave a bad review and I'm not gonna go there anymore. But I still go there sometimes. But if they give me some bullshit in my cup, then I'm just gonna be like, all right, I'm not gonna take it, because the people just walking out. But I'm just gonna start doing that. My kids can ride the escalators. love that for some reason. There's certain malls that are good. Like for malls to be successful nowadays, it's going to take designer stores and certain like activewear stores that are popular. Like the mall in Tampa is always popping because it's got all the designer stores like Louis, Saint Laurent, like Burberry, Chanel. It's got all those stores. So same thing in Dallas. There's like most malls all have those designer stores in Dallas because it's a major city. Tampa's kind of there, but it's only got one mall. They have restaurants, Capitol Grill, a whole bunch of different places that are actually good for like good for people to go to, opposed to just like average stores like Champs and then GameStop, shit like that. But also the customer service in malls has gone down too. Like I went into GameStop the other day just because I wanted to see if somebody recognized me so I can get a little gas. Just playing. I just was looking around, and they didn't speak to me at all. They didn't speak to me at all, and I was like, all right, that's shitty. I went to another streetwear store, and their inventory was absolutely ass. And I know that store is gonna be closed down soon because they weren't communicating with me either, or just like saying anything to me. And I was like, all right, I understand why you guys don't have a lot of customers because you don't have customer service and you don't have good products. At least have customer service if you don't have good products. That's the least. That's the least amount of thing. I'm supposed to put a little more if you ask. I told him that, and he said, "Yeah, I've seen what the CEO says, but we can't do that. It's corporate and all this other shit." And I'm like, "Bro, you can fill up the protein cup that I get, opposed to just leaving half the thing empty. It's not going to kill you, and you're not going to lose business." I was like, "You should be trying to build a relationship with the people that come in, opposed to just trying to be anal about certain portion sizes because you're not going to get business that way." And I will take the drive 5 minutes up the road to go to the good Chipotle, and I'm probably gonna go to Chipotle after this to get some food because I got a free chips and free drink. So I'm gonna go do that, and I will not be back at this one because y'all give me bullshit every time. The other Chipotle will give me free chips and free drinks just because I'm the second person that walked in. They fuck with me. They fuck with me. That's why I'm like, that's why I like y'all. That's why I will come here. I go there all the time after the gym because it's on the way home from the gym. I will go there, get me a protein cup, side of black beans, and then mix that in with some salmon or anything else I got in the crib. Eggs, turkey bacon. I'll just make a little protein slop bowl. That's true. That's true, John. I noticed that. They don't even have shit. They don't even have Xbox controllers. They don't have anything in there. They have some controllers. They have some. I think I saw a GameSir in there. They have some shit, but majority of it is just completely ass. Completely ass. I'm not surprised. But Chipotle just, I still love Chipotle. I love the honey Chipotle chicken. I probably like the honey Chipotle chicken more than Kava's protein, but I just get a protein bowl and call it a day because there's no reason for me to pay for the whole bowl when I can make the rest of the shit at home. But today I might go get a bowl for lunch because this public subs ended. But I just get like a little rice, black beans, salsa, corn, lettuce, and then call it like protein. And that's it. Maybe a little bit of fajitas. That's my Chipotle order. I don't get no cheese, no sour cream, no guac. I'm not an avocado fan, so no guac for me. I think avocado is probably one of the most underrated food that, or overrated food that is out there right now. But it is good for you. It is good for you. People could be going crazy for guac. They love them some guac. But I just don't fuck with guac like that. Now closer, I don't make money. Well, I think it's just it depends on the environment. So if it's not a poppin' mall, then they're gonna close it down. Like they closed Sephora down, and Sephora always has business. Always has business. Always. No, he has not assault. He has not, to my knowledge. I don't know if there is a team out there that he could join, unless he takes somebody's spot. I don't know. I would think that he might be trying to get on Cloud9. I don't know that it's insider information. I just think that might be the best option for him because it is a team that's qualified, and I think he would be able to take over for King Nick. So I think that would be the best chance for him. But when you're looking at the team rosters and everything that has happened, it's not like anything. But I don't think there's any spot for him. You know what I'm saying? The Pads team, Piggy Acid, I'm gonna put Fab. Fab is back on that team, or he's now on that team. Yak is open. Suppressed is open. I could see Eco and Suppressed getting back together since they teamed before, or Eco possibly getting on LEDs for Envor. I could see that happening. I could definitely see that happening. So he could take somebody's spot. I think he should. It's just about, are these teams going to qualify? Now, if you look at all these teams, only, I'd say, I'll put this team now. Okay, that. Select Lucid Penguin. That's the team. And if you look at these teams, that's 3 out of 4 that would qualify. And we're tweeted free agent. What? Really? Good grief. When? oh shit, oh shit, then hey, then that might be coming true. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's big information. I saw him tweet that he was or streaming Pro League prep. I did see that, but looks like this should just happen. Now I could see at 2:24 a.m. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. This is not the time to be tweeting free agent. Okay, if you are any player, if you want me to give you any advice, you do not want to post these types of important tweets at 2:24 a.m. because nobody's gonna see it. Okay, you got to make your tweets usually between 12 and 3 Eastern. That's when it's prime time for Twitter. 12 and 3 Eastern, not 2:24 a.m. Okay, nobody's gonna see it. That's free game to anybody. If you want to post any important tweets, a selfie, updates, whatever it may be, you post it between 12 and 3 Eastern. Okay, that's what I always do. That's what I like. If I'm gonna post a selfie, if I'm gonna post anything important, it's gonna be between those times. Okay, you do not want to just be tweeting free agent just to tweet it. Okay, he did this probably impulsively, and yeah, I think he did it impulsively even, and that's why he did this, and it was just not seen because nobody even saw this or posted it on Reddit. I even posted it on Reddit. I feel like they should. I don't know why they're not. This is a very good piece of information for Reddit because now if he's a free agent, my thoughts are that Lethal, Eco, Soul Snipe, and Druck is a team. That's my thoughts because I think that Eco and Lethal are very fond of each other. They're friends. So I think that would be a good option for him. But we don't know what Suppressed is doing. That's one player I don't. I'm not sure what he's doing. I'm surprised. He's not on the team. I'm very surprised that Suppressed is not on the team, or he has one in the works, or it could be Suppressed. Like it could be Suppressed, Eco, Soul Snipe, Druck. I don't know. These players are they're gonna have to make last minute changes. He would take M-Ware spot. They wouldn't even have to change their name. That's true, Llamas. That's true. That's very true. I think that's a solid team too, Assault. I think it's a solid team too. The only thing I think that would be holding them back is them not having as much practice as the rest of the team. So I think that them still, like, you got to think about the teams that haven't qualified. Is it here? Yeah. The teams that haven't qualified, you got the European teams too. You got European teams expanded. Breaking Shot, I think, is still on that team. So Breaking Shot, Mighties, SLG, Glory. That's a team. LED is the team. That's two. You got AB or Legion. They're not going to qualify, but I think AB, if AB doesn't qualify and Legion does, I think AB is one of the sure locks for top 4 because they have a lot of teamwork. And I think they are deserving of being in the Pro League. It's just now that we have other teams formed that create more great teams and only 8 can make it, it's going to make it very difficult. That's why this weekend is going to be a lot of fun to watch. This makes or breaks the rest of the year, and people are relying on 48 hours of work to solidify it. That's how it was back in the day, kind of, sort of. But at least you knew back in the day that there was going to be more events. Now there's not a lot of events, so there's only 2. There's not a lot of events now left. There's only 2. So I think that teams like AB or Legion, they have the upper hand, even if they don't look as great on paper as these other teams because they're not as accomplished. I still think they have the upper hand against all these other teams because they have been together for a long minute now and they have some practice under their belt. Even if, say, one of the teams that's playing in the qualifier or the LCQ, or tiebreaker rather, if they don't qualify, they're still going to be in a better spot than the rest of the teams because they're getting more practice under the belt. They're still going to be acclimated with each other. It's just an extra form of practice for them. We got to see when this tiebreaker is happening, though. I'm hoping they announce it soon so I can kind of plan around it, but I hope it doesn't happen Saturday morning. I'm hoping because I won't be here until later before the tournament starts. I'll still be here, but not before the tournament starts. So fingers crossed. But I do think that the Lethal, Eco, Druck, Soul Snipe team is a good team. You probably won't see it. John. Hey, don't be crying. Thank you so much. John, thank you so much. Did you send me a $30 gift card to First Watch? Did you just do that? Dude. Thank you so much. So kind. Did you do that or is it spam? I think it's you because it said John. Thank you so much, John. Thank you. We got that W, John. Thank you, John, for the birthday gift. Thank you so much. It's so kind. All right, that's so kind. Thank you so much. God, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Thank you so much, John. Thank you. What's going on, Spencer? What's popping on me? What's popping? W. John, bro. John just sent me a $30 gift card to First Watch for my birthday. I'm going crazy at First Watch. I'm going crazy now. I'm going crazy. Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much, W. John. Shut up, Eva. I did that on purpose. That's me really crying. That's me really crying. Shut up, Scout. Shut up, Scout. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's so kind. That is so kind. Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. That means so much to me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, I just saw it. I saw it pop up when I was reading the chat. Thank you so much, John. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Much love. Very appreciated as always. Thank you so much, John. Thank you. That is so kind, bro. That is so kind. Thank you so much. What's going on, Brad? Thank you so much, man. That is so kind. Thank you so much. Now we'll 100% be going to First Watch on my birthday. Thank you so much. Now I can get some $1 million bacon. $1 million bacon. I have $1 million bacon and a big ass blueberry pancake. Thank you so much, John. That is so kind. Thank you so much, bro. That is so kind. Thank you so much. And we did, Green. We did see the layoffs. I haven't even looked at it. Where is it? I have it up here somewhere. Yeah, here. I didn't even notice it. So the producer got laid off. And another producer got laid off. Two producers. I don't know who Paul Morris is. I feel like, is he one of the people that REBS reported on before? Yeah, this was the Scrum Master. This is the Scrum Master that was an asshole. I'm not surprised that he got laid off. He did not have any good PR. He did not have any good PR. But thank you so much, John. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, John. That's so kind. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to go to First Watch on my birthday. Maybe I'll IRL stream. Maybe I'll IRL stream if I can. He's worthless. Yeah, he was the one that was doing some bad shit behind the scenes, to my knowledge, Scout. If I remember one of REBS' other reports. He was doing some shitty shit. To put it lightly. I got to try and find the report again, but he was being an asshole. He was being a complete asshole. So I'm pretty sure that report is fully true because he just got laid off, and I don't think that him being exposed publicly is going to do him any favors. And Spencer, are you guys going to be scrimming today? Another roster mania last night? Yeah, that's what it looks like, hey. That's what it looks like, because Envor tweeted at 2:24 a.m. that he's a free agent. Now, I was just saying that this was the worst time to tweet this. The worst time to tweet this. 2:24 a.m. Eastern. Ain't nobody seeing this shit unless you're on the West Coast and staying up late before work. Ain't nobody seeing this shit. And I don't think that anybody even saw it that post on Reddit because this didn't even get posted. Roster Mania, my assumption is Envor got dropped for eco or suppressed or somebody like that, and the team could be some sort of variation of that team. I think it will be lethal eco soul snipe druck or lethal or eco suppressed soul snipe druck. I just know soul snipe and druck are going to stay together. I know that for a fact. They're down 1-0. The LA Thieves. Really? It's a best of 5, isn't it? It's a best of 5. None of that sounds crazy. It's still, I think it's just I think the crazy part of Good Grief is multiple people like changing teams, multiple moves, last minute. Now registration. When is registration open? Is it open right now? We got. Oh, these are the only people that have signed up. Stellar, Legend, then Mailman, I think. Takedown? What the hell is this picture? Hold up. he in his bed at a hotel. He in his bed at a hotel. Made a start GG picture. That's a takedown, bro. He's a pussy slayer. That's takedown. That's takedown. That's just typical takedown behavior. Geeky. That's typical takedown behavior. Takedown X Frosty H Spider Street string most legendary Halo content. The Shakedown is he's an interesting character. Okay, he's an interesting character. A very interesting character. Now, what did you say, Dev? You said something. What did I fell asleep? What I missed? You haven't missed anything. Apparently, there's a lot of new roster changes. But he makes a strong match doesn't mean hinders productivity more than helps the general rule. Well, Scout, there's a report about everything that he was saying behind the scenes to workers, and that he would get reported to HR and a whole bunch of different shit. So I'm not surprised that he got let go at all. Made homemade blueberry pancakes yesterday. That's the one thing I don't know how to make is pancakes. I feel like it's easy. If I tried. Block me something else. Wait, who? Takedown? Takedown Perplexity? And also, Born, why did you say that? When did you hear that Wee Man would be back? Like what time period did you hear that? Like when you said it on the stream? Nah, no box pancakes. No box pancakes. I have to make my own batter. That's why, because my mom makes her own. Like she's got a recipe. She got her own recipe. That's the only thing. She don't make any box pancakes. Box pancakes are good still. Don't get me wrong. But she makes them like own buttermilk and own batter and everything. Like just normal pancakes, not any like blueberry or anything like that. Maybe a little cinnamon, but that's about it. That's my. I would love some home. I like the homemade pancakes better than Kiki's. Kiki's been average now. That's another establishment that went down because of COVID. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point. The suds and get off the fucking game. I wish I could find a VOD of that. I wish I could find a VOD of that. Craving some French toast. Don't make me hungry, man. I'm trying to. French toast is my favorite. French toast is my favorite, but I'm trying to stay away from that until Saturday. I'm probably gonna get like a little Chipotle bowl pre-workout because I haven't been in the gym in a few days, so I gotta make sure I go hard these next couple days. I'm probably gonna do back, biceps, or back and shoulders, and then legs tomorrow or legs Saturday morning. We'll see. But I was gonna do like just full upper body workout Saturday, and because I did chest last time I was in the gym, I did cardio the day after, so I was probably gonna do just chest, a little chest, biceps, triceps, and back, and then maybe some shoulders. Just straight whole upper body on Saturday, early in the morning before I go to my haircut. Before I get on here, that way whatever I eat can be feeling my muscles. And he said like 3 days ago on his stream. Now, did he say that he's unbanned, Born, or did he say that he's attempting to get unbanned? Because I know he said that he's sending, or his lawyer is sending Tashi, or trying to get in contact with Tashi and Hines, and trying to get him unbanned faster because he thinks that he's going to be unbanned in October. So he's trying to expedite that process by having his lawyer contact Tashi and Hines and explain the files. And send the Dropbox and things like that. So I don't know how true that is, but I think that LVT is saying HCS eligible, and it probably will be in the rule book too that we got here. Let's see. The four-starting roster of eligibility requirements. So I think the eligibility requirements are HCS eligible. I think that's what it's saying right here. Not entirely sure. Following. Yeah, that was autumn. Eligibility teams are pro league players from all countries and regions are permitted to compete, provided they meet all other league eligibility requirements outlined in these. The competition is open to all participants 13 plus years of age and older as of 25. Anybody as a minor of players who are employees, contractors, officers, directors of LVT Halo Studios are ineligible, not reside in North America, or eligible for competition. Wait, so if you're all players from all countries and regions are permitted to compete. So I'm confused. Why it says players who do not reside in North America are ineligible for competition, but it also says up here that all global residency, all players on the team must be eligible to represent pro league players from all countries and regions are permitted to compete, provided they meet all other league eligibility requirements. I guess that means that they have to be residing in NA. So even the EU players and people that are competing from different regions, they wouldn't be able to compete in this. He says he has a lawyer on retainer. Reality. He says he had a lawyer on retainer. Went to HES event with some bidders. didn't even call out on some bullshit they weren't work the coach asked me to come back to the venue and get team pick, and I was like, nah. Before I guess he thought they were, told me I should be blacklisted. Nah, that's trying to cancel you. But I understand if you ain't getting paid. I completely understand that. I completely understand. But their salt would say they are a private company, are allowed to choose who they are allowed at events. Well, he says the lawyer's on retainer and he's got the Dropbox. So I was just trying to find out if he actually is able to compete, but he's not able to be a sub. I don't know if he's on a roster or what, but we'll see. I think that you have to be HCS eligible to be competing. Shout out to Good Grief for showing me this too. I think you have to be HCS eligible to be actually in the pro league or able to play, especially if you're not able to really. It looks like you're not able to play in the league if you're not residing in NA. So I wonder if the EU teams and the Australian team, or even the LATAM teams, I wonder if they're going to be able to play. Because say Acid doesn't live in NA, so I'm interested about that. I think that the rules got to be a little bit more. Yeah, Eli's ineligible technically, because I think that he can play, but not actually. Like if he makes it, he won't be able to play. I think that's these are interesting rules. I think they got to be a little bit more specific about certain rules and certain things in this. I think that they should definitely revise this going forward and just announce that they revised it too, because he is an employee. He's technically an employee. He does work technically with LVT, so this rulebook doesn't matter. I mean, that's why I'm confused. The Good Grief, you made a great point about bringing this up. This because I mean, a lot of niggas will go back and revert back to saying like, "Hey, look at the rulebook and shit like that." So I think they gotta be a little bit more specific. Yeah, they should have an accurate. I 100%. I 100%. It's weird wording. It's weird wording, and it is kind of contradictory. Like they got to be very specific, and I think they got to be specific with all the other politics and intangibles that have been going on recently. I definitely think they got to be a little bit more specific. I'm very interested to see how this all pans out. Like we still got to find out when they're doing the qualifier for the 4th seed. There's a lot of question marks right now. There's a lot of question marks. I'm getting a ref exactly, Scout. That's what I'm saying. And they're playing in it. But I think that if they say that the EU players can't play, they have to not let them compete, because if they compete in it and they're able to play or they're not able to play, then it's just basically taking away from other people's spots or fucking up the bracket or the servers. That's not to say I don't want them to compete. Don't get me wrong. I want them to compete, but the rules say something differently. That's why. This EU's in the HCS quals team was learning the things, but we found a way. Yeah, I remember that. Spencer. I think you guys went to game 5 or game 3. I think said Gunny's lawyer will tear this to shreds. Well, that's why I'm interested to see what he said on his stream, because I do like to go and do my little hate watch sometimes. So we'll go and I'll go and see what he said about that. But I think that he is just intending to get unbanned so he can play on this. But again, if you tweet at Tashi and Hines AI photos and try to provoke them and intimidate them into unbanning you, you are not getting unbanned. And I know this for a fact that that it's just too far gone. Too far gone. Hate watch, I do hate watch. I'm petty ass nigga, bro. I'm a petty nigga. I told you, they unlocked unlimited pettiness. I think I'm a good person. You know, I might not rub everybody the right way, pause, or do right by everybody, but I think I am a good person. But if you try to say I support PDFs, yeah, I'm always trying to shit on you. Always try to shit on you. Always. There is no boundary, or there's no what's the word when like what's statute of limitations? You know what I'm saying? There's no statute of limitations on that shit. Legend is qualified. Going back on SSG, no AB versus Legion match. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing. Good grief. That's the thing. They gotta figure that shit out. They gotta figure that shit out before some nigga really does the rule book on them. They gotta figure that shit out, because say they change it and somebody has this screenshotted, then it can go left. So LVT got to figure this out 100%. They got to figure it out. Thank you so much, Agent. I'm having a great stream, and I'm doing much better. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm doing great, and I hope you're having a great Thursday as well. Thank you for being here. Very, very appreciated. Very, very appreciated. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Having a great stream. Great stream with y'all. Nice low yaps. Nice yaps. I'm petty. I'm petty, Ant, but I have a reason to be petty, I think. I have a reason to be petty if a nigga says that I support PDFs. Now, that's one of the worst things that you can fucking do. That's literally one of the worst things you can do is be that type of person or support that type of person. Like, I ain't that. I ain't that. Y'all know that for a fact if you've been in here. You know I ain't that. So that's why, like, a nigga that tries to defame me and so doubting to everybody to make them believe that I do that is just incorrect. I'll be petty. I'll be petty. I'm lowering my way to a pro league spot. You could. That's the thing. I don't know if Gunny realized a notary is not a lawyer. What's a notary? Epic. I know my last name's Laws, but I don't know exactly that. I apologize for me being a little nemmy, not understanding. But I think that North America is Canada, United States, and Mexico. But say Legends in EU right now. Legends in EU. So say SSG plays a team that's like an AM team, and then they bring up this rule book, then LVT would have no choice but to disqualify them, and Legend would not be able to compete. That's the shitty thing. So they have to figure this out by tomorrow, or like in my opinion, like not even Saturday. They got to figure this out by tomorrow, or shit, by tonight. They got to figure this out by tonight. Why it happened last night? The only thing that happened last night, Dav, is Envor getting leaked, or Envor getting dropped, not leaked. Envor getting dropped. Now I'm not sure what happened with his team. I'll try and find out, but I'm not entirely sure. But I will try and find out. Are we boycotting? I mean, well, that's the thing is, reality, I think he should be fine to compete. But I think that it's a sticky situation, because if somebody that's playing SSG, they go and rulebook them, because I've been rulebooked before. The rulebook does say if you're not living in NA, you're not able to compete. Where is it? I'll change the song. I don't like the song. Where is it? Oh, no, that's not it. So, global residency. All players on a team must be eligible to participate in the Pro League. Players from all countries and regions are permitted to compete, provided they meet all other league eligibility requirements outlined in these rules. But then it says, ineligible participants. Players who are employees, contractors, officers, or directors of LVT Halo, Halo Studios, or Digital Sports Administration, DSA, are not eligible to participate in the Pro League. Additionally, players who do not reside in North America are ineligible for competition. Restrictions are in place to preserve competitive integrity and prevent conflicts of interest. That's what it says right here. So, Legend right now is not in NA. Feel me? That's where I get sticky. That's where I get sticky. I appreciate, brother. I just wanted to share that a month ago I met the voice match. Wait 23 years to meet him and sign my Halo 2 and L3 copies. That's what I do want to meet him too, Agent. I do want to meet him. I'm glad that you have a great experience too. I'm glad you had a great experience. But I would love to meet him too. That's why I want to go to Halo Fest. I would love to get a little picture. I'd be smiling like this. I'd be cheesing. But I would love to do it too. I would love to do it too. But I'm glad. I'm very happy for you. Make sure you hold on to that. Okay, hold on to that. That's a prized possession at this point. The signings. Make sure you hold on to that. Internet presence is NAB a VPN. It's not. It's not. He be on 100 ping. He be on 100 ping. That's why he be streaming and say 100 ping simulator. That's the thing. Time to talk to your sources. Oh, I will, Dad. But I probably won't be live tomorrow because I'm gonna be getting ready for my birthday. I know I took some days off this week, but I was sick, and I hope that's understandable. But Spencer, you say that happened more than Envor, more than just Envor. So what is more than just Envor? Because Lucid's team is playing tonight. Lucid's team is playing at 5:30 Eastern. So I think that Eco got on a team and Eco shook some shit up. That's my opinion. I'm not 100% sure. That's just my thoughts. But I think that Eco shook some shit up. A notary is an official of the state that can validate official documents. Most banks have a notary. Okay. Wait. Okay. I know what you're talking about because I had to get a notary done or had to go to a notary for my house or something like that for a document for my house. So I know what you're talking about where you get like laminated and official and whatnot. I know what you're talking about. But he says that he has a lawyer on retainer. So I don't know if he has I don't think he has a lawyer on retainer because that shit is expensive as fuck. That shit is expensive as fuck. And not say I don't think he got bread, but I just don't think that he's going to have a lawyer on retainer for a year to get you unbanned by Halo. But he has his Dropbox and his files. He threatened and said that more files are coming out with me, which I don't know what the fuck he could be talking about, but nigga just be lying on my name. But he says that more files are coming out involving me and some shit, but nigga just be weird. Nigga just be weird. Oh, you said, yeah. Isn't this last year's rulebook? I mean, it's just the rulebook that's on the bottom of the Start GG page. So that's the thing. You go here. I don't know if it's last year's or what, but they need to update it very fast, very fast. So you go down here, you go to rulebook, and that's where I clicked it. So it looks like it's the most recent one. I don't know if they changed anything, but it looks like the most recent one. Gunny's family most likely does. I don't think they have a lawyer on retainer. There's no reason for them to have a lawyer on retainer unless you're a criminal or you're going through a lot of business deals. So I don't think he needs to have a lawyer on retainer. Yeah, lawyers aren't. That's expensive as fuck. Expensive as fuck. It might be like I can't even imagine the dollar amount, but it might be around like 15 to 30K a year to have that lawyer on retainer. Like on retainers means like on call. You can just contact them anytime you want, anytime you need something. You have that lawyer there. That's what criminals do, or drug dealers or anything like that. When they know that they need something. Is a family friend? It's probably just one of his mods. It's probably one of his mods. He's got one of his mods that had a fake like at this, like an email like at this, and then has nothing to do with that shit. What's going on, little Miss Face Tat? What's popping on, girl? Kay said you'll find out soon when everyone scrims. Some things don't need to be known. Yeah, let's have it like that. And I'm Team Z, so I'll let it be like that. We'll find out probably this afternoon, or probably tomorrow when everybody starts to scrim and everybody is like actually solidified with their teams. You got an open AI. What's the open AI? Is that just an AI website or something like that, like Claude? Is that what you're talking about? Dab can't function if he doesn't know. I mean, Dab is staying up to find out the info. He's purposely staying up so he can find out more info. Legend probably back to Bounce House. Not right now though, Dab. You have to be in NA to compete. Not even after. You have to be in NA to compete right now. It says anyone in the EU can't compete, but we have other EU teams that have that played or signed up. The expanded team, the Aussies, the LATAM teams. Like if you're not in Mexico, then like there's some in the Colombia, Puerto Rico, like. Puerto Rico is part of the NA, or it's part of NA. So Puerto Rico, Mexico, Canada, and North America. So if you're anywhere else like Colombia and in the EU, or in the EU, then you're not able to compete per the rulebook. So if a team plays SSG and they look at this, then they can automatically get them disqualified. The LVT's got to update this, and then also, if I were them, I would tweet out and say that they made updates to the rulebook. That way, everybody knows, and they did it before the tournament. Because if they change the rules during the tournament, it's going to be a bad look. You're right, Variable. You're right. Technically, they cannot compete. Technically, this says that they can't. Legend ahead of the game, if this is blatantly in the rulebook, that's what I'm saying. World 2 and Canada. He's in Canada, Dav. Canada's good. Canada is good. Canada, Mexico, Puerto Rico. Since Puerto Rico is part of the part of the United States. Canada, United States, Puerto Rico, Mexico. Those are the NA. That's the NA qualifications. I'd say. It's on my screen. Like a little fucking pixel. Not just a little like something sticky. But no, they cannot play. They cannot play. Hawaii, Alaska, Kentucky. Why do you say Kentucky? Kentucky definitely. Hawaii and Alaska, yeah, but why you say Kentucky? Kentucky in the United States. That's like in the continent. But you're right, Cube. You're right. The Kentucky was funny. The Kentucky is funny. Kentucky is funny. Thank you, little Miss Space Tap. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, homegirl. Thank you. Very, very appreciate it. Welcome back, homegirl. Welcome back to APGville. Now, Alaska is part of the United States, so Alaska can play, or Alaskan people can play. It's usually a rule in these rulebooks that give the event organizer full discretion over the rulebook in the case of logical issues. You're right, Spencer. Usually like a fine print. Usually like a fine print that says, all right, everything is subject to change unless they want. I don't know if that's in here, though. I don't know if that's in here. Can I do this? Let's see. subject. I'm just like trying to see if this is subject to change. No. One more. Subject disqualification. No, I gotta go down to 6. No. 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 There's nothing that says it to my knowledge. At least not in that terminology. On that terminology. That's why this shit's gonna be interesting, bro. This is a massive fucking point you brought up, Woodreef. Massive W, good grief, once again. This is an insane point that you brought up. Absolutely fucking insane, bro. Absolutely insane point. Because, dude, somebody's gonna see this. Somebody's gonna see this either in my stream or they're gonna be checking this to see this. But they have to change this immediately. They have to change this immediately because this is the current rulebook, and they have to put in something that says that all things are subject to change per their ruling. You know what I'm saying? Because if you play an Australian team and you're on a shitty server, you could literally just be like, they're not supposed to be playing. It's in your rulebook. You can't change this right now, or it's going to be a very bad look on LVT. Change it in immediate, like an immediate change. They have to say something before this even starts. They have to say something tomorrow, at the latest. At the latest. No, you're not, little misface. That shut up. I meant to send you LOL and your nummy nut. Feeling yourself post Iki. I think that Suppressed has a team, Dev. I think Suppressed is involved in all the team changes that have happened. I don't think Suppressed is going to be sitting on the sideline. I know he wants to play, so I think he's going to be involved in this. I just don't know what team he's going to be getting. I think that Suppressed and Eco could get back together because they have teamed together before, and they have had minimal success, but they had more success than the previous SSG team that formed at the beginning of the last year. So I'm not sure. I am not sure how this is going to work. I'm not sure how this is going to work. I'm not sure. The issue in the rulebook is it says that any players that are not in NA cannot compete. They're not eligible to compete. That's why it's interesting, because there's obviously a lot of players that aren't competing, and also Legend is technically not able to play. Technically, and I'm not trying to get niggas caught up. I'm not trying to get niggas caught up or get them disqualified. I'm just trying to make sure that LVT doesn't get niggas caught up, and that they change their rules immediately and let people know, like, hey, we have made a change to the rule book. You are able to play if you're not in NA, because it says that if you don't reside in NA, if you don't live in North America, you are not able to play. And North America consists of Canada, Mexico, the United States, and Puerto Rico. So that's why. No, don't be insulting the French. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. We don't discriminate here. Don't do that. Okay, OpenAI is ChatGPT. I did not know that. I did not know that. I've never used ChatGPT besides trying to translate the LIDAM group chat when they were trying to get Hero caught up. Show match between AB and Legion. That was already discussed though, Spencer. I can tell you that, like, even before the team change happened, that was already technically a rule, and they had already discussed that. I ain't gonna tell you how I know, just know I got insider sources, but they were already going to do that the day before the team change happened, and it was already something that they set in, like, they had not necessarily set in stone, but they said it. But the thing is, if they don't change this and they have all these other teams competing, then somebody can just be like, all right, well, they're not supposed to be competing, it's per your rule book. And then LVT is going to be in a sticky situation of having to change the rules immediately, or it's going to look like they're catering towards pro players and that they can just do whatever they want for pro players to compete. So that's the issue. Was an issue when someone didn't want to play against the Oz team at one events? No, that was me. That was me. I didn't want to play on the server. That was that, but that was an LVT qualifier. That was an LVT qualifier. That was just a random tournament. I think it was a tournament for, it was on Face It for one of the events. I think I don't think it was a qualifier. It was like a couple of the events before the qualifier, like a couple of the matches before. I admit it, Eva. I know I'm a dickhead sometimes, but I don't want to play. I don't. I just played with European players the weekend before. I ain't trying to play on 200 ping again, not again, but oh, shitty ping again. Only need 2 to keep out of the 4 to keep the placement spot. Kind of crazy. Well, it contradicts itself. It contradicts itself to me because where is it? Let me try and find it. Because Good Grief brought it up to me. Where was it again? Good Grief. Where was it in this? It was in here somewhere. Might have been up. Might have been up. But there was something in here that Good Grief told me to look at. Good Grief told me to look at before. But which section was it in, Good Grief? Which one was it? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, Piggy. It contradicts itself. Contradicts itself. That's what I'm trying to find. There's something in here. Might be up. Let's see if I can find it. This. Oh. Fuck, where is it? Where's that, Good Grief? Section 2B. I have that 4. I find it. Oh, that's 3. All right, here. Roster changes are permitted 1 week prior to their scheduled match and must adhere to the following requirements. A team must retain at least 2 of the original 4 players to maintain their Pro League spot and accumulated points. All roster changes must be submitted and confirmed with tournament staff. Loss of league spot. A team will forfeit its Pro League spot if it retains fewer than 3 original players from its registered roster. But it literally says right here that you can retain 2 of your original players to maintain your Pro League spot. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So it's contradictory. And then a team spot, or let me read the rest. It fails to properly notify tournament organizers of a roster change before the designated deadline, It attempts to bypass these rules through unapproved roster swaps by fielding unregistered players. Now that might be it. But I feel like the roster got approved, and I don't think that there's anything that they did to not approve it or them to not be approved. And then it says, in such cases, the team's league spot may be awarded to an eligible team from the qualifiers or the waitlist at the discretion of tournament administration. Ownership of Pro League spot. A team spot in the Pro League is tied to the captain and its core roster of players and is not owned by any single individual. Maintaining at least 3 original players ensures continuity and preserves team identity within the league. Replacing 3 or more players constitutes a new team, which must requalify for future league participation. I'm confused by that because it just says maintaining at least 3 original players ensures continuity and preserves team identity within the league. Replacing 3 or more players constitutes a new team, which must requalify for future league participation. But they didn't replace 3; they only replaced 2. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's confusing. But it says both, Spencer. In my opinion, it says both. You're funny, Ant. You're funny for that. You're very funny for that. That's the thing showing up. They can't have certain rules catered to pros because it's gonna look like it's unfair for other people. That's the thing. Just give Legend Team the spot. I mean, that's why I'm confused by this. It says fewer than 3 original, but they have 2. They don't have fewer than 3. They have 2 of the original, and it says a team must retain at least 2 of the original 4 players to maintain their Pro League spot. So why does it specifies a penalty for 3. So why does SSG lose their spot? If I was SSG, I'd bring up the rule book because that would eliminate them from having to play this weekend. Because it literally says in here they can have their 2 players and they be straight. There's too much contradictory statements in here. They gotta really figure this out. Who wants the shitty ping with the shitty rice and the shitty egg roll? Egg roll. That's how they say it in South Park. I know the episode that you're talking about too. Definitely know the episode that you're talking about. But they have to figure this out. Good grief, you're funny for that. He said, good grief. Good grief. Kiki. That's funny. That's funny. No, LVT does have to address this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. LVT does need to address this. LVT needs to address this. I don't know if Eli's still in here, but Eli should be contacting LVT because technically Eli can't even compete in this. Technically, Eli was never supposed to compete in this. Eli was never supposed to compete in this. That is another thing. And Eli competed last weekend. Technically, Eli is not supposed to be paying this because he's an associate of LVT. So this is fantastic information. Fantastic information. I think they want AB or Legion in the league anyway, so they ain't gonna change that. It does make it more of a bloodbath this coming weekend. It does make it more highly competitive because if you give one of those teams a spot, then there's minimal spots for the rest of the league and rest of the teams that have been formed. So it is a weird situation, but they have to immediately, if I was them, immediately change this or announce that they're changing it, or things that are subject to change if they want, because if players see this and they are playing against these other players, say you're playing against the Aussies or any LATAM team, it technically says that LATAM teams can't even play. If you got people in Colombia, which I'm pretty sure players do, you're not able to play. Even for y'all, Spencer, even for y'all, it says that Acid, unless Acid is in NA, Acid can't compete. Acid can't compete. Can we get Eli in the call? Somebody's got to contact them and tell them to come on. You guys know me. I would love to talk about it. No, don't let him be shown up. You gotta ignore those people. They're just trying to get under your skin. You can't let them give any attention. Acid's in Mexico. I thought it was in Colombia. Okay, that's fine. That's fine then. I thought it was in Colombia. I don't know why I thought Acid was in Colombia, but I always thought he's from there. Between this and them closing registration early and the check-in debate. Well, wait, what is the check-in debate? What's the closing? What's that about, Scout? What happened with that? I did see some people talking on Twitter about some issues going on with check-in, and they weren't able to sign up with their teams, or they didn't know they had the check-in. What is that all about? I don't know too much about it. I didn't know that, Dev. Now I know. So they're good. How could they put out the rules for the league and then just not follow them? It's kind of crazy. Well, the thing is, Gun. I'm just gonna call you X. I don't know why I said that, but X. I don't know if people have viewed this. That's the thing. I don't think that players have viewed this. I don't think that players are aware of these rules. A lot of people don't just take the time out of their day to go look at the rule book because nobody really gives a fuck about the rules when you're like a pro player and playing. You're just playing. You're worried about your competition. But this is important because if you say that people have to retain 2 of the original 4, then SSG keep their spot. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have to play this next weekend or this coming weekend. But it also says that if you retain fewer than 3 original players, then that's when you are not able to have your spot. They only have 2. No, good grief, you're not a nerd. You're just doing your due diligence. I'm saying that when you're playing, like if you're a player and you're playing, you're not thinking about the rule book. You just focus on winning your next match. You know what I'm saying? But if people see this now, I'm sure that there's probably people that are competing in this coming weekend and they're in the stream and they see this shit, they're going to try and get people fucked up. This is at the bottom of the Start GG page, Doug. The Start GG page where you register is right there. It's not like it's old. It might be old, but it's right here. It's right here at the bottom. It's right there. Everybody can see it. Patrizi, thank you for the prime in the 6 months, homie. Thank you, my nigga. Thank you so much. Thank you. Much love and appreciate it as always. Welcome back, homie. Welcome back to ABGVille. Thank you. I know you're only here for the Latina Avengers, but it's okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Kiki. Yes, they need to update it. No, but it's right there though. It's on the even if it's last year's, they have to update it because it's still there as if it's this year's. I don't know if there's a date on this. To my knowledge. Yeah, it doesn't say a date. It don't say nothing. I think I just saw 2025. It does say 2025. But it's the only rulebook. Every rulebook usually is transferred over, like even from previous years, unless they mention that they make a change. But still, that's the only thing they have. They don't have any other thing that's linked. They're just carrying over the same rulebook. But even then, even if it's last year's, it's still carrying over in this fashion because they linked it. They linked it for this year's. So it's basically the same. They're saying the same thing. They're saying it's the same thing for this year. But say a player that's playing SSG this next weekend, they see this, they're gonna be on LBT's ass, and they're gonna be like, why are you posting old rule books and not giving us anything new? It's the thing is, it's not like there's another rule book that they can go from opposed to this one. This is the only one that's available and readily available to people, unless they have emailed you a different one. But I don't think they're emailing and contacting every single player or team about this. Because that's why. Because say a player, like, they want to DQ any of these people, shit, Eli, all these other people, they won't be able to compete, and they shouldn't have even been able to compete last weekend for the rules. I'm not saying I don't want them to. I'm just going off. I'm just being nerdy with the rule book, like Good Grief said. Like, because Good Grief, that's when you say the tweet seems strange. What did you think was strange about it? I hear you, but the players are going to push the boundaries, but LVT needs to enforce them. Exactly, X. I agree with you. But that's why LVT's got to make an announcement and make updates to it by tomorrow at the latest. They should do it tonight because we don't know still when that AB and Legion qualifier is going to go down. So technically, by these rules, you can still retain 2 players, and that show match shouldn't even happen for these rules. Shut up, Timmy. Shut up. They do remake the thing is, and usually there's something in the rulebooks that say that everything is subject to change per league approval. That's how it was with HCS, because people might try and find old rules or things like that. And I've been rulebook before, many times, mind you, and usually there's something in it that says everything's subject to change per the league's approval or their ruling or whatever. That's why this is weird. Upload new, but that's the thing, Doug. They have to change the entire thing. They'd have to change the entire thing. But say even if it's old, and SSG sees this and they say to them, hey, this is what's in your rulebook right now. Why are we having to play this next weekend? That would be fucked up because they would be changing it to just allow the other team to play in the or having a show match, allowing that team a free, like, not a free, but a more of a golden ticket to getting in the league opposed to not playing in the actual qualifiers. That's the thing. I was surprised you would lose your seed for any roster change. That's what I was surprised at that, because it's usually 2 players. But I know that I thought it was 3 players you have to retain your seed, but it looks like 2 players is all you need. So that's why they gotta be specific, because if they start changing it for pros or for other people and catering to them, it's gonna look very bad to the AM scene. Being terrible saved me. Wait, so what happened with the Scout, what happened before? Did you explain it? I apologize if I didn't see it. What happened with the couple hours early? Oh, I just thought you did see it. You said teams didn't realize they needed to check in for each match on start. I'm assuming you mean start GG when you post that, and this links it out. It wasn't just the initial check-in, like Face It, people got DQ'd over it. So what is the difference between the check-in now? For any reason? Yeah, but they're not. They're not, Angel. That's the thing. They're not. I didn't see that part. But they're not. They have to change it in here, because if they are just changing it for certain players or certain teams, it's going to be a bad look on LVT. That's why I say that, because there usually is something like that. I was mentioning that there usually is something that says everything is subject to subject to change for legal approval. But if this is already in your rules and you're changing it for specific players and teams, then it's going to be a bad look, because all the other AM players are going to be like, oh, this is like bullshit. You're catering to the pros. You're trying to do what's best for the pros instead of all the other rest of the players. You have to check in for each match? That's different. That's different. I didn't know that. I thought you usually just checked in one time and that was it. Is this for the qualifier? That is true. But it still has. There's nothing about it, the qualifier, I don't think. Because there wasn't a qualifier last year, Thug. Look. But it does say here, right here, Thug, it says qualifier. This is for the qualifier. That's technically. In such cases, a team's league spot may be awarded to an eligible team from the qualifier. Because last year it was just an LCQ. It was just an LCQ opposed to having the whole thing being open. Thank you, Ant, for the 4 months, excuse me, in the 2 month streak in the prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, very appreciated much appreciated as always. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back, Ant. Welcome back to APGville. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very appreciated. They earned it still by having the majority of everything subject to change. Why not just give Legends team the spot? Exactly, Piggy. Because it's looking like they might just want to do this for more content. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's why it's weird. It's weird. Does it qualify have its own rulebook? No, no, it does not. It's not to my knowledge. They gotta change this ASAP. Because even if it's just for the qualifier, there was only an LCQ last year for the last 2 spots. The top 6 got earned through HES points. That's why it's a little bit different now opposed to back then. But they do need to update this immediately. Immediately. Like even here, it's ordered to retain a league spot between stages or seasons. A team must retain 3 of its 4 starting players from previously approved roster. But if you look qualifier, team's league spot may be awarded to an eligible team from qualifiers or the waitlist at discretion of tournament administration. This is kind of in the same realm, I'd say, in the same realm. But that's the thing. If everything's subject to change, like then acting like I'm LVC. No, they have to make an announcement, Thug. They have to make an announcement and say something about this, because having the rules say that you can't compete if you're not in NA is going to somebody's going to try this shit. Somebody's going to try this shit unless they don't do anything. Yes, exactly, Timmy. That's exactly that's the process they need to go through. No questions asked. That's a process they need to go through. It is last year. But they got to make the announcement. They got to go through the steps that Timmy just said. No, I got to use the restroom real quick. They have to go through that. This is actually a great fucking point. Great, good grief. Good W, good grief. Would repeat as always. Right, what I miss? What I miss? Show Mac doesn't make sense to be honest. The spot should automatically go to AB since they get to class SSG for the first spot. Ooh, interesting point, Spencer. Interesting point. Interesting point. But I think that they want the content. They want the content. They want the content, which I understand. It's just more of a more things for them to show more revenue. I understand that. I understand why they would do that. But if you're talking about technicalities and what's probably more likely to the players, then Legion lost to C9, Luminon to C9. They don't deserve a spot. Wait, are you talking about four of a kind? Four of a kind. We say Luminon. Okay, I thought you were talking about the Luminon EU roster. That's a good point. That's a good point. They lost Game 7 as well. That's like Game 7. They lost Game 7. I think you would think that. That's usually how it goes. That's usually how it goes. Now, say AB beat Legion. I'm surprised they didn't. Like, I wonder. The thing is that's the thing, Spencer. Before the team changes even happened, okay. Unless they knew about it the day before, which is possible because they do have to ask for legal approval to have it go through. They already had their minds made up for the show match. I think they already had their minds made up. I'm not entirely sure. But there was already a ruling that they had in mind before everything. And just having them play each other. Well, I think it's also because they want more content, which I understand. I ain't hating because shit, I would do the same thing. I'm King Milk. So I think that they're trying to have more matches to show, more like just more content, more gameplay. So I think that's why they're doing it, to make it the most like what's the word I'm looking for? Just like the most entertainment for everybody. So I think that's what they're doing. This is the best drink in the world for no fucking sugar and barely any calories. ATS, yeah, I agree with you, Spencer. I agree with you. That's why they got to be firm. They have to have things in place for. I think they will in the future. Is they should have things in place. Now you can't do 5, Dav. You can't do 5 because if you do 5, then you would have to have still a tiebreaker between the 5th and 6th teams. Because 5th and 6th Dav are the same placings. That's why AB and Legion are going to be doing a tiebreaker match. So if you look, where is it? They got 5th Dav, AB got 5th, and then I guess AB got 5th and Legion got 6th. And then Legion also did not go to Game 7 too. I don't know if it it makes the most sense to have them since they lost to SSG, or just have SSG retain the spot. And you're thinking about that. HES probably would have done it a little bit differently. HES probably would have. But they got to be very firm, and they have to have these things in place, because I guarantee that there's going to be a nigga out there or a team that sees that I'm on stream like this and showing the loopholes. I guess that's a good word right there. The loopholes and the discrepancies in the rules to the ruling. And if they go and they see that and they say that, like they tweeted LVT or they make a Reddit thread or whatever, then people are going to try and use that against LVT, and it's not going to be a good look. It's going to be a bad look. That's why LVTs should have had they should always be like wanting to change the rule book or anything like that. They should always. I agree with you, Spencer. I agree with you. It's the same thing, Ant. It's the same thing. But AB, like 5th and 6th are the same. The difference is that AB lost to SSG, and SSG are the ones that don't retain their spot. So that is why it gets interesting. So that's why it gets a little dicey. That's why it gets a little dicey. That's because that's what Spencer's saying. Piggy is Spencer, if y'all don't know. He's saying that since SSG they lose their spot, AB are the next ones in line, since they're the ones that they lost to, or they're the ones that lost to SSG. Legion lost to Cloud9, who is now getting bumped up. So Cloud9's getting bumped up, then maybe since SSG lost or since SSG beat AB, they get bumped up too. But now they're doing the show match, which is like a ruling. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Any team that makes a roster change will forfeit its current seed and be required to compete in qualifier number 2. But that's not what the rules say. That's why Good Grief is saying that the wording is a little bit weird. And it's if a team secured a seed in qualifier number 1 and wishes to retain that seed, no player from that team may be dropped and subsequently re-enter the league with another team as a substitute. Now, But is anybody going into the league as a substitute? That's interesting too, because technically they're just re-entering the league under a different team as a starter. They're not coming in as substitutes. I don't think he knows, Spencer, but that's why it might happen now. It might happen now. That's why it might happen now. So I don't know if they knew about it. I don't know if Jagged knew about it. I don't know if anybody knows about this rule book, because most people aren't going to be scrolling all the way down from this. They ain't going to be scrolling all the way down. They're going to be going straight. They're just going to be worried about this shit and check-ins and game types. Like, they're going to be looking at the game types each round and whatnot. They ain't going to look at this. About what's going to happen prior to last week's call? What do you mean by that, Thug Nasty? What do you mean by prior to last week's call? What do you mean by that? And might not even need to play. It's already Thursday when the show match is supposed to happen. It doesn't say. We don't know when the show match is going to be happening to me. They have not said. It just says AB and Legion will play a best of 7 tiebreaker, depending on how many of the 1 through 4 seeded teams choose to make roster changes, either 1 or 2 qualification spots. Okay, I guess just like they're anticipating or saying that in case somebody else makes a change. There will be no additional backfill from qualifier number 1. Teams may declare a substitute after qualifier number 2. Any player who is HCS eligible and currently not competing in Pro League may be declared as a substitute. That's also something interesting. So say Wee Man wants to play. LVT, all right, I'll pause the music for this. LVT, you guys gotta look at your rule book. Even if it's old from last year, you gotta look at your rule book because, and I say this very respectfully, I don't mean this in a rude way. I'm saying this in that fashion because a lot of the wording in the rule book is contradictory to what is going on right now. Granted, there was not a qualifier last year, but you have to make changes and you have to publicly say that you're making changes, because if you don't, it's going to look like you're just trying to cater to the pro players and playing favoritism. Because in the rules, it says that you have to retain 2 players to retain your spot, or you have to have 2 players to retain your spot, opposed to now if a team makes a change, then they immediately lose their spot. Also, in the rules, it says that no player that doesn't reside in NA can be competing in these qualifiers. Okay, so that's another thing. So that's why you got to be looking at these rules, because the rules contradict what's going on in these qualifiers and what's going to be happening ahead of this weekend. Also, when is the AB and Legion show match supposed to be happening? Gonna have to buy at least for the second round's qualifier? Don't know, Ant. That's a great question. That's a great question. About what's going to happen. See, that's before this ruling was public. That's what I was thinking too, Doug, because that's what I said. I think the method or the way that they're going to go about this was already decided before the team changes happened. You know what I'm saying? Well, we got to find out soon, LVT, because it's happening. We got to see when. You got to tell us when. I'm just be honest with you. We got it. Because if you're doing it tomorrow, you got to let people know if it's happening tomorrow so they can plan around it or watch party or whatnot. Because it's my birthday Saturday. It's my birthday Saturday. So I'm trying to see, like, and I'll be watching the tournament, but if it's happening before the tournament or Friday, because I don't plan to be on tomorrow. So I know you want everybody to find out and follow LVT, but we got to find out when, because people are trying to plan around that. Because I would like to watch it, but, and then also the rulings. The rulings say that even Legend can't compete, Eli can't compete, none of the Aussies can compete, none of the people that don't reside in Mexico or Puerto Rico, they can't compete, or United States, when I say outside of NA, and also Canada. Canada can compete. Canada, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and United States. Like, but now that's the LVT. We're trying to figure out, what does watch party have to do with it? I mean, I would just like to watch party. That's why. I mean, everybody would like to watch. That's all. That's why I'm saying that. That's why I just like. I just like to watch party. It's my birthday this weekend, man. I'm trying to see what if I have to get on for my birthday early, or because I don't plan to be on tomorrow, and it's 2 days before the tournament, so that's why. That's a very PR response. I mean, damn, my bad for trying to watch. Damn, my bad. My bad for trying to watch. But regardless of that, you gotta address the rulings. That's more important. You gotta address the rulings. But I'm trying to see because I'm not going to be on tomorrow. So if it happens tomorrow night or prior to the tournament, I would like to know, because I don't know, and I would like to, because that's a big match, especially if that's going to be for a qualifying match. That's why. That's true. That's true, Timmy. Because if everybody knows, and everybody's, I'm just trying to watch. Thank you for the drops as well. Thank you very much. But I'm trying to figure it out like everybody else. But the rulings, that's more important. That's the more important topic at hand. Is in the rules, it says that nobody that is not residing in NA can compete. Granted, this is last year's rule book, and there was not a LC or there wasn't an open qualifier last year. But there's got to be something that is specified because if people play SSG this next weekend, or they play Eli, the Aussies, or the European players, then they can literally get them DQ'd immediately from this rule book. It literally says that you can't reside outside of NA. I can click it. I think I gotta refresh. No, it's not there. Hold on. Now let's go to the. I'll go to the Twitter. Actually, it's right here. I think I have it up already. Was there a different link? There a different link? My Nightbot's a bitch. My Nightbot's is a bitch. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. My Nightbot's still, even if you permit it, it's not gonna work. Tell me where to this. If it's which tweet is that? I can click on my phone. Actually. Rulebook to be updated will closely follow your one. Well, that's the thing. It says rulebook to be updated, but it's not updated. It says rulebook to be updated, but it's not updated. That's the thing. So if people saw this last year or last weekend, it would still have not been updated. That's the thing. It hasn't been updated. Let me try to scroll down. Actually, I can go to this. Actually, this. Let me go to media. I think, and not this one. All right. So it says rulebook to be updated, but it hasn't been updated yet. So if you haven't updated from the past weekend, then it's still eligible for this weekend too. But that's why I say that. It's because you got to have it updated ASAP because people can, if people don't see an update or if it's not updated by like, because if this is still active from last weekend, then they would still be able to use it against people in this or last weekend. But if it's still active coming this weekend, then they can use it against other people too. They can use it against Legend, they can use it against SSG, etc. And also, the rulebook says like two players can retain their seed. So if it happens after all the moves are happening, then that's going to be the case. Is it time out for 600 seconds? Oh shit! Hold on. I know it's still timed out. Was it unbanned? All right. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if you heard me because of that. Can you hear me now, LVT? I don't think you can hear me. That's my Nightbot. I didn't know it just timed you out. My Nightbot be a bitch. I don't know why my Nightbot's like that. It just be a bitch. My Nightbot be a bitch. But like I was saying, LVT, if you can hear me, even if the rules like the rulebook says to be updated, it doesn't. It's not updated just yet. It's not updated just yet. So that's why it's an issue because if you don't update it right away or announce that it's updated, then people can still use the rulebook, and then they would say, "Well, you're just changing it for these players, and you're playing it for this." Remove timeout. Okay, I didn't know. I don't think I've ever done that. I usually leave it to the molds. But that's why. That's why it's gotta be. You gotta update it and then let people know that it's like the changes have been made. Because if somebody goes into the tournament and they play against the Aussies or the European players, granted, like I said, it's different. That's an open qualifier now opposed to the one LCQ for the last two spots. But they can still use it. They can still use it against players. I can use it against players. That's why you got to try and make the changes ASAP and then update it ASAP. That's why I'm saying this because if players see this and then they screenshot it and then you change it just for other players, they're gonna think that you're playing favoritism against or for the pros opposed to the AM players that are trying to compete. And there's gonna be niggas out there that are gonna try and rulebook. There's a lot of players out there like AM players that are gonna be trying to rulebook. I think the majority of pros in here they probably have all been rulebooked or attempted to be rulebooked at some point in their careers. So that's why I say that as well. That I think you got to try and make this change ASAP, ASAP. You got to try and do it as soon as possible and tweet out that it's been updated. Because if you just go down here and you're playing in the tournament and you see that, then it's like, all right, well, this is what is at hand, and we gotta like they're gonna try and use it against players, especially since it says that you gotta keep 2 players to retain your seed. And then SSG see that and they say, how do we lose our seed if you say that we only need 2 players in the rules right here? And it's gonna look like you want to just have the extra match and just change the rules on a whim compared to just what's set in stone. Because even if it's subject to be updated, it's still this is what the current rules are. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying this for myself. I'm saying this for everybody else. Because if I see this, then somebody else is gonna see it, and they're gonna try and use it against people. That's why I say it. Why are you adding tools in here? Tools not even in here, is he? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh shit! I'm changed the chat. My bad. Let me see it again. Okay. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying to you, tools as well. As well. Wait, don't post the link. Don't post the link. This is the rulebook that's on the page, though, tools. I'm not looking at the wrong one. It's just the one that you guys have provided. This is the Start GG link. This is literally where I'm at, tools. This is what is on the Start GG link. This is literally the same one. I just clicked it. That's it. That's the one that's on the page. That's not on the page though. That one's not on the page. Hold on, I gotta. It pops up. Like this is the same one that's on the page. Yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one, is it not? Yeah, but this is the same one. This is the same one. This is what's on it. Yeah, this is the same one that's on the page. That's why I'm saying it. It's the same one that's on the page. It's the same exact one on the page. That's why if you go to Start GG link, this is the one that's on there. There's been no changes. That's the only way I found it. That's the only way I found it is because this is if you go to Start GG and you scroll down, that's what's linked. That's what's linked. That's why I'm saying that there's got to be a change ASAP, so people don't go to this one and they think that if y'all got a different one, this is the same one. This is the same one to my knowledge. I'll close this one and see if it's any different, but it's still the same thing. Here, I'll search. Yeah, see? Players who do not reside in North America are ineligible for competition. This is the one that's still up there. This is the same one, but this is just the one I clicked, Scout. This is just the one I clicked. It's the one I clicked, and that's there. But the thing is, I even if I do that, Scout, I shouldn't have to because other people aren't going to. You know what I'm saying? I see what you're saying, but that's why I'm saying it has to be updated. This is the same shit that's on Start GG. It's the same exact one. That's let me see. I'll refresh it. Yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one. But the updated one is not on Start GG. That's what I'm saying, tools. Even if you guys have the updated one, then that it still says in here that Legend can't play. That's what it says, Bellum. In these rules that are on Start GG, that's what it says. It literally says that Legend cannot play. Smash GG or Start GG? Smash is different. Smash is different than Start. Smash is a completely different one. But that's what's on the page. There's no updated rule book that's public to anybody because this is the only way this was found is by going down to where the tournament is registered, and that's where you click it, and that's there. That's the only thing that's the only thing that's updated. So that's why I'm saying this because this ain't for me. This ain't for me. I'm just trying to make sure y'all don't get tripped up as well as other players because this is all that's there. Making moves after seeding, is that what's going down? Only one team has made a move. Only one team has only one team has not like you lose their qualification. They finalized and mentioned global residency, but you guys got to post that because say LVT, if people play in the tournament and they match a UU team, they could just go down to this rule book and you'd have to abide by it. Even if you have your own, that's just within y'all because this is what's public and this is what everybody sees. So that's why you have to make it as it publicly. Like that's what I'm saying, Scout. Exactly, because it's not even if y'all have that. Literally, everybody can screenshot this and say, "Hey, these niggas can't play." That's why. Even if it's there in REBS interview pizza party, I'm trying to figure out a date. He has contacted me and let me know his like his time frame and schedules that he's available. So I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be next week during the evening or possibly before the Pro League qualifiers this weekend because he does say he's available in the mornings. I just don't know what region he's in or time zone, so I don't know if it'll be too early. But Saturday is my birthday, so I'll be going out to eat, getting a haircut. Shout out to John for the gift card, and then I'll be on for the Pro League matches. But I don't think I'll be able to do. I don't want to cut it short, so I don't think I'll be doing it on Sunday because I don't want it to be a short conversation, like a couple hours before the matches start, and have that lead into the matches. I think it would be dope to have it lead into the matches, but it might be too early, so it might have to be an evening stream next week, possibly. That's exactly, Timmy. Exactly. They have to finalize it immediately. It's got to be finalized immediately because technically these rules still apply to the last tournament. So if there's a team that sees this, they would say, "Hey, Legend's not supposed to play at all, at all. He wasn't even supposed to play in the last weekend's one." Shit. Same with Eli. Eli wasn't even supposed to play. So that's why y'all got to make this public immediately. Like not even by Saturday. It's got to be by tomorrow at the latest, or even today. That's why, because this is what's literally on the page. I didn't. This it's not like I'm looking at an old one or anything like that. You put up the tweet. Need to be up down. That's it. But the thing is, LVT. But if you have rules set in place that say that other players can't be played or can't play, that's why. That's why. Because it's not about me. It's not about me. But it is about other people. Because this is in place for the tournament last weekend. This is in place, and you would have to abide by it. You'd have to, even if you have your own rule book that's being finalized, you have to abide by the ones that, like the ones that's in the like on the page. Regardless, it's still in the page. This is what y'all got right there. As known as outdated, but it's not known as outdated, tools. It's not known as outdated. If it was outdated, then y'all should just not have it. I'm not saying this for me. I'm just saying this so y'all don't get tripped up. Y'all gotta be spicy with me. I'm just saying. That's just like y'all's like you guys have to be firm on what you're saying. Yes, it says in the tweet it needs to be updated, but it should have been updated by the tournament. That still should be like but if there's not a rule book, then why is there rules? If there's no rule book, then why is it there in the first place? It should have been finalized before the first tournament. I'm just trying to help y'all. I'm not trying to be spicy. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. I ain't the only one that's thinking like this. Y'all feels like y'all getting text tone with me and getting frustrated. But I'm just keeping it real with y'all. Y'all got shit on the page. You have to abide by the page, even if it's outdated. If you have people that try to abide by this rule book and they go to you about a player or something like that, you would still probably have to abide by it, because if you don't, it's going to look like you're playing favoritism and only catering to the players or teams that that it's helping. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. Why are you guys thinking that I'm saying that I'm not, that anything is wrong? I'm just keeping it real with you. You might not like to hear it because y'all getting spicy with me, but I'm just keeping it real with you. This is not me being rude, or this has nothing to do with me. I ain't fucking playing. But I'm just keeping it real with you. If y'all niggas got something on the page and you don't abide by it and you say it's outdated, then take that shit off. Because if you are holding a tournament, you have to have the rules finalized by the first match, at least the first qualifier. That's just me keeping, like, I don't know why you guys getting mad at me. I'm just keeping it real with you. It's not about a global tournament trying to save Halo. Ain't nobody taking away from what y'all niggas is doing. I've been giving you compliments this entire time. Y'all getting spicy with me of just pointing out your discrepancies in your rules and your ruling. I'm just keeping it real so you don't get tripped up by people playing in the qualifier and they try to DQ people, and you can't say to niggas, hey, we have our own rule book that's not public, because they're just going to go to what you have right here and it's going to be a massive shit show. That's what I'm saying. It ain't just me. This is what anybody is going to say. I'm just speaking up about it. I don't know why you're getting frustrated with me. Ain't anybody saying it's not a global tournament trying to say Halo or nothing like that. Y'all niggas got rules that you have to abide by or take it away. You say you have your own rules and then you don't have them public, and you're saying it to me. I don't know why you guys getting frustrated at me. I'm just mentioning shit. Why am I getting the smoke? I have no idea what's going on right now. Like, what is going on? You guys frustrated with me? It's just you guys have shit here. You guys have shit right here. Like you got like this, yes, that's the rule book tweet was a month ago. And if y'all don't update it and it's the same rule book during the qualifiers, then you gotta change it. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to look out for the players so they can compete before there's a random amateur that's trying to get all these people caught up. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are you guys getting mad at me? I don't understand. It ain't about a global tournament trying to save Halo. That has nothing to do with this shit. Ain't nobody unappreciative of what y'all niggas is doing. But y'all have something that you have to fix. So I'm just bringing it to light. What's going on? Why are you guys getting mad at me? I'm just telling you what the hell is on there. But I'm saying, Nick, if there's an AM player, that's not in those chats, then what are they gonna think? What are they gonna think if they see and you can't play in NA and they try to get niggas caught up? Are you guys saying get mad at me? I'm on the document tools. I've been on it. This is the same document that's on the page, bro. I've clicked your link. I've clicked this link. It's what's on the page. I've clicked it. There is no updated one that on the page, bro. That's what I'm saying to y'all. If it's not about me, it's not about me. Must be eligible to participate in the Pro League. And that Pro League global audiences are permitted to compete, provided they meet all other league eligibility requirements. And then you say, here. Let me try and find it. Then it says, all players must be able to blah, blah, blah. Players who do not reside in North America are ineligible for competition. But that's what it says right here, down here. That's what I'm saying to you. It says right here, players who do not reside in North America are ineligible for competition. It doesn't matter about the next line. Mind you, there's a lot of contradictory statements in this rule book. I don't know why y'all get mad at me. I'm just bringing it up. I don't know why y'all getting upset at me. I don't understand that. I don't understand why there's smoke or hostility with me just bringing up what y'all have on the page. That's what it literally says. Players who do not reside in North America are ineligible for competition. Regardless of what it says in the other line, this is what it says here. Why you guys getting upset at me? Like, why you guys getting upset at me? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I really don't. I think that's strange energy. They're simply behind because I had to string them along before accepting the invoice. It's not an artifact, tools. It's not an artifact. It's in the rules. You can't just downplay it. It's in the rules, and it's not about me. If a player sees this and they play SSG, that's what they're going to say. Even if then don't even put it in. I'm just trying to help everybody. I'm trying to help y'all to not get caught up. I'm trying to help the players so they can play. I'm not doing anything wrong. That should be hostile energy. I'm just literally bringing up what you guys got right here. Even if it's an artifact, take it away from the page. Take it away from the page. Don't, say, that's what I'm saying. I know that, Nick. I know that. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, LVT. But that's fine. I appreciate that. But there's literally the qualifier already happened. One qualifier already happened. If somebody read this and they wanted to DQ SSG or any of these other teams, you would have no choice but to abide by it, or it's just a bad look. That's what I'm saying. You can't get mad at me for just bringing up what the hell is in front of me. Things have to be tidied up. Why would you want the bad look? Just change the rules. That's not saving Halo. It's just changing the mistakes. That's why. It's not about a bad look. Because what if it's the players that get DQ'd or the players that you screw over? That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying anything that's literally not in the thing. I know what the bold says, tools, but still, you have things right here. Fuck the bold. You have it right here. That's my point. Regardless of the bold, it's still in here. I know the bold's probably saying that you guys can change, and I know we literally discussed this, where I said that the tournament organizer, has always the ability to change whatever is subject, or they They have everything subject to change per their approval. I know that. That's what it's every rule book. I know that. But then it's contradictory by saying that 2 players can retain a seed, and then two players just made a team change, and they have to compete in the next qualifier. That's why there's contradictory statements in here. It's not about the bold. It's the contradictory statements. And that's not on me for pointing it out. You can't be frustrated with me of pointing shit out, because if niggas saw this last weekend, what would you do? If niggas saw this last weekend and said SSG can't play because he does not reside in North America, then it's going to look like favoritism for pro players. That is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that these players don't deserve to play or they don't deserve a spot. I'm saying just change the rules and have it visible. Announce that it's changed, but don't wait the 2 days before the next qualifier. They have that, Slow Dive. I think they have that, but still, there's things that contradictory that are contradictory towards that. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to help everybody. I'm trying to help everybody. I don't know why I'm getting smoked like I'm in the wrong. I'm just pointing out what's in front of me. It ain't about a link or anything else. This is what you'd see when you go down to the fucking registration page and see this shit. That's why I want everybody to be able to compete. I know it's a global qualifier and it's different. This is pertaining to the LCQ last year for NA teams. I'm just trying to see, like, yeah, just trying to have people not get fucked up. What's going on, Will? That's all. I don't know why you guys getting mad at me saying that global tournament, I'll take the bad look. Just literally, I'm trying to help everybody, man. Why am I getting the bad look? Why are you guys getting smoked with me? I don't understand that. I'm just trying to help. Shit, I could have not said anything, and then somebody does abide by this, and then everybody's fucked, because then you're stuck in a spot where you have to make a decision on the fly for pro players, and it looks like you're having favoritism. If it's a round 1 player playing against SSG or a pro team, then they see this, they can immediately try to get him DQ'd. And if you don't DQ him, then it's going to look like you're just playing favoritism because you want that pro team to make the league. So I don't want that to be the case. So I'm bringing up this so you can change it immediately. Make a tweet, make an update, and so you let people know. No, the bad look was in terms of something else. That's not even what I'm talking about, Freezy. It's talk about the no more and all the hostility, the weird comments like we're trying to save Halo, global tournament trying to save Halo. Nobody's taking away from that. Nobody's taking away from that. Those are just weird ass comments. I'm just trying. We all here for the same damn thing. I would not be here if we ain't all here for the betterment of Halo. But those comments are just strange to me. I don't think that that's necessary. Yeah, I'm trying to help so niggas don't get caught up. That's all. That's it. That's it. That's it. Because if you have this and you try to say this, like if you don't abide by it, then it's gonna look bad on the players and look like you just want other niggas to qualify for viewership or just better just in general. So that's why I'm mentioning that. That's why I'm saying that. It would create a negative sentiment. I do appreciate LVT mentioning that it's just that it was a late adjustment because of the TOs and whatnot in the invoices. I do appreciate that transparency. But getting upset at me because I'm just pointing out the discrepancies in the rules, then that ain't on me. That ain't on me. But the other comments is what I'm talking about. I ain't trying to get nobody tripped up. I don't want no smoke. I don't want nothing to be. But this is after the first qualifier, mind you. That's why I'm saying it. It is after the first one. This needs to be updated immediately. Should have been updated immediately before last weekend and told publicly, hey, we have made a change to the rules. Don't ignore the current rulebook. Ignore the current rulebook on Start GG. We are working on a new one. That is, if you want the new one, please message LBT to get the current updated one. That is what has to be said. That's all. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay? That's it. I don't know what Verb said, Dev. I don't know what's that. I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know what happened. Thank you, Slow Dive. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to have shit be right. I'm trying to have shit be right. I ain't a TO. I'm a little bit of TO, but I ain't on this level. I ain't running production and shit like LVT. And nobody was saying that we don't have, we aren't grateful for what y'all do. Yes, it's the fact that it can be an issue. Most niggas ain't scrolling to the bottom of the page to look at the rule book, but round one and players, they are very likely to do that if they hear about this and they want to do that. That's why. Global audience in there, but that's what I'm saying, Tools. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But I'm just saying so people don't get fucked up. That's why. Because people can get fucked up and tripped up over this along with y'all. And y'all do so much for Halo that it would be stupid for y'all to have a bad sentiment around your name for something as minuscule as this. I appreciate that, Tools. I appreciate that because it did feel like that. It felt like you and LBT were getting upset at me by just mentioning it. When LBT said that no more global qualifier for Halo, we're trying. Like I know that. I know that. I always give y'all niggas credit. Always, always. Like when we go back on that, is the old rule books. But the thing is, Tools. That's why it's contradictory because even then, so I'm just trying to make sure that nothing bad happens. It's the fact that it can happen and possibly will. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I appreciate that, and I would. I think the community would as well. But round one and players, they wouldn't. Round one and players. If you played in these tournaments, niggas will be trying to get one over on you, even for a lag out, and make you play a 3v4 if the rules state that you can't end the game in a Slayer. They won't have that competitive integrity. Not everybody has competitive integrity in gaming communities or in competitive esports. I'm trying to make sure that we have the best. So going forward, that's why. All right, have a good day at work, Tools. I have a good day at work. But I just think that just make sure that just put out a tweet saying, "Hey, ignore the old rule book. Not the rule book needs to be updated. Say ignore it. And if you want the current rule book for the global qualifier, then contact us or in the Discord, whatever methods of communication you guys are using. That way, the round one and players that are trying to get niggas fucked up, they don't get them fucked up. That's why. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate that though, Tools. I hope you have a good day at work. I do hope that. But that's what I'm saying because it's on the page. It's on the page. Alyssa, we're talking about the rules, and it was brought to my attention that in the rules it is an old rule book, and we noticed that from the 2025, uh, like 2025 wording. Um, that says it says that if you're not in North America, then you are not eligible to compete. That's the thing. It says if you're not in North America, you're not eligible to compete. Granted, this tournament is going to be a different. It's a different tournament. It's a different tournament. It's a open qualifier opposed to a LCQ just for the HCS teams. Last year it was a LCQ for the last two spots. Top six got immediately grandfathered in from points. But this year it's different. So the rule book was not updated until now. I see this changes now, but it was not updated until we brought it to their attention. Because if somebody saw this last weekend, then somebody could have got Legend tripped up, or anybody gets tripped up, anybody gets fucked up. That's why. That's why I'm saying that. Wait, what? What? Freezy? Oh my god, dude. All right, I'm gonna go look at it after this, dude. Only Dios mío. But the tournament's still not over yet. It was winners bracket, right? It was winners bracket. What's the other rule? But the wording of the NH has been removed. We understand this may have been confusing. To clarify, we would not have DQ'd the team. We have linked the global residency rule. The tournament information has final say. I know that, Frag out. I agree with you. I don't think that. I don't think it's the fact that somebody can try and use this against y'all or against the other players. That's why I'm mentioning it, so it gets changed ahead of this weekend, so nobody can do that, especially if they see this stream and notice that I brought it up, because there's there was contradictory statements. That's why I mentioned it, because there's the global residency rule, but now I do see it's changed, because especially in June 2026. But that's why, because some things need to be changed so everybody can everything can be on the same page. It's about to rain like a bitch. But everything can be on the same page and not have one section saying one thing and the other section saying the next. You feel me? That's why. That's why I'm saying it, frag out. I'm not saying this to get y'all fucked up or to attack y'all or anything. I'm simply saying it so it can be done ahead of this weekend, so y'all can have a smooth tournament and everything can be copacetic. That's what I'm mentioning it for. Why you on Halo and Cottage on EWC? We got a lot to talk about today. That's why. But I will be rewatching the matches. I will frag out. But this was just brought up to me while I was on stream. And then I had Thug Nasty reach out to I had Thug Nasty reach out to you guys. I think he did. Where I said somebody tell LVT to come in here so we could address this so they can get changed ahead of this weekend. Because it's not about the pro players. It's not about the pro players. It's about the round one amateurs that can try to get one over on any team. I had a team do that to me. The non Slayer, like you can't end the game in Slayer prior to the first H5 Worlds, where it says you can't end the game if it's a Slayer and you have to continue playing. Niggas really did that when I lagged out. That's why, because people try to do that, especially for the last open tournament of the year. People are gonna do whatever they fucking possibly can. The same way niggas be cheating. You know what I'm saying? They will just do whatever they can to get one over on people. The competitive integrity is not always there within other players. It is there within pro players, majority of pro players. That's like I'll say probably yeah, majority. Because it's not always the case. I can't say it's always the case, but majority they're gonna understand that you can't just try to fuck over another pro team because it's gonna be a horrible look on you and your team. That's why. That's a given to me. I think there is something in there where it says that you can't. There is something at the end. That's why. That's the thing is Shadow. The console's just not as good as console's not as good as a platform. It just doesn't feel as good. And I think if you go to console, you got to have certain things. But we were on console, and then thankfully LVT put forth the money to have PCs at DreamHack Atlanta. But we were on console. We were on console for the first two events. I will say that. What did you ask me, Dav? Hold on. Yes, this is W clarification and W conversation. I just didn't want any smoke with me. We're just trying to make sure that shit don't get fucked up in the future. That's all. Cover the travel coverage. I believe Shopify does. They have Shopify. Yeah, what OT said. Shopify. So there's no teams will have to, if you're in the pro league or if you're excuse me or if you're going to Halo Fest, you do not have to pay for travel coverage at all. Both of those will be covered by either Shopify and LVT or by HCS. So no teams that qualify, any pro teams that qualify, they will not need travel coverage to any tournaments for the rest of the year. That's why we had the conversation about organizations earlier this morning, talking about if you are a pro team and you're trying to get an org, then it makes most sense if you try to allocate that travel budget to you through salary because it will not be you will not need that travel coverage to events. That's why we talked about it. But you will not need travel coverage, to my knowledge, to Halo Fest. I'm not sure about Halo Fest, but I'm pretty sure. That's what PJ said. You don't need travel coverage to Halo Fest, and you don't need travel coverage to the Pro League Finals. That's all. That's all. I'm just trying to get everything right. I appreciate you guys understanding where I'm coming from. I'm just trying to make sure that everything is good for the players like Legend and the Aussies being able to play. Shit, even Eli, because even in the rules it said Eli can't participate. You feel me? That's why. Or play together? I don't know. I don't know, Diaz. I think they'll probably play together. I would assume probably earliest tomorrow. I would assume that. I would assume tomorrow. I would assume the earliest they play together is tomorrow, not anytime sooner. That's IMO. IMO. Like Dios mío, it's getting shitty outside. Fuck. It's getting real shitty. Real shitty. But that's why. And also, LVT says to be on the lookout for the information regarding the show match between AB and Legion. Now, I'm hoping that, I don't know if you all are in here, so LVT, but if you guys could give us a time frame of when that announcement will come. I'm not going to ask you for the announcement, but an announcement of when it happens. He said there might be a surprise today with the roster. Well, Lucid's team does play Legion at 5:30 East, so I think that possibly Lucid teams could have made a change. Do I think they will beat SR? I think it will take some time. I think it will take some time. I don't think it will be 100%, but I think it will take some time. Matches tomorrow night? Okay, that's good information. I don't know if I'll be on. I'll try to. Y'all, to that one watch party with me. But I'll try to be on because I did plan to take tomorrow off ahead of my birthday. But that is good information. That's good information. I'm assuming it'll probably be at 7 Central. That's my assumption. My assumption is 7 Central because that's when most people are off work. So I would assume it's probably at 7 Central. I know Ryan does be working. I don't know if any of the players on this team have jobs or anything like that, but I know Ryan do be working. So I think that it probably be at 7. That's my assumption. That's just my assumption. Probably around 7 Central. So 80. That's my assumption. I did see that X. I did see that. I'm gonna rewatch it probably later when I go eat my food because it is about to rain, so I gotta get my food soon. But that is very upsetting. But there's still time in the tournament. You feel me? But I'm always rooting for OpTic. Do you think they will beat SR? But I think I said that. I forgot. But it's just going to take some time. It's going to take some time, and it's going to take a lot of practice. Do I think they have the capability? Yes, because OpTic and SR were going head to head last year, and this is 3/4 of the OpTic roster. So I think that just with time, then they could be high competition for SR. But I can't say 100%. I cannot say that. I can never predict something like that, especially for a new team against a team that's been together for over a year at this point. I can't say they're gonna 100% beat SR. They have the skill and they have the talent to do it, but it's just gonna come down to teamwork, team chemistry, and cohesion. It's gonna come down to all those things. All those things. Is it pool play X? Is it pool play? Other teams are scrimming. A lot of people have been scrimming. A lot of people have been scrimming. There's gonna be more scrims today, but I think that possibly the Lucid team made a change. I mean, Enbor got dropped. If you guys see this, where is it? Enbor got dropped. He tweeted it at 2:24 a.m. last night, so a lot of people probably did not see this, but he did get dropped too. I had a team try to get us DQ because my teammate had a slightly different gamer tag to what was on Faceit. Since the gamer tag wants to register, you have to come to them and do it and take some time. Exactly, Scout. People be weird. People be weird. If the team didn't change, then my assumption is the LEDs team did change. My assumption is Enbor got dropped possibly for Eco, and then maybe they brought back Suppress on that team as well. It could be Eco Suppress, Drug Soul Snipe, which would be basically their old team, but Eco replacing Falcated since Falcated is on Lucid's team. That's my thoughts. Top 4 advance? Okay, thank you, X. I didn't know if it was bracket play. I know it looks like a bracket in the graphic. I was 100% sure. I was 100% sure. I'm assuming you're going to find out today, Drew. I'm assuming you're going to find out more info today on everything that's happening. I don't even know who Enbor is going to get a team or what team he's going to get. Do I like which team? Lucid's team or because the team I just said was Soul Snipe, Druk, Falcate, or Suppressed, and Eco. I do like that team, but I don't know if it's a team 100%. I'm not sure. But I do think that all these other teams forming, it's going to make it more interesting this weekend since only 4 can officially actually qualify. And so there's like 6 to 8 teams now. Like we have a very good top 12, I'd say. A very good top 12, like surprisingly, because before it was only like a top 6 or top 8, maybe like even top 6 that was the most competitive. But now we have like top 12 that is competitive. So I think it's going to be very interesting. He going to drunk with them. I don't know if it's 100% a team, so I can't say. That's just my thoughts on what could happen since it would be their team reforming, like 3/4 of their previous team reforming, and that team was getting top 4. At the last tournament, they were under Kraken, and they did get top 4. So I do like that team. I'm upset about Lethal if that's the case because I was happy that Lethal's back. Last night at the info, see, that's the thing. Put it in a weird way, frag out, because my night might be a bitch. I told you, my night might be a weird ass bitch. Don't let you post no links, even if you permit. Nothing. My night might be an asshole. Thank you, Drew. I'm doing much better. Just a little congestion, but I'm doing much better. I'm glad that we came to a understanding and that things are getting changed. That's all. That's the main point of this. That's the main point of this, just to make sure that everything is good for competitive integrity and that everything is. I know they're phased now, Verb. They phased now, but they were SSG before with Eco. But I think that FaZe coming back into the scene, or FaZe having a team to pick up now, and because I don't know if FaZe was going to pick up a team before Halo Fest since there wasn't very many options. Now that there is more options, I think that they would be the first pick. Now it's possible that Lucid's team could be SSG, and there is another organization that's looking to come back ahead of Halo Fest, but we'll see. Kason confirmed it. He wasn't here earlier. He did say that they're going to have a team. But I think that's going to be Renegade's team now. Because beforehand, they weren't going to have a team. That's what he said, like, for Pro League. But then, obviously, another option opened up, so that's more likely for them, especially since that's a championship contending roster. Verb, you should always be saying some bullshit. You always be on some bullshit. Always on some bullshit. It don't even matter who's in the chat. Verb always be on some bullshit. Always be on some bullshit. Now, we'll see if I stream tomorrow, since that is going to be the show match. And that's information. Here. Show match is going to be tomorrow night. We just have to be on the lookout to LVT's Twitter to find out what the times are. Now I did plan to not be 8 p.m. So I was right. I'm happy. I was right. That's what I said 7 Central. That's what I was like, 7 Central. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. It's a good time. That's like an ideal time. Perfect time. So 8 p.m. Eastern. Yes. Legion versus AB is tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. You heard it here first. Twitch.tv/APG. So we have it's show match time. We got the rules changed, so everything is good ahead of this weekend and ahead of the Pro League starting. That's a W for the chat. W y'all. W Wood Reef. Okay. W Wood Reef once again for bringing this to my attention. That's a W. W's in the chat. We have got the information. 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for the show match. I will try and be live because, like I said, tomorrow I was going to get ready for my birthday Saturday. So we'll see if I'm live. I will try and be live at least for a little bit for that. And then possibly, what's it called? Possibly, I want to talk about my predictions, but probably do that on Saturday before the matches because I will be able to get live before the matches. Probably around 10:30, 11, because I am going to get my haircut. It's going to go gym, haircut, first watch, shout out John, and then stream. So that's going to be the plan for my birthday Saturday, 32 years old. I'm getting up there. I know. Where y'all niggas say damn. But I'm very happy that we have come to a understanding and that things are all good going forward. That is the only goal is we all are, well, shut up and listen. That's all. We're all here for Halo. We're all appreciative of LVT because Halo would not be in the spot it is right now without LVT's help. You know what I'm saying? It would not be. So W's in the chat, WLVT, W Frag Out, and DSA. I thought y'all were dog shit admin group. Why did you guys change your name also? I thought you Digital Sports Administration. I thought y'all were dog shit admin group. Like Celeste said, because it's Smarty. That's why I was like, wait, why'd they change it? Why'd they change it? So I was wondering. I thought y'all were dog shit admin group because it's Smarty. But I saw Digital Sports Administration. I was like, wait, what changed? What changed? I thought their names were dog shit admin group. Nobody think that I'm thinking they're dog shit admins. I just thought that was a hilarious story from Celeste. That is actually like it's perfect. It plays into this perfectly. So we have come to an understanding that's a W. It's a W, 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 W. Now, you guys have any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions, comments, concerns, anything? Anything? Remember, we got birthday and qualifier Saturday. We will talk about my predictions before the matches on Saturday. And then also we will mainly be talking about them Saturday too because we'll have to see if who qualifies and who doesn't tomorrow night. So I will try and be live tomorrow night. I will try. We'll see what time I get done with everything I got to do. But I'm going to try to be live tomorrow night. Not pinky promise, but fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Shout out Spartan for that backstory or name. That's literally incredible. That is literally incredible. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. Shut up, Verb. You're just too horny. I can't send you into any chat with how horny you be. I can't. I cannot do that. You are off the rails as usual. No, I can't do that. I cannot do that unless it is one of the Latina Avengers or people in the chat that I know they wouldn't take you serious. If I go raid a random woman that has never been in the chat before, she gonna think that we just be weirdos because of your energy. Okay, especially you and Dav combined. That's a recipe for a disaster. Bring a cake on the stream. I'm probably gonna have a big cheat day, so I'm gonna have my breakfast and then I'll have some sweets and whatnot. I'm gonna definitely have my cheat day since I've hit my goal weight and I'm doing my little transformation. So I'm probably gonna have a little cheat day on Saturday. I think it's deserving, but we'll see. I might bake myself some like peach cobbler or banana bread or something like that. We'll see. We'll see. But that is going to be it for me, y'all. That's going to be it for me. That's going to be it for me. I've stayed on even longer than I expected, but that's because we had incredible combos. Shout out to LVT, Frag Out, DSA Group, Dog Shit Admin Group, Tools, everybody. I appreciate y'all for coming in here and then immediately making those changes so nothing can be fucked up going forward. I'm very, very appreciative of that. Scrims are happening soon. If you guys want me to raid, then let me know. Let me know if there's anybody you want me to raid because scrims are happening. Luce's team is scrimming at 5:30 Eastern, and we also have more, more teams that are going to be announced today with the, with scrims, excuse me, ahead of the Pro League qualifier. So, Danny or Tommy? He said, let me see. Danny or Tommy? I'll raid Danny. Let's raid Danny. Tommy's doing good. I'll do it Tommy next time. I'll raid Danny. All right, Danny. There's no disrespect to Tommy. Nobody think I'm getting fucked up. Ethan versus C3 Central. I did not know if they were scrimming. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. I appreciate y'all for being in here. The streams have been popping lately. The streams have been popping. I feel better now. We can get back to a consistent schedule. I feel better. I apologize for taking some times off. Danny got a weird ass name on this bitch. Hold on. Make sure I got this right. PHF. Okay. He got a weird ass name. Weird ass name on Twitch. I gotta remember his spelling. But remember, Danny, the Halo bodybuilder, I got you, X. I'm gonna try and always be live on YouTube. Always gonna be live on YouTube. I apologize to the YouTube chat that I might have been ignoring. I apologize. But I'm gonna figure out how to get it correctly. What's going on, Eco Strikes? You came in just as the ending, but I hope you're having a great day, homie. Great day. So again, W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Great fucking stream. Little 6.5 hour, but I gotta go to the gym because it's about to and get some food because it's about to rain like a bitch. So I'm gonna go get some food. I gotta get back in the gym since I have been lacking this week since I've been sick. So I'm shut up, Eco Strikes. Shut up. You always do that bullshit. But you know, my name is Aaron Pierce on there. Aaron Pierce. AAROON or ON and then Pierce PIERCE. That's my alias. That's my alias. So I love y'all. Thank you guys for the great stream again. Shout out to LVT Tools, Frag Out, Dog Shit Admin Group, LVT, everything. We are very appreciative of everything you guys are doing for Halo. Again, if you guys don't know, show match between AB Ascending Baseline and Legion tomorrow night at 7 Central, 8 Eastern. I will try to be live for that. I'll post the Discord if I am. Join the Discord, y'all. Join the Discord. Follow the TikTok. Everything. I love you guys. Stay safe. Stay blessed. Don't drink and drive. Don't smoke cigarettes. I'm already hosting Dandy. That's why I'm about to be saying my goodbyes right now. Eco Strikes. I apologize. Tell him I said happy birthday, though. I love you guys. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, but 100% Saturday for my birthday. I love you guys. Peace out. Peace out. Have a great day, y'all. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out.